It's Saturday at the CDL, and we're kicking off your weekend with 3 more thrilling matches.
First up, Vegas Legion versus the Boston Breach. Both teams are climbing up the standings. Which one comes out on top today?
Then, Optic Texas, so far undefeated in Major II, set their sights on Carolina. But the Royal Ravens aren't exactly sweating it.
Today's a new day, bro. Today starts it all for us, bro.
Plus, the Surge gets a shot at redemption today. Can they make their new roster work against the LA Gorillas?
Time to lock in. The Call of Duty League starts right now.
7 in a row for him. Locks down his 8th, stays up through it. And behind everybody, though, is Dashy. Can he take down 2? Maybe 3. He gets them all.
It's the best hardpoint team in the game. Think about the pinch. That's a freebie kill for him there. Effectively lining up for him.
Goodness, he does incredibly well to get 3.
It's a easy cannot miss, man.
We are in for one hell of a season.
Well, can y'all stop bringing that up? No, geriatric. I don't need a walker. Like, every time I watch the broadcast, all I hear is the oldest man in the league. He's got dust coming from his bones. Like, guys, I'm 31. I'm not that old.
Aging like a fine wine, the 3-time world champion is back in action today. Al, you excited to watch Clayster?
Absolutely. He's one of the best leaders in the game.
Guy's literally still dealing damage. He's top 4 in damage, 1.2 mil earned, 6th all time. Like, young stallion, let's get it.
Not to mention he's rich, ladies, but let's get into the action today. Welcome into headquarters. It's fucking alongside Alley Cat and Nameless and Clay. We just had to show you some love before your matchup, buddy. Today we have 2, make it 3 big matches, but yesterday we had 2 to revisit. Let's start here with Atlanta FaZe 3-0 for a squad that was looking to reclimb up on this leaderboard. They're currently at number 4 after their win. How easy was it against the Rocker?
I mean, it was one of the fastest series we've seen in a while, especially out of the Atlanta FaZe, considering they went to a Game 5 versus the New York Subliners and lost it. And just when you think Atlanta FaZe might be falling behind, they show up with a series like this. The most impressive part of me had to be the fact that the ARs really stepped up in this series, Incel and Draza. They did exactly what they needed to do. They got a lot of NTKs, which was my biggest thing when it came to Atlanta FaZe, was playing their lives just a little bit more.
Yeah, you know, the most impressive thing to me about FaZe in the series was the adjustments that they made in their search and destroy. You know, they were 1-4 in S&D headed into the series in their last 5, and then they had that invasion versus New York where it was just clinical. They got smoked. Well, in this one, they fixed a lot. They tried out a lot of different strats, fixed some things. You saw some triple flanks and a Beezy getting loose and getting wild. Sometimes when a Beezy just catches fire, there's nobody stopping him. That's what we saw.
Speaking of players catching fire, Kleenex was on one yesterday for Toronto Ultra, 1.33 with a 2.75 in S&D. Toronto Ultra, without a doubt, the best team in the game right now. 12-3 map count. They're 4-0 coming into Major 2. They could basically lose here on out and still get into your top 6.
Yeah, for Toronto Ultra, it was business as usual yesterday. I think with anything, this series now puts them as the #1 seed heading into Major 2, which we wouldn't expect anything less from our Major 1 qualifier winners. For Toronto, I mean, maybe there was an opportunity from the side of Seattle. They did go to around number 5, but if anything, it was more impressive in the fact that Kleenex was able to hit an insane route and bring that game back for a 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, just great execution, start to finish. You know, it was a set of Karachis out of these guys, and, you know, for Toronto Ultra, we saw Scrap yawning in the middle of that series, and they're still wiping the floor with them. So, Toronto Ultra, best team that we have in the world right now, and they're looking to set records.
You got the Subliners right behind them at 12-4, a 4-0 record there, and Optic, who is in action today, looks to join them at 40 points as well. A lot of fun here today, and let's get into it with Carolina because they are taking on Optic as the underdogs once again. Clayster, though, no stranger to this position. He's used to playing against the green wall, and sometimes he has his top performances.
And not just Clay, Fellow as well, right? There's a couple of vets on this team, same with TJ Halley. So they're used to having to spawn in up against the Optic Texas in the green wall, and I think there's a lot of opportunity opportunity. Obviously, they're coming off of a win against the Seattle Surge, which hasn't been having a great Major 2 showing. So for me personally, I think the series will really end up stacking up, seeing where Royal Ravens is with the rest of the league.
Yeah, I think, Royal Ravens, they just need to continuously work on their search and destroy. A lot of people might not look at this team as a top hardpoint team, but the data shows that they really are. I mean, if you omit invasion hardpoint, which they now have started to veto, they're 9-4 in the remaining hardpoint map pool, which is absolutely incredible. They're also top 3 in differentials, so they're outscoring their opponent a majority of the time, better than 9 teams in the league. So Royal Ravens in hardpoint, since the change, have been lights out. The young gun in Gwyn, he's been making some huge impact plays. We've seen him getting a lot better at control, and this is a team that has been on the rise. So up today against Optic, they do have opportunity, especially an Optic team that has been playing a lot of these series very close for some of our middle of the pack teams.
1 and 2 so far are the Ravens in the wins. Gwyn pops off even in their losses. He pops off. He's been Mr. Consistent for me, and honestly, I think he is now challenging Lins for that Rookie of the Year following Minnesota's losses.
Yeah, they just need to, first of all, they just need to land themselves a spot in the winners bracket, which when we see their remaining schedule, it is very doable. For this team, I mean, they got Optic Texas. If they can steal a win today, I think it almost guarantees them winners bracket. You expect them to beat LAG, you expect them to beat Heretics, and then that match versus Legion, it could get close, but they gotta be the favorite, I'd imagine, if they are able to catch a dub today.
Today, though, they are the underdogs because they're going up number 3 seed currently, and honestly, the most exciting gameplay of the Major II qualifiers. Optic always keeping fans on the edge of their seats with their clutch finishes, Allie.
Oh yeah, Optic likes to keep us on our toes a little bit. I mean, we saw them in that insane reverse sweep against Minnesota Rocker last week, and even in the match against LA Gorillas, they went to a game 4. They got slam map 1 Karachi 250-122. And then they came back and handed them some of their own medicine. So for Optic Texas, a couple of slow starts, but I think if you're a Greenwall fan, you're honestly happy about the fact that they're going down early and showing that they're able to pull themselves back in this series and that it's never chalked.
I mean, yeah, for Optic Texas, what was the goal in this stage? It was like, okay, well, first things first, we need to improve our search and destroy, which they have. They've won their last 2. We need to improve. What do we need to improve in search and destroy? Well, it needs to be converting our first bloods. They went from 8 to 6. That's an improvement. And then also the control. They rattled off 4 straight control wins. So everything that they have focused on is coming to fruition. Now, granted, they've had some really close games. They're still extremely strong in hardpoint, top 2 that we have in the league. So Optic feeling pretty good at the moment.
Surprising numbers, 2nd, 4th, 2nd, and 3rd, showing strengths in games 1, 3, and 4. The search and destroys, well, that could be the decider if we get to a game 5 between the Royal Ravens and Optic Texas. Our second matchup here we got to discuss is going down at the end of the night. LAG is back in action. We haven't seen them in a little bit, and Allie, this is a fight they definitely could win. 10 more points is on the line. How do you feel about the final battle that will be going on at the end of the evening?
Well, they're going to be playing against the Seattle Surge, who obviously the entirety of this qualifier hasn't really shown us much. Maybe a little bit of strength in search and destroy, but that's been a lot off of individual players rather than the team working together as a whole. So when it comes to this matchup, LAG should be the favorite for Seattle Surge. It's one of those things where it's like, all right, when do we start calling for maybe a roster change? When do we start calling for Seattle Surge to start winning some of these maps? Because unfortunately, as they've shown us right now, this is not a championship contending roster.
Yeah, it's been easy to pile on to the Seattle Surge, right? They've been given us such a tough situation. Their best player obviously not in, and they had to bring in Brezzy. Didn't really have a lot of time to practice it into this stage, and then they find themselves playing top teams and getting smoked. Don't even know what you need to work on because it's so damn much. So for Seattle Surge, I think they know that this stage is going to be difficult, and I think there is imminent roster changes ahead. But headed into today's match, you have to say there is minor opportunity. You're playing a regressing LAG team who hasn't looked great whatsoever.
Let's talk about this regressing LAG. They've looked strong at times, playing some of our top tiers to close game 5s. Other times they get blown out with a 3-0. Let's talk about their recent battle, though, against Optic Texas. If they had any strengths in that matchup, where did you see them, Allie?
I can only say we saw it in that Karachi Hardpoint, like I touched on earlier when we were talking about Optic Texas, is they did smoke them 250-122 on it, but that's all that they have, right? When you dig deep into the numbers, LAG, when it comes to search and destroy, yeah, they're getting first bloods, top 2 in the league, but converting them, bottom 4. They're just not using their opportunities and their situationals to their advantage. I feel like this is a very simple fix. It's just some VOD review, but still, it's the inconsistency. We have yet to see it pull out any series win.
Diamond Khan's pretty good, though, Nameless.
He is pretty good. They have those players who can take over games, which is, it's really fun, right? When Diamond Khan gets going, you know that they can have some success. And like Ali mentioned mentioned the first blood thing. Like, Fame does go out there and get a lot of bloods. Like, he makes plays for them. But yeah, they're not converting them. You know, for LAG, I mean, they're negative on every single search and destroy map. That's just unacceptable. You're not going to win series. And they have one of the worst hardpoint map pools that we have in the game. They're only positive on Karachi. So unless you're trying to ego them in square there, you're probably going to have an advantage.
That is going down at 6 p.m. One of these teams is getting a win, and we're also kicking things off with Boston and Vegas. It's our Monster Energy matchup in a big fight to see who claims a top 4 seed. Remember, all of our teams are headed down to Miami, and you can join us live. Major 2, hosted by the Miami Heretics, presented by Gamergy. All you got to do is scan the QR code, buy your tickets today. It's going to be a blast down south.
I need some sun. Chris needs some sun. You need some sun. Scan the QR code and meet us down in Miami.
All right, put your bronzer on, ladies and gentlemen, during the commercial break. When we come back, things are going to get spicy. Vegas, can they bring the heat? They're taking on Boston, who's been surging recently up the leaderboard.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Check out all of the awesome in-game rewards you can earn for free just by watching the Call of Duty League. What's on tap this weekend? An all-new lineup including a weapon blueprint, emblem, calling card stickers, and XP tokens. Just link your YouTube account now to start earning.
When I didn't have it, sleeping on the floor, wishing it was a mattress.
This is
now I'm in Hollywood with actors and actors, where everybody knows the latest trends and fashions. I'd rather keep it a buck, 100 if you ask me. I was trying to pay the bills just like last week. I was trying to sell the deals just like last week. Trying to run plays and run it up like the math. It's in my DNA to have hope and make a way. Good energy for the first down low. She was trying to take it off angle, but the kills continue to go back and forth. Not today, stayed in my lane. Don't complain, this was meant for me. Whatever come my way, this is meant for me. I'm trying to tell my story.
They can't kill him. They cannot kill him.
And I just fall for anything.
There are 3 teams with 3 match wins so far in our Major II qualifiers, and the 2 teams you're about to see have 2-1 records. So they're going to jump up to our top 4 with a win today. Vegas Legion versus Boston. This is a fair fight in my eyes, but let's start with the Boston squad that seems like they're finding their form. Snoopy definitely finding his role on the squad, but it's the ARs, Priest and Slasher, really stepping up their KDs recently.
Personally, I love this matchup. I think these are 2 dark horse teams going at it right now. Both of them have the makeup to be a great team moving forward the rest of the year. They have fantastic rosters and talent, specifically though on the Boston Breach side, simply because they have P-Dog, world champion, Slasher, world champion. They have brought in a team, which since doing so, they have looked unreal. And then of course, the possible, I don't know, we're still counting him as a rookie, but Snoopy as well has been playing very, very consistent for them. So for this series, when it comes to Monster Energy pre-games, I think it's just to clean up some of these search and destroy situations. They're really, really good in Hardpoint right now, 2nd overall in the league during this qualifier, and they have have an extremely deep map pool, and if they're good at respawn, there's opportunity to steal the controls, so just work on your search and destroys.
Yeah, I agree with that. The search and destroy, I mean, it's got to be better, and it's been a little bit better. I mean, we saw a 6-1 versus Minnesota. They have a 33.3% win rate on attack, and they're converting 54.8% of opening duel wins. And honestly, on defense, their second opening duels, they're great at it. They just got to win the rounds off of those. And you know, Slasher, when we interviewed him, he talked a little bit about it. He was like, it's just these little things where we need to calm down in game, make it slower, and execute. And that's what they're trying to build with bringing in Ace into this roster. And it has been working. So we'll learn a lot in this match versus Vegas, who have been great pretty much across the board.
And to that point, Snoopy is actually their guy for those opening duel win rates. Over 50% of the time, he's the one going out first and getting them. So I want to see Asia maybe join him in that aggression.
They said Boston couldn't win if it came down to search and destroy. That wasn't true against Minnesota. But today you're playing against Attach, who has shown ice in his veins for the Vegas Legion. Let's talk a little bit about the old man and the young studs he's got alongside him. Purge, Geo, and Nero showcasing some of their best Call of Duty to open up Major II.
Yeah, I think they made a great change. You know, it's a structural change bringing in Geo. Everybody's played so much better. Attach and Nero have been the stars of this roster. Their control immensely better 2-1 this split, and they've really mastered Rio. Like, they're 2-1 at Rio Hardpoint, 1-0 in Rio S&D, and it has just made their map pool so much better headed into a lot of these series. And you're going to see when we get to maps and modes here, like, they're going to square. Like, I don't exactly love this decision to play Karachi S&D, but they feel comfortable on it. That is the only map that Boston has shown any life in Search and Destroy. So we'll see if it goes their way. And the interesting thing about it is Vegas actually picked that map in this series.
Are we going to 5, Allie?
We could. This is very much a series that could go to 5 simply because you have the Boston Breeze that are very solid in respawn but struggle in search and destroy. And then on the flip side, you have a Vegas Legion that are very strong in search and destroy but struggle in respawn.
All right, it's time to get our Scuff Pick'ems in. Let's make it official. And first off, congratulations. Name was still in first place 4 days running at 54-25. He's about to be wrong. I'm locking in Vegas Legion. You two are going Boston, right?
Yeah, I am going Boston.
Oh, you are? Okay. Are you breaching
I'm
it?
Boston, but I don't feel good about it. Like, this is a good series.
Fans, are you with me? All right, they're going Boston as well. I'm right, y'all wrong. Let's send it to the casters. We got Chance, his beard, and one of his best friends alongside him today. How you doing, Mr. Tun?
Oh, one of his best friends? I don't know if Chance would call me one of his best friends. You should be. What do you think about that, Chance?
You know, I don't like being put on the spot, Ton, so I'm just going to hit that with it. I'm going to plead the fifth, actually. More American references for you.
Thanks. It was sailed directly over my head, as you would expect. But we have a very good game on our hands here between two teams who are kind of fighting in that mid-pack at this moment in time, an important one that can carry them both in different directions when it does come down to our standings. But it should be a banger nonetheless. Set up very, very nicely with the maps that we have. It's very, very hard one to call, which usually means we get a good series. Any feelings one way or the other at this one, Chance? I think it's a difficult one to predict.
I mean, if I've been going off of like the desk predictions through the year, obviously they've been pretty consistent across the board, but like when there's differences, I lean towards Puckett, man. I think that Vegas might be a good call, but it is going to be a battle. Like, these are the types of series that I think are almost like underappreciated by the community just for how much could potentially be on the line. Like, both these teams, 2-1. The winner of this gets winner's bracket. You get your 10 CDL points, and like, these are your bubble teams for champs, and either one of these teams win it, they do cross that top 8 threshold. Obviously, plenty of Call of Duty left to be played, but these are the guys that have to get after it.
100%. Some games are a lot more winnable for teams like these players, and well, I mean, both these teams for both the opposition are a nice potential victory that could go their way. But either way, good start for the side of Vegas Legion, going over towards P1. P2 Control is going to be there for Boston Breach. But I mean, for you on either side, I mean, this is maybe a bit of a loaded question I'm asking you at the beginning of a hard point, but anybody in particular looking out for either roster to really pop off to help the team get a win over the line here today?
Well, you can pick your poison on either direction, but Geo and Nero, I think, are going to be the go-tos. Geo, just because he's looked like a shooter, great example right there. Fantastic win against the seam on those potential flanks. He doesn't actually block the spawn, but his gunning certainly there. And then Nero inside the point won enough big gunfights that you have a 44-point lead going into the new hill. Obviously, you saw that 5 spree popping up as well. Potential cruise missile coming through for the new man on the squad.
Really good start. Perfect example for you there. I can't believe it landed as cleanly as it did. But look at the P2 Control still there for the side of Boston Breach. Priest and Co trying to lock it down. Good hold so far. Trying to enter back what was a very good hold over towards P1. We're seeing teams finding a good amount of success over towards that side. Break potentially coming in here over from the front side of red now. You can see as Geo pushed up towards the bus stop, isn't going to find anything. Priester will find the cut. Good hold so far for Boston, starting to expand. What's going on here?
Okay.
You can't let that happen. The turn and burn from Nero. P3 rotation will be locked in. It's a really good hold from Boston over towards P2. Oh, wow.
Awkward moments, a nice little two pump from Attach. He's playing with fire, but hey, he's gonna get it done. And I mean, we had Geo on a 5 spree, potentially looking for a cruise, maybe Attach his turn, but that's a long-term game. Right now, though, the impact it is gonna be on this new time. A potential 4 versus 3 over. Or actually, Slasher wants to play for Attach, and Attach is gonna win it. So Slasher might be feeding streaks. In the meantime, his team is getting picked apart. You could have had the man advantage on the break. Instead, you get nada. You get shut down, and you gotta regroup over by a Coop and try for the break once again.
Very good job from the side of Vegas Legion, especially on that scrap time, and now to set yourselves up over towards the new hill. Just here to watch the cross. Boston need to find something here, because not that the lead is insurmountable by any stretch, but it's getting quite large quite early. Priester has seen combining well. Geo's there to answer the question. Nero just chilling as long as he possibly can, but Geo with the crispies again. Eventually the break will come through. 23 seconds is what's going to be on offer for the side of Boston Breach, looking like they're going to lock it down. A really, really good job over the last 3 hard points, to be honest with you, for Vegas Legion. Yeah, okay, they didn't get the majority of the time over towards P2, but you take a good chunk of it away from Boston Breach and find yourself with a rotation over towards the next hill. You take those all day long. Fight over towards the bridge side now. Geo really lighting it up so far, sitting at 9 and 4. Priester at 10 and 4 himself, though, so having a good game on the side of Boston Breach, who are now trying to set themselves up for the scrappiest of scrappy hills. Over towards P4 we go.
And just looking at the minimap, it is a bit of a crazy hill, right? Both teams rather on every corner of the minimap, just about, at least like surrounding the hill. But Nero was playing off the time, so picks up a big 2-piece, can't quite get the third. The read was absolutely there, and I mean, look, we got a cruise missile already in the hands of Attach. Asim gonna be looking for one of his own, and Asim, cruise missile or not, as he's gonna be hunting it down, he's doing enough of a job just like distracting and keeping these players away. You can already see he is very focused on this rotation. Meanwhile, at the scrap time, still a bit of a battle. It looks like Vegas might come out on top to keep that lead maintained. Boston, very important on this rotation to try to keep track of these players. Nero behind enemy lines. This is that count to 4 moment. And based on Asim's play, he's aware that someone might be behind him.
Nero really is going to be the catalyst for any potential break that could come through. We got Slasher over towards top 3, trying to hold it down from there. Asim already curious that the push could have come through. Now Nero snaps into action. Asim, is he going to get the timing? Not quite. Nero will find the kill. Now you have to think about Attach maybe working on something over towards the Diner side. Spawn still coming in over towards that side, but it's looking like Boston Breach holding on for quite some time here, but Attach is going to shut this down pretty quickly. Cruise missile in. Priester dead. Break potentially on the cards now for Vegas Legion. Spawning over towards Diner. Nero finds another really good job from Nero, locking down this side of the map. Should be some good time for the side of Vegas Legion.
It is quite literally just his presence keeping these players at bay. Boston had to send an extra few players around the flank just to go and pick them up. And I mean, credit to Boston, still wipe him off the map. Asim responds. He loses that 1v1 fight against Nero. It puts him on the back foot. Immediately comes back and slams and gets his team the scrap time. So Boston right back in the game. The spree continuing, catching spawners before they're ready to shoot. And again, that cruise missile battle, streaky players. He's already got one, so yeah, make the investment. Call on this one, get these guys at least away from P1, call this out to your team, and then win one gunfight after. And Asim out here making plays. Unfortunately, he dies in the meantime, so an ineffective cruise, an unfortunate moment, but his team still collecting that time.
We love the thought, but Boston Breach do a really good job over towards the final hill of the first rotation. Find themselves in a lead after Vegas Legion had a cracking start, and well, they will get themselves back in towards P1, where they managed to soak up around 40 points last time around. Now it's about for Boston. Can you find a break? Can you stop these points being soaked again? And a rotation over towards P2. Spawns over towards the back alley. Snoopy's potentially here to do something too. It's on the cards now for Boston to try and find something in this rotation again.
I was going to say, just looking at it, I don't think Vegas actually entirely read the spawns over towards New.
Yeah.
I mean, the player in Hill was still looking like towards the old direction, so Vegas may be a bit of an unfortunate moment with the spawn outs coming through, and we'll see how that is going to punish him, right? A 20-point lead for the moment, but You obviously have P2 potential Money Hill. Asim gets to play Ratty and delivers another 2-piece. 18 and 13 for the moment, by the way. So Asim right now on a blinder. And of course, in the time, Boston right back in the game, nearly tied up. Priest dishing out serious damage on 3 different players. You know where the push is coming from. Everything, guns forward, no one flanking. Gunfight's coming through. Atash wins the first inside the hill. Vegas there for the break. And is it going to be clean? / last man standing. He's going to fall too. Vegas get it done, pushing these players back.
Great break coming through a little bit earlier than it did last time around. 15 seconds of scrap time that Vegas Legion managed to get, and the rotation over towards P3. Boston have brought it back into this game though. Strong start for Legion again on the second rotation, but Boston Breach looking to find that break. Let's go for a listening with Boston.
He's back right. I hear it. He's dead. He's dead. Push up junk if you can. One's gonna be junk. One's already there. I'm leading. I stun him junk.
I need to play through all, guys. I don't see him left.
Yeah, they are. I get him.
No, I'm holding left. He's top left on me.
Oh, fuck. I have to go rear cross.
One shot dead. I got one. Okay, one more left. He's, I think he's bottom. My snake.
Bottom, one shot. Absolutely near off low bridge. I have her back.
He's on bridge.
He's front of me. Absolute low bridge. Yeah, you might want to He's front of me.
Yeah, Coop. I'm behind Coop.
On the point.
He turned for me. I'm stunned. I'm right next to him.
On the point.
I got one. Shoot out.
One shot, mid-basket. Pillar's throws. I got 4. Playing near, guys.
You're back right.
I don't have the mid pinch yet. I'm trying to pick it up.
Yeah, only back right.
Top green, dead. Nice.
What's mid? Left side.
Yeah, right side now. You want to go?
I got AC ladder.
You want AC ladder. One shot. Across the square, back side.
One shot.
And team mid.
One shot. He's gonna be
AC ladder. Still AC ladder.
Top fire.
Oh no, AC ladder hit all.
Don't run.
Two. Back there. Square dead. One strong bridge. Square. Back there. He's back there.
Nice.
One team back there. One shot. Challenge. Ran out. You ran off. He's half health in the air. He went square.
The top green already.
Square that.
Top green.
One might hit you, Eric. One might hit you.
One shot top green. I needed it. One
Don't store.
I got one.
I'm getting there. Middle.
Geo mid.
Nice. 2. One stop. He's top.
He's
Absolutely dead.
I'm time.
Missing Nero. I hear. Brian, grease. High position. I have a strip for me.
I did it.
And as advertised, a very, very tight game between these two, kicking it off with map number 1. Asim, very close and personal up against Perch. Will find another kill. He is very much leading the lobby. Snoopy will eventually get taken down. Some good time being soaked here for the side of Boston Breach, and a great break towards P3. Has actually found them in the lead.
It's going to be great time actually to get that break as well. That's with 26 seconds left on old time, and a couple different spawns coming through for Boston. So Priest is going to fight for the old time and actually get it. In the meantime, though, Boston's going to be 2 bodies down on the rotation. Snoopy, though, comes up clutch. Slasher, the exact same thing. So they might have been down on the man count, but they're up on the kills front. And on the rotation for Boston, what an important moment for them to stay ahead of the game. Granted, the hill's just popping, a 4-point lead. It's a money hill. We'll see if they can run it up.
Asim just causing havoc in the back lines of Vegas Legion, who are trying to make their way over towards the hardpoint, but they've got to deal with Asim. For all that, he's absolutely nowhere near the point. They know they have to shut him down because he's going to flank at some stage, and during this time, Boston Breach is just soaking up. 3 seconds. Nero will find 2, though. Snoopy just trying to play his life over towards the backside. If he can find this kill on a Nero and get them off the point, that would be big, but isn't able to help out. It's a nice break from Vegas Legion. 30 seconds to go here. Over towards the junk kill. Shots are good, but it's going to be a very one-dimensional push. Going to have to come through from Boston. They have to make something count here. Boston will be finding themselves around 20 points behind. Snoopy, he might have found the angle, though. If he can find this kill on the Purge, then the rest of the team may start to make a move. They haven't been able to. Only Snoopy here for now. 13 seconds remaining. Very even game as we go into a 3rd rotation of Ills.
That's kind of unreal, too. I mean, he's over there, like, trying to square up with the Renetti in those moments against Detach, but maybe dropping the ball a little bit there is Boston, but, of course, they still do have that cruise missile in the back pocket. Could be great for the rotation or even on this P1 time if they need it, but for the moment, you got top 3rd control, you got guys in time, so everything is singing sweet. You just got to keep track of these players, and Priesta, hyper aware right now, attaches in the background trying to flank. You see the kill feed, Priesta catches them. Now it's just all guns forward. Boston, easy reads right now on the minimap, keeping things secure.
Vegas Legion have had so much success over towards P1, but it's going to be very difficult to get that when you've got Slasher frying like this. Asim will find a kill on the Geo, and all of a sudden Vegas Legion are locked out. Boston Breach can very much win it here. 20 seconds away. Push from Vegas Legion needs to be clean. Priesta will find 1 and 2 attached. Need to find a way through. 15 seconds. It's ticking down now for Boston.
As absolutely it. I mean, one flank coming through. Purge trying to make the play. Jew in the back line. Couple trades are going to be there. Purge gets the double kill as well. 13 and 24, but he gets a big one. But look at those spawns. 2 in the back alley, 2 over by Red. Nero, though. Johnny on the spot. He's ahead of the game. And that's going to be Snoopy inside of the cruise in potentially the final moments. How good is the intel going to be? You still got the spawn up on a pinch. 2 players inside. Can't get it done, but you get him trapped indoors. Vegas going to have to fight them all off, and that is the kill feed to start it.
There you go. You managed to find the kills you need to. The cruise missiles used to no success whatsoever. Purge going to hold it down from the top right side. He was the one that really broke through over towards P1, and he might be the reason that Vegas Legion win this game. Snoopy can find one through the front door, needs some help. Asim is there, and he has no backup. Vegas Legion holding it down. It's a 6-point game. Big win from Snoopy. Can't get in time. Vegas Legion hold it down. It's a cracking map number 1 that Legion will take away, but not without its adversity. Big plays coming in from Purge over towards P1 to find the break. The rotation locks in. The fights fall their way. Vegas Legion take map number 1.
And it was just that angle up top, man. I think it was Slasher from top AC looking down, but that like weird little bit of cover he had. I mean, look, make no mistake. Purge was getting fried. He was not having a good map. He was double negative the entire time, that quite literally finishes the game on a 4 or 5 spree, and they broke P1 at the final possible second of when they were allowed to actually get that done. So, I mean, credit to Purge. You had a small missed moment, but we get to check it again just to see exactly how the gunny was coming through. But yeah, Purge, he found the right moment to snap, and there it is. Little bit of cover, gunny on the hill, and it was actually a seam up top that just could not finish that kill. And even with the spawns coming through, Vegas actually read it very quickly. So that is very heads up from Nero. Great gunny there out of Purge. Big moment in the very end.
Yeah, huge moment. It felt like Vegas Legion were fighting off the back foot after the first rotation, to be honest with you. Boston Breach seemed to be leading the dance. Really good map number 1, though, and it sets us up very, very nicely for the rest of this series. Boston Breach, it felt like over towards this last hole, Vegas Legion, you've got to give them all the credit, but I felt a little 1-by-1 from Boston. But in that kind of scenario, it's so tough, right? You got to get towards the hill as quickly as you possibly can. You got to find a break. You can have those panicky moments. It's always a tough ask, especially over towards P2. It's a hard break at the best of times. Never mind when you have to do it very, very quickly, and you have to do it very, very efficiently.
And it's also one of those types of games, too, that when you're going back over it in VOD review, you're going to be able to pick apart so many different moments, right? Boston even had the full setup on, like, the Junkyard Hill and simply could not execute. But, I mean, there you see the stat line. Again, Purge, maybe not quite double negative because of the spree he goes on towards the end, but wasn't really keeping up in the damage, wasn't getting a crazy number of assists. So he was certainly underperforming on the map. Doesn't matter. Got the dub. The Vegas Legion special in that moment. Absolutely stealing one away. And I mean, again, that is a massive map and a very big game. These two teams looking for that middle of the pack separation.
100%. Those 2 kills in that break. Stats can't define those kind of moments. Vegas Legion, I mean, for all I said, the first rotation had them feeling like they were in the driving seat. And Boston were leading the dance. Well, that tells you everything you need to know about me. And I'm talking absolute rubbish. But game flow coming through. You can see Vegas Legion very much in the lead the majority of the time, but a very, very close game, and Boston pull ahead, and then all of a sudden it's turned around on its head. Very, very close game number 1 as we head into game number 2 in a second. It's going to be Karachi Search and Destroy. Invasion Control going to be coming up after that as well, and if we need it, maps 4 and 5 will be Invasion and Highrise. Is that a map, though, that we were thinking for Vegas Legion? I know it's always going to be very, very tight when it comes down to these hard points. They've got to be feeling good coming into map number 2, though, considering Boston's Search and Destroy woes have, well, I want to say continued, but they found a map 5 win last week, so you never know. Things could change.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Boston, though, it's sort of like a weird story for these guys in Search and Destroy. It's like a map-dependent thing. Karachi is their only good S&D map. So as the game mode, Vegas comfortable to play them, yes, but Karachi S&D is the one sort of sweet spot for Boston. I say sweet spot. It is a 3-2 record, so it's not as if they are dominant, but it is the only S&D map where they have success. Like, Boston is 0-5 on Invasion sort of thing. Like, that's abysmal, but they dodge it in this series. It's a high rise for the game 5, so on the S&D front, maybe slightly more optimistic than we typically are for the Boston camp. Of course, on the flip side, I mean, Purge is typically the respawn underperformer. In Search and Destroy, he has been solid for the squad. He is an S&D kid. He's a very strong playmaker, has fantastic comms as well, so maybe a bit more of his opportunity to shine. And I also appreciated the player cams of Vegas after their win, like a burst of excitement on some of the younger players. Attach, cold as ice, just takes a sips of water, right ready for map 2. Attach, always a player. He's been locked in for like 12 years now.
Honestly, I've not seen the man age though. I know we were saying he's the veteran on this one. That block has not aged a single day since the very first day that I laid eyes on it. Vegas Legion looking very, very solid now. 1-0 up in this series. The Search and Destroy coming up next. You're going to be feeling good, and their map pool is growing, chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about how Karachi is sort of the one good point for Boston. Similar story on the flip side for Vegas Legion. A decent map for these guys as well. And of course, when you do something like 6-0 Toronto on a Rio S&D, that's sort of a shout out to the rest of the league of like, hey, you might have to ban it against us. Well, that's exactly what Boston does. So maybe one good map in the mix for Boston. Plenty of good maps now for Vegas to work with for the Search and Destroy game mode. So they got that map 1 win. These guys already feeling comfortable. Again, the more respawn reps that these guys get in, the better. They've been going toe-to-toe against some of the best in the game. And I mean, truly, this is a squad that have been on the up and up. I mean, I know, Gio's gotten a little bit of love as he's made his way towards the team, but it truly has been Attach and Nero lights out the entire year.
100%. Looking over towards it, though, we talked about Boston's woes, and, well, that will tell you exactly how things have went down over these Major II qualifiers. That 1 win coming in a map at number 5 last week against Rocker, so an asterisk against it because Rocker always lose map number 5s, but irrelevant of that, S&D has not been great.
Well, in ton, it's the conversion too. Like the stats for round 1 percentage, it's not great for Boston, but it's reasonable. Opening duel, close to 50-50. You want it above that sort of like mid-range point, but 47% isn't terrible. But if you cannot convert the rounds where you're getting the first bloods, that is a massive problem. So without question between these two teams, that has been the difference. The biggest difference maker, and more of the top teams in the game will hover in that like 80 to 95% range on conversion. That's sort of like league average. If you're above 90, absolutely phenomenal. Being just above 50 is terrible. And again, I mean, the devs talked about it, Slashers talked about it in interviews. Like the first blood's not the issue. It's the small mistakes they are making after the fact where, I mean, what the mistakes might be, tough to say. Overcommitments, sloppy comms, guys just sprinting when they shouldn't be, not holding the setups, bad comms. It could be any number of different things they've been working on in practice. That has been the primary focus point for Boston. And of course, in the respawn, they have been solid. It might be a tough map 1, but overall, if they can clean up the Search and Destroy, they will jump right back to contending with some of the top teams in the game. So it will absolutely be an interesting map 2, where we get to test again their resolve, their ice, see how far, if they can take this series the distance.
What was Legion who iced up in map number 1? Do Boston Breach have anything for them here in the Search and Destroy? We stay on Karachi. We change up the game mode. Overall in the season, yeah, okay, it's looking decent. Signed to Boston Breach. Defensive win percentage, they've got that on lock. That's something to keep an eye out as these rounds do go on. See if it does influence which way this map will go. But keep an eye on those first bloods. We mentioned it time and time again. The more you speak of it, 55% is... It's a huge issue.
It's a coin. You get the first blood, and it's still a coin flip on whether or not you win the round. That is not
something,
ideal.
right? Like you get it at 70 or something. You're like, okay, well, it's poor, but 55. Eesh. Here we go. Anyway, over towards it. To the side of Vegas Legion to kick things off. Snippy will be on his own if only momentarily. A little bit of control pretty much immediately for Vegas Legion, and they're just going to get this baby down immediately. Priest can do very little about this. No angles. Nice setup here from Vegas Legion. Boston gonna have to try and find a retake.
Yeah, get the smoke as well, just to make sure you get out of dodge. Priesthood does have the angles, so he knows nobody cross. So everybody on Boston knows nothing's over by P2. Everybody's trapped in red. You got Slasher working the flank. So you do have these 4 players trapped around red. The question is, can you actually execute and take them down? You still got Tax to work with. Boston, we'll see what they can do.
Time's running out. 20 seconds to get things going. Is Attach going to get traded? Yes, he is. The team will find Gio as well. Nero and Purge now having to survive. So Nova not going to find anything by the looks of things, and Nero will read that one, no problem. 10 seconds, the second gunfight from Nero. Wow. Big gunfight comes through, finds it. I don't think the time was maybe on the side there. for the side of Boston Breach, but irrelevant of that, Nero absolutely piecing.
Hey, I mean, look, that's also a round. I don't think Boston actually got the first blood, but that was very quick that they had a 3 versus 2. So they got the man advantage, and then the coin flip after the fact. They did everything right until the part where they just get gunned by Nero. So that is unfortunate. He plays a day 1 spot that we have seen a ton of in the past 2 weeks. And, I mean, Slasher was still sliding in. He got a bullet off, but not enough to set up Priesta for the kill, and that is a painful first round to have fall. Boston, again, #1 team on defense on this map. That's immediately what they lose. They've struggled more on the attacking rounds, but there's a first blood, so they do have the advantage.
A bit of a light push is what's going to catch Nero out. And now all of a sudden, do they know that B is completely wide open? Well, it is, but Purge is well going to be right on the flank. Really good play coming in from Snoopy, nice and patient. Now all of a sudden, if you're Vegas Legion, you need to start to kick into gear. Oh, he's got a free fight onto the bomb site if he wants it. Is he going to be able to find a kill here? Geo will find one. Slasher. Oh, he can't find the second as well. Attach will find another. No way, it's collapsed like this. Snoopy now. Makes it a 1 versus 1. Geo. Not going for the defuse yet. Plenty of time. Snoopy lingering around. Geo spots him and goes to chase the kill down. Come down to the 1 versus 1. Snoopy clutches up the 1 versus 2. Big ground for Boston Breach that they nearly threw out of the window. But eventually they will find it. That's that got scary.
Yeah, shout out to the kid, by the way. I mean, when we're talking about small mistakes in search on the side of Boston, Slasher's not the guy I'm expecting to be the ones to make mistakes, but him and Priesta just get obliterated through the smoke. So, an awkward moment, they got dished out what could have been a devastating round. Snoopy bails him out. That is a massive clutch, a massive moment. Maybe when Geo looks back on and wish he hopped the bomb, but he doesn't have the intel we do. So Snoopy right now, the lifeline, the savior for the squad, but on defense, action's not coming to him straight through the middle of the map. Vegas Legion, Asim's here to meet him. First blood for Boston again. They've been consistent with the man advantages. It has been spicy after the fact, though.
Let's see if we can have another spicy round. First 2 have been thoroughly entertaining. Give me a 3rd, please. Slasher locking this one down. Waiting for any sort of push to come through for Vegas Legion. Mid-map pressure was coming in from Purge. He will back down. It's looking like a B hit going to come through. Dot your eyes, cross your T's. Try and find the gunfight. Push is going to come through. Are they going to read it? Oh, Slasher again. Geo just seems to have his number. Attaches ready and waiting for the artillery, though, the cavalry to come through, I should say. Snoopy is going to find an incredible gunfight over towards Attach. Eventually make this a 2 versus 2. First blood was there for Boston. And now once again, a disadvantageous position. Purge locking this down. Is the push going to come through from the street side? Priester and Co. just looking to try in the first gunfight. They do it. They smoke out the rat. And now G is going to be able to potentially lock this one down. Good shots onto Priester. Needs to find some equally as good ones onto Snoopy. Can't find the fight. Again, Snoopy clutching up for Boston.
The lifeline, the savior. We bow down to Snoop in these moments. Again, dude, this is just being able to commentate and just set it up of like, hey, Boston first blood, but does it really matter? And consistently, like, not really. I will say in the actual 2 versus 2, though, it was fantastic execution. They knew the player was playing the nerd spot under scaffolding. They waited for the timing, the coordination. I think it was Snoopy that still had the stun, banks it off the wall, backs the guy on the bridge down, and they isolate the guy on scaffolding. So that is certainly a moment where I think the communication completely on point there for Boston. At the same time, though, it was a clear-cut man advantage that they nearly threw away. So, again, they just like to make things interesting, but if there's any extra benefit, Snoopy does have the cruise missile. And on a map like this, if you get the bomb planted with the cruise, it's a guarantee.
First blood and a second for Asim. They're finding them absolutely no problem here, Boston. Snoopy now looking to try and find her out as well as this bomb is looking like it is going to go down over towards the B side. Asim can find the first 2 gunfights, not the 3rd. Nero seems a very difficult one at this moment in time. 2 versus 3 for Vegas Legion. It will be a 2 versus 4 if they can convert it. But they'll have to find a defuse and they'll have to find Snoopy. Lingering around the middle of the map. This guy is absolutely frying, my word. Big round from Boston. Find themselves now with a 2-round advantage. It's looking good.
This man can do no wrong. 4 attached. That's an MCW. MCW can fry at that range and get the headshot multiplier, but the Rival 9, dominant in a gunfight like that. And of course, you have to be twisted for it. You got to hit the shots, but right now, Snoopy, very clean with it. Cruise missile still in hand if he needs it. The first bloods have been flowing for Boston. They have had the man advantage in every single round played thus far. So again, Karachi, they are thriving. Things look fantastic. They got the clutch when they need to. And now for Vegas, they're running this straight at Snoopy. I don't know if that's the player you want to mess with the first blood, but at least if you get him out of the picture, odds go up after the fact. And that is a read from Purge. That is the man to take down. And he sprints into death. All good.
Yep. Classic. Find your way over towards the A side. Maybe only expecting one player to be holding it down, but Priester over towards the back diner side. Is going to need the help for his teammates to come on through and defuse this bomb now. Shots in towards Slash Arasim. Is able to not just trade it, but find the gunfight before he is able to take his teammate down. Nero now going to have to lock it down. He's going to have to find something. He does have some help in the form of Attach, who's on his way. Asim will fall. Attach from up top. You got to just stop chasing these players. Maybe a little bit too much. Attach now in a 1v1. Can Priester find it? Time on the side of the Vegas Legion. Jumping on the defuse. Attach. You got to get there. You got to get there. Is he going to get there? Looks that way. Vegas Legion find the round just.
It's Attach in a 1v1. You know he's got it. Was the timing close? Yes, but that's because Attach gets it perfect. He hasn't aged a day because he doesn't feel stress in these moments. It honestly is ungodly how consistent he is for 1v1s. Like, over the course of Call of Duty history, I remember, like, in Advanced Warfare, before I started casting, I think it was Mr. X mentioned how good Attach was in 1v1s. It has been true ever since, and that's a big one there. Shout out to Purge, by the way. Gets the first blood on Snoopy. Snoopy, the right man to kill. Throws his life away after the fact, but again, all good. Vegas on the board. Get a defensive round, looking to clutch up.
It was an important round that for Vegas. He feels as if things would maybe get away from them just a little bit at 4-1, but 3-2. Make things interesting. Purge once again. Looking for something, and we'll find more than something. He may well find two here if he can get the jump onto a seam. Eventually we'll find the kill and we'll just dip. No problem whatsoever. Nero with a gunfight over towards the other side. Snoopy is dealt with again. Hasn't been able to do much for Boston Breach in the last of these two rounds. So it's looking like the second one's going to fall, and that's not going to help at all either. Priester taking down Slasher. And Priester now left in an impossible situation of a 1v4. Not going to happen.
I don't even know what was possible in the mini-map for Priester just to gun him like that. I think he had to have just gotten, like, scared by him. I don't think any players lined up. I don't know if Priester was in a gunfight. Either way, unfortunate moment. Maybe it didn't matter too much because Purge had basically already guaranteed the round, but I think we're catching a look at how Purge likes to play S&D, right? He is just sprinting around, looking to catch those timings. I mean, he's tried to work those fast flanks before. He's gotten caught a few times, but when it's successful, it is just a guarantee for the round count. All tied up on the Karachi front, 3-3. Maybe a little momentum on Vegas' side. And once again, straight over towards A, yeah, dealing with Snoopy again.
Yeah. I suppose if you're Purge, though, you're running through the middle of the map, you get taken down. It's just the first blood for Boston. Turns out it doesn't really matter that much anyway.
True.
We're vibing. Purge and Cole looking to find a push over towards this A side. Bomb is here. A 2-2 split. And they're going to find a route through. Snoopy has found himself maybe in a little bit more of a passive position. That stun check's going to come through, though. He'll do well to kill him, but he will be found out. We'll have to back on down. That bomb is now down 4 versus 4.
Oh, he's just in, like, ward right now, right? Couple nades landing at his feet. He's got two players directly underneath him. Different situation, though, by the way. Attach could be working the flank. So last time all the players for Vegas were isolated over towards red. They do get the first blood, but the flank's coming through. Purge says you got one. Attach strikes on the flank. He gives you two, and he buys you the time. Asim gonna have to try to run it down. Attach has already done so much playing with his food, and he's got the setup. Doesn't matter who gets the kill. Attach out here, winning them the round.
Flawless again from Attach. And it really does feel like the momentum has swung after those first 4 rounds. Boston feeling confident, but things have changed very, very quickly. A couple of very solid rounds from Vegas Legion as well. It's not been anywhere near close in these last 2 at least. Which way is this one going to go? Huge map in the series, this. If Boston can bring it back, you've got a great series. But if they go 2-0 down, I don't know how I feel about their chances. Looks like it's going to be a big hit over towards the B side. Got to keep an eye out for those nades. They have landed, but Purge survives. And Purge finds a route through the middle of the map. It's a big hit through market, though, for Boston. Setting up inevitably to get some bridge control. But again, Purge is here. Are they right? They haven't seen him?
There's no shot. They're playing off the cruise, and they've already lost the round, potentially. Snoopy's going to be stuck in it. Purge behind enemy lines. You can't find the kill. You got a 4 versus 3.
Next to each other.
You're worried about the Purge in your spawn.
Oh, they were next to each other. That is a disaster for Boston Breach, but is it yet? Priester will fall to Purge, but they answer back pretty much immediately. A little bit of fortunate and unfortunate timing with the cruise missile. Smoke down. Push towards the bomb site coming on through, and an immediate plan. Nero sprinting through the smoke. Should be able to deal with the player. Doesn't even see him. Has found himself in absolute hell all of a sudden. But a great position to be in nonetheless. Nero trying to survive. Found himself now in a really awkward spot for not just himself, but for Boston as well. If he can continue to survive, how are Boston getting this bomb down? The answer is they're not, but Slasher will deal with him. Bomb now going down.
They get it. Attach Ice Field, though, at least catches them for the 2v2. So the man advantage nullified. A little bit of time right now for Vegas to work with. And he might have just found the timing. Attach is underneath. He's got the read on Slasher, and he's got the Gunny 2 and a Cruise. Attach has everything he won. Now he's got to get the round, and it's Geo that delivers it again. Boston cannot execute even when things are good. The clutch factor for Vegas, much too strong. And I tell you, I was looking at Attach in the player cam. His eyes were dialed, ready to go and make that move on the round. Again, we just saw how Boston uses the cruise missile. Absolutely horrible. Purge has been sprinting at you, and he's on defense every round. He finds the timing again. Nobody watching a thing. And I think Vegas might be a little bit better on the execution front. In Attach, we trust.
Just silly mistakes creeping out from Boston. They need ironed out pretty shortly, because honestly, these search and destroys, I mean, I was about to say they're becoming a problem. They've been a problem for a while. 5-3 now. Vegas Legion got to be feeling good, and can they use their cruise missile to better effect? Well, you'd almost say absolutely. But when did they choose to invest it? See, has he found an angle, or has he just found an unfortunate moment? Geo will find them. They walk on through. The cruise missile will give the cover and a kill as well. Vegas Legion 4 versus 2. Bomb down. This should begin. Priester finds one on the Purge still. And Soupy with some good shots on the Nero. But you need to find more than that.
And that's a great nade, but there's also no follow-up, right? So a 2v3, you're working for some power positions, but you've to gun these players down. Nearly hopeless. Geo back down, but things right now easy for Vegas.
Snoopy finding some market control. 22 seconds. You need to find some kills very, very quickly. Priester falls. Snoopy has really been the talisman for Boston Breach in this map. But can he find anything here? A little bit of time in. 1, 2. Attach is surely not going to give him this. Got to try and find something. You're looking for him, and he is nowhere to be seen. Attach up top kills the game. And that number 2 win for Vegas Legion. They are cruising in this series. So good from Attach and Co. Punishing Boston every single time they possibly could. Kill Snoopy, win the round, win the game.
That's Boston's best map for S&D as well. And as you pointed out for Snoopy, it was either miraculous clutches or it was just a breakdown in every single round. First Blood's effectively null and void. That is a little painful to watch. And I mean, honestly, picturesque of like the mirror images we just got of the cruise missiles, because using them in the exact same situation, it's not a post plant you're looking for. You're using the cruise missile to get the bomb down. Boston, they dropped the ball instantly because Purge was just flying at them on the flanks. And of course, on the side of Vegas, instead, the cruise missile delivers you not just a free first blood, but the free second kill as well, making the round that much easier. But yes, Attach clutching the 1v1s, clutches in every clutch moment. Double-digit kills, 12-4 performance, as good as you could ask for. Attach, he has been on point all year.
Fantastic work from the Betty. And it's found Vegas Legion 2 to the good. A close map number 1, a comfortable map number 2. Invasion Control coming up next as well. Oh, you got to figure something out very, very quickly here, Boston. It's not looking great in this game, but if they can find the control, heading over towards an Invasion Hardpoint, that could be very, very close. But looking over towards those kills, I mean, look, Snoopy had a really good game for the side of Boston, but not quite enough to get the job done. And again, I think for Purge, you know, we pointed out time and time again, it's sprinting down the middle of the map. Doesn't care if he dies, because honestly, the First Bloods didn't matter if Boston even found it. Really good map number 2 coming in from Vegas Legion. They are in a commanding position in this series. Map number 3 going to be coming up very, very shortly. We'll see after this.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Wins the first gunfight, wins the second gunfight, stops the zone from getting captured.
Right now, attach Eric Boom. He's got a lot of these moments in his career. Why don't we tack on another one? The new guy? I've been doing this my whole life! In behind everybody, though, is Dashy. Can you take down 2? Maybe 3! He gets them all as they line up for Dashy.
Symphony of a break. Hydra holds on, and my goodness, he does incredibly well to get 3. Abizi, though, doubles down, and that's enough to lock things up.
That'll be the turning point of the game, and Atlanta FaZe starting to chain a couple hills together. Abizi, it's your turn to start turning up. He already finds himself in a 5 streak.
Nero is pinching, and he's gonna find 2. This might be a very clean round here for Vegas Legion.
Here's everybody. Is this round nearly done? Nero is all across the map. 7 in a row for him. Locks down his 8th, stays up through it.
Through shots, he plays that really well over towards the back of Dyna. And now Pred can get himself in a position where he can cause absolute havoc.
That free first kill. Shots below the flame. Might have the timing perfect. Wins the first gunfight, wins the second gunfight, stops the zone from getting captured in a highlight reel play. It's a 3v3.
Gotta go. You gotta go if you're Rocky. You're locking it down. If you're Optic Texas, make it 1 kill from Chelsea. Linz, can he find the clean up here? It's Dashy to find 1 more. Can they lock it in time? It's a 3 versus 12 in the end from Optic. Things looking very good now for the side of Vegas Legion. 2 to the good up against Boston. Search and destroy. Well, we expected it to go Vegas's way, but again, for Boston, the problems persist. Chance those first bloods were flowing, and the rounds were going the opposite direction. Not the best of showings from Boston once again.
Yeah, and if you want to watch Boston choke potentially in person, we do have Major II tickets on sale. You got a QR code. You can scan it, get your tickets, get some sunlight. It's going to be down in Florida. You have high expectations for the vitamin D. And again, whether you want to watch your favorite team perform well, or if you want to watch them chokes on the main stage, you will have all the options available to you. Just make sure you get the tickets. Even the Challengers event, I believe, just got announced for Miami as well. So shout out to the Heretics, fantastic organization coming in, getting big things done. I'm very excited and just a few weeks away.
Yep. Just keep running him, it. It's fine.
Yeah, sorry, Ton. I was gonna throw it out there, but like, it's all good.
Just continuously.
We'll have like a Ton and Bryce totem that I'll bring with.
Honestly, I feel like if anybody needed the sun more, it's definitely Bryce. Anyway, no relevant of that. Over towards Invasion we go. Control coming up. And is this the potential bounce back now for the side of Vegas Legion? It has to be. Out for Vegas Legion, for Boston Preacher. I'm here. I mean, look, Chance, the records don't necessarily fill me full of confidence for Boston, but they have had opportunities. Map number 1 was close enough. They had opportunities to turn rounds into something in the search and destroy. If they're given the opportunity here on map number 3, do you feel confident that they'll be able to take it?
Well, I mean, you saw the stats, right? Fantastic on defense. It's a defensive-heavy map, so either team, honestly, if you get that defense for a round 5, you're feeling fantastic. But it's a matter of getting there off the opening break. A little bit of action for Vegas. Maybe somewhat of like a split push effectively coming through. Purge is going to be annoying, living inside of Rugs, while maybe the main action heading over towards B. That's where Geo is going to be working with Attach. And, I mean, you just saw Attach's numbers, by the way. 1.45, simply ridiculous. Attach is on form, and Purge doing an annoying enough job that the B capture is going to be a guarantee. And you still have a little bit of pressure to push up the map, look for some extra kills. And, well, Geo, free kill number 1. I would assassinate that guy every single time, but that is reason number 37 while I'm not a pro.
I'd love to hit another 36 reasons, maybe another day, but Geo will fall over towards the laundry side. But yeah, you're very right. That pressure can come in from Vegas Legion. Look at where they're setting up now. Boston Breach gonna have to hold tight here, Chance.
They're doing a pretty good job just to stay alive again on these offensive rounds. As long as you have the pressure around A, the opportunities are going to be there. Every death, though, a bit of a dagger, and that is everybody falling one by one like dominoes. And Attach 0-1 so far in the round. Opportunity to do some damage, but at the very least, he is only going to be a nuisance. His team a little bit desperate to get out of the spawn. His team's going to fall, so the floodgates down that B street going to be open. Small window of opportunity, and I mean, Attach. In that moment, Snoopy just doesn't know where to look, and here you go. The A hit could come through.
One player really can be the catalyst to break something open over towards A. Good shots coming in from a seam. Boston will hold tight again. They will find 3 kills again, but once more, there is one player lingering around, but for how much longer, I'm not too sure. Purge is taking plenty of bullets, should be dead to rights, and there you go. Boston clear it out. For Vegas Legion, now you're going to try and find a breakthrough. Next couple of kills, super important.
If you're just looking at Snoopy's positioning, right, that is a picturesque example of why it's so difficult to work the flanks, because you are going to get spotted. It does not matter where you go. It is easy to watch the, again, 37 reasons why I'm not a pro and 36 cuts you can watch on this map. You're inside of DVDs, a little bit of damage done. And again, for Vegas players, if they're alive, things are feeling great. Priesta Snappy is going to get traded, but right now, just looking at the minimap, it is difficult for Vegas to sort of find that clear-cut opening over towards A. They're getting picked apart on every cross from every direction and every angle. And now the players coming off spawn, got to deal with Slasher, got to deal with the seam, and you're not dealing with those two. It's Snoopy hunting you down with the pistol. Vegas, pressure on the map, yes. Execution on A, no. They're struggling to get anything done.
Yeah, it's been a real struggle. You're finding position well, and you may well find an opportunity again. Gotta find this gunfight if you're Snoopy. He's found a lot so far. 10-3 from him. Next couple of gunfights, absolutely crucial. Nero inside the pot. Stops the time. Here we go. It can fall ever so quickly when it comes down to control. 70 seconds remaining. Gotta win some gunfights. Slasher falls. Rest of the team coming in off the respawn. Priestess does well to find one. The second easily falls his way. And once again, the attack, well, I was about to say, is crumbled. Geo will find 2. And you got to make the move now. Geo can find a 3rd as well, but he will need to find just a little bit more. The shots in are good, but if you are Boston, you hold it down. If you're Vegas Legion, you got to get the Nikes on and get on running. Not going to happen. Opportunity there for the side of Vegas Legion, but Boston Breach shut the door every time.
Yeah, big plays from B-Dog as well. That 2-piece, make no mistake, might have saved him in the round. The wall bang on point, the follow-up kill. All things considered, though, that small mistake, that window of opening that Vegas actually found did give them an extra tick, an extra little segment, which could potentially go a long way. So not quite a standard round, a slightly better than average there on the side of Vegas. So it's not a lot to work with, but it is absolutely something. Boston gonna have to push just a little bit further. No A hits off the rip. Obviously, Trophy's going to be out and about, so gonna keep it nice and standard over toward B. Double stack coming through. Everybody else playing towards mid. Play a little bit of TDM before we start really grinding on that objective.
Vegas Legion coming to have a look, though. Don't want to just give this one away. Snoopy has been really good here for Boston Breach. Had a really shaky start to map number 1. Was sitting at 1-7, turned it around. Obviously, they weren't able to get the dub. Same can be said over towards the second map. Was really the shining light for Boston in what has been a dark series so far, though. They are looking like they're going to get a hold of B now. Push going to come through from Purge. He is there to maybe slow this down. Rest of Vegas Legion also on their way. Keep an eye on Snoopy, though. He could be the one to maybe break coming on through to find a flank. Or does he just hightail it over towards the A side if these kills go his team way? Well, Slasher and Snoopy will find 2. Purge is there to answer back. B is looking like it is still going to go Boston's way, but none of Purge has something to say about it. Slasher behind enemy lines, but good clear up from Legion.
Yeah, Vegas actually just did a fantastic job of basically ignoring Slasher. Don't deal with the treehouse push. Just go through like DVD, just sprint straight at him, make him ineffectual, and yeah, Slasher can't get anything done. And now you're dealing with the spawn trap. Purge lighting up the kill feed as well. He's got the cruise missile. And it was a slightly better than average offensive round there for Vegas. This is looking like a phenomenal round on defense. If you can shut down those zones, that might be, honestly, the game in a moment like this. Pressure on Boston to respond, and if you're in a situation where you're roaming towards A in a moment like this, not ideal. They are being suffocated in their spawn.
The shots from Purge making me do my best Owl impressions over here, over towards the B side. Fantastic work to break it open. It was him who found 3 kills and then put Boston into this blender. We can find a rip through the middle of the map potentially. Attached now will be there to lock it down, but he is going to get taken down. You need to get a touch of your Boston within the next 3 seconds. Got to jump and you got to go now. They get it. But is the damage maybe already done? Looks like B is going to be secured. So if you're Vegas Legion, well, okay, you've done a really good job throughout the majority, but you'd be a little bit upset that you managed to lose that, considering where you had Boston, who have given themselves a lifeline.
And you just had Purge in a spot where he could have made the big play, but also sort of got neutralized over by the tractor, couldn't find a kill, and the timing does not go his way. Nice wall bangs there from Nero, but more or less back to square one. 44 seconds, though, not a ton of time to work with, and Nero getting damaged before he falls as well. And again, with only less than 40 seconds on the clock, time is of the essence. The more Vegas slow them down, the better. Pushed out over towards Bridge and attached. Decent damage, but players alive and side of Cafe. Boston, this is your one good chance. A bunch of players grouped up right next to the zone. The kills have to fall. Priesta gets the first.
Here we go. Gets gunned. Attached, some really good centering coming on through. Will Hell find the 3rd, and that will be the round. A better hold from the side of Vegas Legion. Made Boston really work for it, but for Boston, at least you did get a hold of B. It wasn't looking like you were going to at any stage during that round. Page tried to shut that down, was able to slow it down. But Vegas Legion, good defensive hold. It is a tick advantage towards them after 2 attacking rounds.
Yeah, I mean, this is the invasion special, right? Like the amount of focus that you have to pay attention to just to those extra segments towards the end. So Vegas, you know, again, big opportunity to demoralize and shut them down on defense. But of course, even though that ball gets dropped just a little bit, great news, Purge still has that cruise missile. And you might be able to create a window of opportunity on the attacking rounds to use the cruise if you want to. Maybe better to play a little bit safe and keep it for the defensive rounds just in case. But you see the idea from Purge. Might be late to the round, try to pick up an extra flanker and make that bolt over towards that A zone. Meanwhile, his team focused on B. Just a single cap right now for the moment, so it's going to be slow. But still playing for kills. No one's died yet. 15 seconds in the round. It's Slasher and Priesta finally able to get those first few kills. That play that Purge was trying to make down A Street, you had Priesta just more patient.
Big gunfight actually going to go on over towards A Street. Priesta now going to try and butter Vegas Legion up before they can even get out their spawn. Will get dealt with. Good shots coming in from Nero. Will backslash it down. Capturing over towards this B side though. Looking good here from Vegas Legion so far. One play's going to come through and that will be Snoopy. He finds nothing. All of a sudden B is pretty much gone. Unless it's an absolute miracle play going to come through from Boston Breach. But for the control in the middle of the map, not too bad. You will lose B very quickly. A full 2 minutes and 5 seconds to work on over towards A. You do have one player behind in his team who is going to slow things down here. Vegas Legion still have to dot their I's, cross their T's if they want to make a push over towards A side.
Purge, yeah, is going to fit. Finally got the trade. Took a little extra time to get it, but waiting for the angle to get lined up for him. But this is for Vegas. Again, they have the cruise missile. If you manage to find that small window of opportunity, if you get in that A zone, the cruise missile could be devastating. For the moment, though, it's looking like they're going to struggle to set it up. Attached last man standing on the mat does not stand for long. Right back to square one, back in your spawn, and working through the B street. Boston keeping the pressure up on defense, keeping the kills and trades flowing through. Vegas again, a long way to go. Minute 20 seconds, 2 good pushes to work with.
Can Boston keep themselves alive in the middle of the map? Sometimes it is just about playing your life, slowing them down. Gio going the long way about it. Pre-step there to clean up. Can find the second as well. Got a lot of help with both those gunfights, and he didn't need any for that one, but isn't able to make those bullets land again. Boston Breach just seem to find flurry of kills when they really do need it. Looking pretty grim for Vegas Legion on this attacking side. Gio can find a kill though, and all of a sudden you can see Nero has found a gap through the defense. Next couple of gunfights are massive. Nero not just finds a gap, he finds 2 alongside of it. Slasher needs to find more than 1 here, realistically. Vegas Legion will find their way in towards A. Remember, they have that cruise missile. There is potential in this push.
And 2 on the point as well, so Boston already feeling the heat. Slasher's gonna fly. Priest gets that blood. Slasher does not die, has the gunny with the pistol. It's enough for the trades. Still a tick has come through, but that is a big gunfight win by Slasher. A little late to the play, but he executes on his job. Attach gets sniffed out as well. All things considered though, for Vegas, I mean, on the tick front, it's great. You're up 8-3. You now have a massive advantage in this game. 22 seconds left. Round's not done yet, but I think with those kills from Asim and Snoopy, that should be good enough for Boston to win the round. But there's the battle, and then there's the war. The bigger picture right now for Vegas, they are looking good so far on Invasion Control.
It's very classic Invasion Control, isn't it? A couple of potential opportunities for these attacking teams, but it has been, well, difficult to find a route through. But those ticks aren't going to make a difference, you feel. Our 5th round is, well, it's feeling like it's beckoning. Vegas Legion, can you maybe try and find something here on your defensive side? Of course, there's Boston now with the lead. Boston, I mean, I think, if I can recall at least to the first attacking opportunity, they did have a couple of looks, but again, very similar to what Vegas Legion have had on under offer. But I think the equalizer, the only difference between these two teams here in this round is the fact that Purge does have that cruise missile if they need it. But realistically, those ticks over towards their attacking rounds have put them in a really, really good position, albeit behind, and it is going to be an hit coming in through the side of Boston Breach pretty much off the rip here. Going to try and get something going almost immediately. Trophy out, into the point you go. Slasher can answer back into the kill that came through from Nero, but attached Geo making it work, and all of a sudden this is the other side of the coin and what can potentially happen over towards A. I say that though, Snoopy will find 2 and keep it going.
He doesn't have a trophy though. Sun's gonna hit him. That nade is gonna miss actually, so doesn't do damage. It's only a 1v1 gunfight for Snoopy to win, but he cannot get it done. Hero, maybe the hero in that moment for the 1v1 gunfight. Keeping things a little bit safer than they needed to be, but Boston still the pressure over towards A, so like a guy like Attach right now posted up L-triggered on this B zone. But maybe just a 1v2 gunfight. Number 8's having the turn because Priest is getting the kills, and number 3 and number 7, it's Slasher versus Nero in the kill feed, and Slasher's gonna lose it, and so does everybody else on Boston. Snoopy, the hero in the search and destroy, finds the timing again to get behind enemy lines. And what does he decide to do with this play? On the zone, he goes after he gets the kill. And so for Vegas, they are so far out of the picture. Snoopy, again, it's 1v1 gunfights that if he can pull these off, the opportunity is there. The timing's not going to go his way. There's the trade from Purge. So Vegas staying ahead of the game on defense, making sure no funny business is rolling through.
Boston have to be careful here, though. For all they have made progress over towards this A side, a lot of time has been wasted. You don't really have a lot going on over towards B. The lives are not in your favor either. Can they find a potential route through here if you're Vegas Legion? Again, they are still hitting over towards this A side. Really good job from Boston. Managing to get more progress coming on through, but Vegas Legion, you need to hold this down, and they are still having success at B, but they are having no success over towards A. This is going to go. Priestess locked it down, and they've just chipped away at it if you're Boston. Vegas Legion, have they crumbled at the wrong time here?
Well, still, you can defend the B zone as well, right? A is much more difficult, but you can still clutch up on defense. But Boston have done the hard work, right? They've done the more difficult thing. You're still pretty fresh on the life count as well. 14 is plenty to work with, and you get pressure up the map, and Snoopy's finding the kills. This is Operation Stay Alive right now. If you get a 3-man down, yes, you stack the point, and, well, that's not going to be quite the moment. 2 on it for the second. You got to watch these flanks.
Crew's coming in. Will take down Slasher, and is that now the opportunity for Vegas Legion to pounce? 55 seconds remaining. Lives truly in the advantage for Vegas Legion. Now everything just comes to a stop, which is going to work out for the defensive team, you would like to think, in Vegas Legion. Shots come through from Purge are good onto Snoopy. Asim can't get out after that kill into Geo as well. Still presence here for Boston Breach. They needed Asim to stay alive.
There you go.
Has done, and everybody else has done a fantastic job over on the other side of the map, and all of a sudden this push in over towards the B side starting to look good. Purge the only one here who can really slow this down. Everybody else from Vegas Legion in off the respawn. They have to get there fast.
Oh, and Asim still playing cutoff as well. Being annoying, slowing him down. Is that going to be enough to help Snoopy? Feeling the pressure, going to back off the zone. 30 seconds left. You don't have a lot of time to play with for Boston. They're waiting for the reinforcements to roll through. Priesta electing to go on the flank as well. Nero shuts it down. Snoopy up top. He's 1 HP. Boston are struggling to get this done.
Oh, it's been so tough. It's been looking so likely, but Slasher's the only one who can find a kill, and he gets punched to death from a touch. Vegas Legion looking like they're going to hold on. One more opportunity for Boston Breach. Priesta needs to find a route through. The stun comes through, so does the utility. 7 seconds, gotta get a touch. Purge with the first kill onto Snoopy, and this might just be the dagger as Nero gets the cut over from Dark Side. It's one player left. He is dealt with. Round number 5. We eventually go. Oh, that got stressful for Legion for just a second, but they managed to hold on.
And this is like a big W, small W kind of moment for these teams. Maybe the good news for Boston, Purge did have to invest that cruise missile, so that massive piece of utility no longer on the table. That is a small W for Boston, but for Vegas, that's just a hard commitment. They never like fully committed to defending A. They'd consistently send one player back, maybe 2 to try to get him off the zone. And I mean, as you pointed out, Ton, just the chipping away effect that Boston had is good enough for one zone. But because Vegas never overcommitted, they always had players over pushed up towards B, over by Square, over by Tractor, getting these cutoff kills. Still able to ice up. So big moments for Vegas, and Nero having a great game as well. Him and Purge right next to each other in the kills column, and another split push right now for Boston. Kills going their way, trades back and forth, but the A zone not looking very open. Priest are gonna fall, and we go back to the old standard. B zone gonna be slow, and Attach doesn't want to give it away, and he's not gonna make it easy. He finds the extra kills, and now for Boston, again, you might just be stuck in your spawn.
Yeah, Vegas Legion very much concentrating on a few more members towards that A side when things do get up and running, but now all of a sudden everyone's over towards B, and they are forcing Boston Breach back. Close points is going to start coming on through. Attach needs to try and hold it, but if he does, it could be massive for Vegas Legion. 2-0 up in this series on defensive side. When it comes down to invasion, is everything you could possibly want. Good shots coming through from Nero, but not quite good enough to finish it off, and it looks as if Boston Breach are going to find a little route through here. Seems going to find a way onto the point. The kill's starting to fall their way, but falling their way as they're backing up towards their spawn. For all Vegas Legion lose those gunfights, not the end of the world.
Well, if I'm Geo, I'm calling the cruise missile off spawn. Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be stacking the point. Everybody's going to have to scatter. 42 seconds left on the game clock for the moment, but the time is going to tick down. You might not get a kill, but you got a double flank rolling through for Boston. Can you even read this in the moment? They just have pressure all over the map. Purge wins the gunfight, not just 1, but 2 on the flank. Last player standing for Boston on the zone. Priesta and Slasher for the moment are delivering, but the pressure is still very much on.
Oh, Slasher's just done such a good job. That first gunfight was massive, and he finds it. And alongside of it, you get that extra time to get yourself over towards this A side. So trying to find some kills, but it's only Asim who can do so. Priest here with a bit of map control. The only thing is for Vegas Legion here, you have been forced back, but that's a big kill from Nero. To lock it down over towards that side, but he's only alive momentarily. Priest finds it, so mid-map control still being fought over. Pushing and pulling between each other. Purge might be in trouble here, and all of a sudden there's an opportunity now for Boston. If they can get across the road, you're gonna have to lock it down. If you're Geo, you need to find something. You find absolutely nothing. Boston have a way through. They're inside of it.
They're only one body though, right? They're still playing for the cutoff kills. Priesta wasn't able to make it over, and Nero wins another gunfight in these clutch moments. Holding the cross, it's only good enough for damage. The man inside the zone is gonna fall. Boston get wiped out, and the one moment that might have had gets stuffed. They gotta recollect, and I mean, give it the old college try, but Vegas have been clean on defense. 42 seconds left of game clock.
That felt like a moment in this series that really could define it. Or a Boston Breach gonna make something of this push. Slasher is able to find one. The flag's starting to come through, dealt with by Purge, who is just chilling out right now if he can. Geo on the point. Boston poised to try and find something, but Geo just ain't missing right now. Boston get cleared again. Priesta the only one over towards the backside. Slasher will find one on the other off the respawn. You gotta get rid of Priesta here. if you're Vegas Legion, but if you're Priesthood, you've got to find something, and then everything else, you are the only one who can be anywhere near to try and find a push. He's going to find one kill, going to try and hold his angle if he can, but Purge might just have stuck the final dagger in. Vegas Legion, can you hold it? Boston, you got to get the touch. No chance at all. Vegas Legion clutch up 3-0. Convincing in map number 2. Close maps in 1 and 3. But in the end, Vegas Legion sweep Boston. Very, very easy game in the end, apparently, from the kill cams and the cams towards the end as well from Legion, but they will be feeling good about that. Boston had your chances, did not take them.
And who doesn't love a good old defensive shootout on Invasion? What might have been the longest control game of the year. Vegas on point. The number of clutch gunfights, by the way, that Nero had in that game alone, pretty outstanding, in all honesty. And Purge was right there with them in the slaying category. I mean, everybody for Vegas on point. Geo got a cruise missile at one point. Purge got a cruise missile at one point. Able to really stack the odds in your favor. And really not too much to say about the stats on Boston. You just got dished out extra offensive rounds. There's only so much that you can do. But in a battle between these two teams with so much on the line, it is Vegas that come out on top. They might very well have just guaranteed themselves winner's bracket going into the new major. And of course, they still have a plenty of matches left to play in this stage. So I think with that extra 10 CDL points they just got, they've now bumped themselves up. They're in the top 8 range. They're in the better side of the bubble. And for Boston, another pain point of a series. Nail-biter for early matches, but didn't matter towards the end.
Did not matter at all. 3-0 for Vegas Legion. Got to be feeling good. Wonder what the desk are thinking of Boston at this stage, though.
Puckett knows ball. Puckett knows.
Had their opportunities.
Been watching Attach since he was on a sniper rifle. It's been a minute since we've seen that. Congratulations to Vegas Legion. Nero at the end, though, showcasing some swagger. I feel like there is a change in the tide in the Vegas camp right now, and it all started here in the Major II Qualifiers with a young guy doing some of the objective roles, Nameless.
Listen, man, this team, they're so exciting to watch. I mean, they were down and out in that map 1, and it comes down to a crazy play. We got to show some love to Purge. He's having a tough one, but he calls game, goes crazy at the end of that first hard point. And
can you pause that? Walk me through it live. I picked it out. It's our scuff play of the game. End of game number 1. It's the hard point. Nameless. Ali didn't think this was a big deal. Explain why it's so crucial.
This was massive. So, this is the end of the game. They have full control, full hold of this prior to this moment. Purge comes up through mid-cut. He finds a kill on the hill, shimmies on the pillar, and absolutely guns a player up top AC. If he doesn't get those kills, this game is over with. There was nobody on Legion close to P1. He has to get that 2-piece. He does it, and then he stays alive the rest of the entire game, gets over with the transition towards red, stays alive, forcing them to all funnel through Cab Alley and back hop wall. They end up closing that game out, and with that momentum, they go into that search and destroy. Even though they go down, it's still Purge making huge plays in S&D as well.
Do you think Boston is particularly, sensitive to situations like that? Are they emotional players? Would a loss like that get in their heads?
No, absolutely not. I think for Boston Breach, you forget there's some world champions on that roster who have been in these situations before. They just had a really slow start in that map number 1. They came back a little bit during the second rotation, but like we just broke down the play of the game, they lost that final rotation over to the P2 side. They sent no bodies over there. They were committed on trying to win on P1, and unfortunately, it just didn't go their way.
Didn't go their way. It went Purge's way today, and he joins us live. It's our Monster Winner Spotlight. Purge, I asked to chat with you because Nameless, we had Maven, Merc, everyone was losing their minds. What is your job on the team right now, and where do you feel you were most clutch in today's match?
I think my job on the team really is I'm kind of the in-game leader. Me and Dylan attached, we kind of bounce off each other. So we try to keep everything under our control. We know that the game's flowing, try to communicate to our teammates what we need to pick up, what they need to pick up. And, I don't mind getting in the hill. I don't mind doing the dirty work. My teammates are gross, so we keep winning. I'm going to keep doing it.
Purge, congratulations on the win. As we head into kind of the middle of Major II Quals right now, where is Vegas Legion standing as, what are you guys most confident in, and what are you working on moving forward as we get closer to Major II?
I think our control and S&D has definitely been improving. We've been focused on that in practice. I think our hardpoint's also very good. I think we just have some inconsistencies that we just got to work on, and we're probably going to focus on that going forward.
Sure.
What was the biggest difference in your guys' gameplay as a team when you switched over to a sub? Like, how's that transition been for you?
Honestly, I never used a sub before this transition, so it was a little difficult at first, but honestly, I think it's paying off. I think I can make a lot of plays. I think I'm way more comfortable, way more fast on the sub. I think I was making a lot of not very good plays on the AR, so I think it's working out so far.
Definitely in that game 3, you dropped 35 on him.
Yeah, he was frying. I want to ask you the dynamic between you and Nero. Nero obviously plays at a really high pace. How does that work between you two? What are your guys' discussions like after series?
I let DK, that's what we call him, Dylan, I let him do what he's got to do. He's insane. He's one of the best players in the league by far. I try to just call out for him, let him know what he needs to do. I just let him go kill stuff. I'll get in the hill for him. And also, shout out Mama Nero, her birthday today.
Shout out Mama Nero, happy birthday. Purge, final question for you. We've seen the Challengers Elite going down. We've watched matches happening that are going down on Wednesday and Thursday. Which teams, which players should we look out for? I know you used to beat up on these kids last year.
There's a lot of good players. I'm gonna have to go with my boy Yeez just because we won Challenger champs last year. He's been grinding in Challengers, never got his shot. He's a good player, and I hope he gets his chance one day.
I love that call. Thank you so much, and congrats on your 3rd win here in Stage 2.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Vegas Legion, for now, is currently in the 4th seed. Atlanta still has a chance to win their 4th matchup later this weekend. But a very strong start here for our Vegas squad. If you want to find out when Vegas is playing next, and how do you do it?
You gotta sync your calendars. Never miss a match of your favorite Call of Duty team with the Call of Duty League Calendar Sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you also receive a Squad Up calling card you can use in-game. So go ahead and sync your calendars. Never miss a match. CallOfDutyLeague.com/schedule.
And of course, Gamer G is taking us down south. Where are we headed next, Allie?
We're heading to Miami, and Miami Heretics are hosting Major II tournament. Make sure you scan the QR code and get your tickets now. We have been sold out for most of our majors, so make sure you get them early.
Texas, Carolina, coming up when we return. This is the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
from a city, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
The party's just getting started here in the CDL studio. Welcome back, everybody. Chris Puckett alongside Alley Cat and Nameless, and we're about to see a rivalry. Clayster against Optic. Carolina taking on the Green Wall. Let's start here with Optic, a squad that is 3-0, but their wins haven't been clean. They did get a 3 over LAT, a 3-1 over LAG, but that matchup against Rocker, they got exposed for the early part of that match.
Yeah, they had a really, really slow start versus the Minnesota Rocker. I mean, it was over an 100-point loss in that map number 1. The search and destroy was a bit closer, but again, I think it's more impressive that they were able to take that round 5 in that Karachi. I mean, Shotzi had an insane map. It came down to a 3v11. Dashy had 5,600 damage. So if anything, this smells good things for the Green Wall, that their team's mentality and they're able to not back down or give up in the middle series even when they're down 0-2.
Yeah, I think for Optic Texas from stage 1 to 2, we talked about in the pre-show, they had some clear objectives that they wanted to improve in this one. It was like fixing our man situations in search and destroy, which they have done. When they get bombed down, making sure they're able to close out those rounds, they have done that. They've won 2 straight S&Ds, then also improving in control. A deeper map pool now. They've won in Invasion and Karachi. So Optic have accomplished some good goals. This is a true test, though, as well, because Carolina has been good at HP, but they're going up against Optic. Strong hardpoint analytics, 23.9 points per 60 seconds, ranked second in the league. They're basically top 3 in every single HP metric that we have.
15 points per break chance. That's a pretty cool stat. Shout out to Easy Mac and the crew from Breaking Point behind the scenes. Allie, for Optic, you're the favorite coming in, though, right? Yes. Everyone in the chat is expecting you to take down the Royal Ravens. Where are you vulnerable, if at all?
You're definitely vulnerable in the search and destroys. You're an extremely strong respawn team right now, and you've been showing some good looks when it comes to search and destroy, but your map pool isn't incredibly deep, and when it comes to the stats, the only thing you're good at is your attacking rates. Everything else is bottom 3 in the league. So there's opportunity for Carolina Royal Ravens in this series. Also in those map 1s, once again, Chris touched on the fact there was a lot of 3-1 losses. A reverse sweep versus Minnesota Rocker. They are not showing up in these first hard points.
All right, start off strong. Might be the key here for Optic. Against Carolina, it's not always easy, especially if Gwyn gets going bright and early. The rookie making his name heard around the league with his SMG play, but I felt like this guy coming in changed the game for the Royal Ravens. Foe has upped their comms, and with those call-outs, they're starting to frag out.
Yeah, I feel like all these individuals, they have their moments on this team. Gwyn more than others. He's the young guy who's just taken over, and, their hardpoint, I think they're, top 4 hardpoint, top 5 hardpoint team in the league. If you omit Invasion, they're 9-4 in the remaining map pool. Yeah. Some great metrics there. One of the best at breaking. This Ravens team can be disgusting. Can they get good at search and destroy, though? They don't get bombs down, and when they do, they don't win the round. They don't get first bloods, and when they do, they don't win the round as well. So it's fundamental S&D has to be better, and I feel like that's so confusing to say when you look at this roster. They have TJ, Hallie, and Clayster on it. Should be much better at that game mode.
Yeah, they should be much better search and destroy. When it comes to Monster Energy pregame, that's going to be their biggest weakness in this series, and the team in Optic Texas that's been slowly getting better at that game mode and already strong in respawn. Again, when it comes to the London Royal Ravens, they're getting these kills, but they're not converting them. They're not doing anything with them. They're bottom in the league right now. So, and also they're terrible at invasion, even though they have good hard points. They actually have a really deep map pool. The problem though is they cannot play Rio in the series versus Optic Texas because they are disgusting at it. So what happens? They have to allow a map like Invasion into the layout.
It's going to get mixy. I can't wait for these maps and modes. Let's take a look and let me know, do we get to that second search and destroy for Carolina's least favorite map?
I'm hoping we get there. To be honest, y'all are going to be really shocked on who I picked to win this series. I'm actually surprised Rio did actually make it into the series, so that's kind of a head-to-head battle between both these teams, as instead they got rid of Skid Row. I think that map number 2 is going to be the big teller for the rest of the series.
Yeah, it's just kind of it's a crapshoot. It's tough. Invasion, Carolina's 0-6 on that map, so game 2 is extremely important because we get to Rio. You got to favor Optic's chances there. So, this is a bit of a weird series. You're going to need a miracle if you're Carolina. Carolina. It's a bad matchup for sure.
And I think Alley Cat may need a miracle to catch up with our predictions. Let's get them in. It's your Stuff Pick'ems. I'm going to be opening things up here. Optic has 2 invasions in the first 3 maps. I think it's going to be a 3-0 for Optic Texas.
A 3-0 is crazy. I am actually trying to catch up and taking a little bit of a hot take here. I'm going to go with the Carolina Royal Ravens.
Oh, shoot. Royal Ravens. Wow. Carolina, the control room is applauding back there. All right, and where are we going?
I'm going with Texas 3-1.
3-1 Optic, and the fans, turn it green. There you have it. We are locked in. It's time to send it over for a fight in the sand with Maven, the biggest Dune fan.
Hey, it was awesome. Dune 2 was fantastic. I'm going to try not to use many references. We're going to focus on the match. But, you heard them talk about the fact that, the Hardpoint's been great for Ravens, but, you're 0-6 on Invasion. Why is Invasion map 1? But, Optic's going to ban Karachi, which they're good on. Yep. Rio, their only other map they're good at is going to make it in because they have to ban Skid Row to counteract that. So, your good map's Rio, but Optic are better. So you get stuck with an Invasion. That's your other, hardpoint you play.
Yeah, I mean, sub-base is there. They just don't have to play it versus Texas, right? So that's just it. I mean, Carolina, early success for them in hardpoint was through that sub-base, but they opt to go for Invasion, maybe trying to improve on it. But, 0-6 on the year on this map number 1. It's not good, but... Hey, this is what this Optic matchup does to a lot of teams.
Exactly. I think that's a good way to put it. It's just a matchup thing. It's a very good respawn team. It makes it difficult. You're not going to get to cherry pick what you want to play against a team like this or even get a lot of favorable sets across this, but we'll see how this plays out. Now, one thing to note, though, even though they're 0-6, the one advantage maybe I saw when I was just looking through some of the stats of the teams kind of leading into this, where we've kind of got an Optic Globe as a slow starts. They've been 1-2 in their map 1s. Where you found some success if you're Carolina, you're 2-1 in your map 1s. You've come out with a little bit of passion. A Clay team is never going to lack passion. Maybe you catch Optic with another flat start, you can come out and strike first on Invasion.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's a good goal. Maybe their Rio Hardpoint's getting a little bit better, Carolina. I honestly, these last couple of weeks after Major 1, there really hasn't been a team outside of, Toronto that's really dominating. Optic have had really close matches.
Probably.
Yeah, but even they've been to, some game 5s. True. Carolina sent them there. They just had one with FaZe.
Good point.
For this Optic team, they've had some close games. FaZe yesterday's had some close games. So I'm just curious to see how this goes. But taking a look at a hardpoint for both of these squads, it is a close one.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. We're looking at Major II qual stats for these teams right now. Carolina, a team that I don't want to say you desperately need a win here because you're 1-2. You could go to 1-3 with this, but you get to the sort of the soft part of your schedule after this, right? We showed it earlier in the broadcast. You'll have 3 matches that are very winnable. But it looks a lot better if you're 2-2. If you can get a win here and you've got 3 ones that you're probably favored in, you got a real chance of winner's bracket.
Well, I think the last one's Vegas, right? I think.
Well, that looks a little different.
That changes it.
Yeah, it looks a little different right now.
They would love to be 2-2. Yeah, 100%. And then on the other side for Optic, you're 3-1. You're 3-0. You're trying to, stay undefeated, trying to catch up to New York into Ultra, obviously there. So yeah, there's a lot at stake here.
Yeah, I think if you're Optic, you're probably trying not to prove to yourselves, but I think you've heard in some of the interviews, whether it's we had a tough map here and then we're working on improving in this. Maybe so Dashy talking about the Karachi, or Kenny wasn't feeling well and they're talking about the slow starts and what they're trying to work on. I think when they've been interviewed, where you heard them talking on stream sometimes, they know they haven't been great. They haven't been this lights out team, even though they're 3-0. I kind of want to see them come out with some fire. Just honestly shit on a team 3-0 and just come out and show what you're capable of. Because we haven't seen a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm sure the Green Wall would love to make a statement like that. But yeah, we'll see if they can do it. Obviously, going to that Invasion hardpoint to start. It's been a solid one for them throughout the year. And yeah, I mean, 0-6 for Carolina is just not. That's a lot of losses.
Yeah,
it's a lot, but it's a good amount of reps.
No, I know. It's what we'll always say. They struggle, but you play it a lot.
Yeah. So maybe you'll find one.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you look at it with the 2 hardpoints. I mean, it's hard to be favored in this series when, your search hasn't been good. Your respawn's been what sort of carried you a bit, but you're playing against one of the better respawn teams in the game. There's not a lot of, windows for Carolina to dominate. This is what I was talking about. Listen, could they lose to an LAG? Could they lose to a Paris? Sure. But if you could get to 2-2 with this match, if you're able to do it, you got a good chance to get the winners. And,
you know, they do pull off a decent little run to the last major, but you start in losers. You have to have this crazy run. You just love to be in winners, man.
No, 100%. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think Major 1, there were some 3 and 4 teams that started in winners round 1, but you're going to have a lower seed. You're playing one of the top dogs. Probably going to start in losers anyways, right? So maybe if you get in the middle of the pack, 4 or 5 seed, who knows what'll happen. But yeah, I think you probably look at the back 3, and then you might be looking at that first match, because that's when they got reverse swept by New York. You're up 2-0 in the series. You would love to close that out. They lose that round 5 on Highrise Control. It's just sometimes you look back at the schedule, you circle a couple of them that maybe change the outcome, potential change the outcome of the year.
Yeah, no, it really does. And that's just, you know, looking back now, it was an early match within this qualifier, but, you know, New York has certainly become a different team than we thought they were after Major 1. You know, they start out 4-0. I know you said they had some close series, but they're more of a threat than we thought after they got double bopped out of the major. That's for sure.
Well, I think, yeah, everyone, we assumed, right, very much that they were going to bounce back, right? Their search and destroy was fantastic. They just had to turn around the respawn, starting to do that now, and then even their S&D is still good. They just beat FaZe in 2 of them. So I think just looking at both of these teams, the big thing is their search and destroy, and then for Carolina not to plateau out in the respawns. We talked about how good of and solid of a respawn team they have been. It's just like, when are other teams going to catch up? Will they plateau? We'll see if that happens, but just taking a look at our Major 2 standings so far. We're on week 3. Optic trying to get up to 4-0. Maybe a surprise there, Vegas Legion. They just won another match, sitting in our 4 seed right there in Carolina. That's what I'm just talking about. Yeah, you're going to be right. You know, if you're 3 and 4, you'll maybe be around that 7th or 8th seed.
Well, thanks for hanging with Joe and I, and thank you for your patience at home watching.
Yeah, sorry, John, wait for that.
Yeah, no. Brief little technical issue. We should be started here in just a second, but as now we're just kind of chatting through things across the league, but it all is leading into this now. Major 2 tournament. You can get your tickets now. It is around the corner. We're headed to Miami. It's going to be a fantastic time. I mean, it's just tough. I wish, like, you know, with having, you know, the city-based stuff and having the home fans, how cool they've been, it's like, I wish Miami was under a better stretch now. I wish Boston had been in a better place going into their majors. You always love, like, the hometown heroes to maybe make a little bit of a run, but looking tough for Miami right now.
Yeah, we'll see if they can turn things around, but yeah, make sure to scan that QR code. Come see Maven and I on the beach.
I'm gonna be sweaty.
Play some spike ball.
I've been working out a month, Joe. I'm down about 10 pounds. You're going to see me on
We're proud of you. You're locked in. You're locked in.
I'm still skinny fat, but I've been working. We're going to get there. Yep. By this summer, dude, I'm going to be sexy.
You're going to be an athlete.
Absolute athlete. Unbelievable. 6'3", just glistening on the beach. Woo!
Maybe the next Top Gun with Tom Cruise.
Oh, dude, that'd be incredible. But okay, unfortunately, our technical issue is still being worked on. We can't get the match started yet. We're getting into it as quickly as we can. But as we work through things, we're headed to a quick break. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back. We're getting ready to rock and roll here in just a moment. I think our problem has been solved. I think just waiting to get butts and seats now for the players is someone might have stepped away, but then we'll be ready to go. And this match, hopefully it'll end up being a thriller. I mean, talking about these teams, you know, they've both been susceptible to going long series, going to a game 4, game 5, maybe when you don't expect
Having some crazy moments.
Yes, no, 100%. We've casted a lot of Royal Ravens, and they've had some insane ones as of late, over this past like month or two. But I don't know. Do you see him being able to beat this Optic team? It's just a hard matchup.
Yeah, no, it really is. Again, you're talking about a team that, you know, their strengths have been in the respawns. That's where Optic's strengths are. And it's not like just, yeah, what do you say with Optic? Like, can you beat them in the searches? And I'll tell you a team who hasn't been able to win a lot of searches. It's Carolina Royal Ravens. So, yeah, I think Major 1 is a big moment for this Carolina team.
Yeah, and you'll see just a photo of Clay there. Just to be fully transparent, you know, we have a League Ops team, and there are precautions that are taken to make sure our players are following rules. And there's a camera usually on their setup, and there's a camera on the players to show there's no funny business. I think one of the cameras went out for Clay, so now the one that's on his face is now on like his PC or whatever. So that's what they were trying to solve. To see if they found another camera quick, I believe. But we should be up and running in just a moment. But thank you for the patience at home. This is how our best of 5 is going to play out. The invasion, again, you know, that's going to be Carolina's pick due to the difficulty of this matchup in Hardpoint, despite the fact that they are 0-6. They get a Rio that they're strong on, but we think Optic likely stronger. The search and destroys is just, I don't know. Neither team has been terrific, but Optic has been improving, and I don't know if we've seen anything out of Ravens yet to be like this search team started to develop.
The Invasion S&D is the only one that's interesting. They're 3-0. That's where this matchup, if you get to the game 5, this is where you could have some fun there.
That's true.
If you're a Carolina fan. Map number 2, both teams are 0-2, so maybe you're testing your map pool if you're Optic, trying to find a little bit more success. It feels like we've been playing a lot more high-rise search, across the league. Some teams just trying to throw that in there. You look at FaZe, you look at your New York's, Toronto. So that's just going to be a map where maybe come major time, teams are trying to have as much practice as they can on that map.
Yeah, I mean, you've talked about a lot in your experience as a player, or even since you've been commentating or on the desk you were for a while, like sort of watching the trends as they change, like maps in especially in like a Control you mentioned over the years.
Yeah.
That'll like have a drastic shift at one major, right?
Yeah, it feels like that happens often. I feel like we saw in the qualifiers, the major one, it was just like invasion every series, it felt like, right?
Yeah.
And you're starting to see some more high-rise controls come into play, right? Because you have these different control play styles where invasion's a little bit more slower, a little bit more strategy and teamwork. Karachi's kind of like if you're 4 dead, B's done. So maybe high-rise is a little bit more of an even matchup. So maybe some of these teams. So yeah, it happens like every single year.
Well,
go through trends.
I've heard that it seems like the camera situation has been solved, or is waiting on a lot to get started now. But with Dashy on your screen, just some stats for this guy. He's been terrific. Statistically, he's really been the one leading the way. Just from, we were talking about raw slang standpoint, like a KD standpoint, he's been the guy. Because due to some of the early struggles in series, the stats aren't really all that pretty for the rest of the squad.
Yeah, no, I mean, he kind of very similar to like Cell, right? You'll just kind of, I don't know, be looking away from the screen, you look back, and he's +8, right? Like at 20 and 12. That's going to look really good with 2 minutes on the hill.
Yep.
But just putting damage in long range, one of the best shots in the league, if not the best. Guy has an unreal ceiling.
Still, who was it in that? It was the Terminal S&D that got like 4-bulleted off that like the mid-hall heady. Dude, I saw a Dashy. Like, that was like one of the cleaner kills I've seen. I can still like picture that in my head perfectly. Yeah, no, he is definitely one of the better shots in the league, that's for sure. Once again at home, thank you for your patience. For those sitting on Scumpy's couch, thank you guys for watching and your patience as well. I know you've been waiting.
Shout out to the couch.
Oh. It's an attractive bunch there. But now into the map 1 we go. Invasion to kick it off. The best hardpoint teams in the game versus Carolina, who's trying to regain a little hard point stretch and really just get a win on this map. 0-6, we'll see if they can find one here. Gwen getting involved early as he starts out 2-0. Felony with a double, and it'll be some time in the hard point now for the Carolina Royal Ravens.
Yeah, Gwen just maybe trying to hit a nade out. TJ playing a little bit around that the spawn there. He's able to find one. It's a nice trade from Gwen off spawn, so they're going to control the right side of the map for now. Some early time, 20 seconds before we start rotating over towards P2. Gwen just with that rival already 6 engagements on the map. He's just going to try to find as much time as he can, but you can already see Shotzi and Dashy just going to try to rotate, control Treehouse and that street to get set up for P2.
They are set up early, but one of the first dominoes will drop, and it's instantly followed by a second. Shotzzy and Dachi torn out of this one. Clay sitting it forward, able to take his one. Trophy, get out of my way as well, and just like that, everybody's sent back to spawn for Optic Texas. So that early setup they had over the street, pretty much gone, but now you've got kind of this 4-on-4 bashing each other outside the point. Nobody actually able to get in and soak up time.
Yeah, I mean, kind of worst case scenario there for Optic, right? Two players, as soon as the hill pops get taken down, you then see Pred has to rotate through. He gets caught broken as Kenny's setting up for the hill. So you're not getting the time if you are Carolina, but you're setting yourself up here for a very strong P3. But Optic doing a very good job fighting at the tank, getting through and finding a little hill time.
Yeah, it's like, you know, if you're the team pushing right for the break, if you lose that first player, maybe it slows you down a little. If you're the one set up, suddenly people's heads are on a swivel, you're having to pick up something you weren't before, and it just unravels so quickly. And that happened there for Optic for a moment, but now they fight back in. They have that close spawn. They're able to do that, and they'll be looking for a lead change, however insignificant it is. I lied. They're tied up 30-30. It's our next hard point. Pops, you got a bit of separation now. You're inside the point, but who's that lurking in behind? It's kind of TJ that might have a chance to play spoiler.
Well, yeah, he's off spawn. He spawns Palace side, so just behind enemy lines. And Optic knew that. A couple of players were looking for him towards that tank street, B street, but not able to find him. And he's going to wrap all the way back. His Shotzzy taken down back. Yes, you have Kenny back there, so maybe one more chance at this if you are Optic. Nice shots there, and yeah, that's going to be it. So 2 dead here for Carolina. They get 1 player off the hill.
You get 24 seconds of that early time. You get a little bit more of a setup. It doesn't fall apart right as the hard point pops, so you at least enjoy some of that time. But what was the stat we saw, which isn't one I've really seen us use all that often, but sort of the points off of a break, which was 15 seconds for Optic. You get a break here, it's going to turn into about 20-25. So you get a solid break to stay in this. We'll see how the next transition works out.
Yeah, no, great job by Optic. Honestly, flipping the map and then also getting the rest of this time to pretty much tie the game up. So they do a very good job. That's behind Kenny and Dashi. They rotate over towards that P3, but now focused on this P4 middle courtyard. And again, both teams just kind of playing for map control. And if you've been watching the qualifiers, you've been seeing this very more often, and it's just how difficult it is to find time here, but trying to set yourself up for that P5.
Yeah, it's like everyone's sort of focused on the rotations, rotating right side, so it's like there's like no spawn open, so it's like they're spawning Palace, and they're spawning behind this Palace, and it just ends up being kind of this mess, this battle. But now you get what looks a little more normal. You have Optic kind of spread across that mid-map in the hard point, pinning Carolina Royal Ravens back at Palace, starting to enjoy some of this time. Is Kenny now on 5 in a row, looking to get one more and maybe a streak. And we'll see if he'll be able to do that, but some comfort for a moment there for Optic Texas. Kenny, there it is, cruise earned.
Yeah, able to earn it. They're just taking their time right now because they know they have P5 spawns, just trying to keep Carolina pinned behind that 50-yard line. Pred with a big one there on the fellow. He's just going to back on up now, reposition. This is exactly what they want. A chance here for Optic Texas to get a big chunk of time.
Yeah, and like you were talking about like P2, like that first gunfight is when they lose, and then things start to unravel. Now Pred, Shotzzy getting going, winning these early gunfights right as the hard point pop, getting a bit of separation between them and the spawn for Royal Ravens, and enjoying some objective time and enjoying some beamers there. Shotzzy rips Glenn off the box. He's now on 3 in a row. Pred finally drops, but I'll tell you what, he did his early damage, set up this hard point.
No, he did it. And a great job by Dashi. You kind of see the comms with the arrows. He just backs all the way up to make sure that they do not get those back parking lot spawn. So Shotzzy on 5 in a row is cut down 15-8 for Shotzzy. Carolina maybe find some of this time to keep this game close.
And, well, to be fair, the one thing, too, with Carolina Royal Ravens, which I didn't actually look at, was, you know, they're 0-6 on this. What is it since the spawn change? Which I'm not sure of. That's one thing I forgot to check. So maybe they're thinking a little more confidence here. Maybe the spawn change, they're able to get something done. They're still battling in this one, down 17. 16, I can't do math.
Yeah, you win 16-11 with this rival on 4 in a row. So you still have that cruise on Kenny to work with. So now he's going to find 5, but Shotzzy's going to take him down. So big kill out of Shotzzy. Stops the cruise from coming in.
They are all just grouped up around him.
Yeah, they're trying to find this guy.
Yeah, everyone just looking for him, and he's getting multiple.
He's at 6. That's a cruise from just being behind enemy lines. There's 3 players at P1.
You just said he died off a 5 spree about 7 seconds ago, and now the guy's on 7. He is erupting. 22-8 out of Shotzzy. It keeps going. 8. backing down from 9. He was getting double challenged. He's wisely going to reposition for now. Streak in hand. Teammates enjoying the time. Felony finally able to kill him, but he got loose.
They're just hoping behind that spree in that play, you can maybe set up here a little bit earlier towards P2, but not going to happen. Carolina do a good job recovering. They're going to have a nice push here, but Optic in control of P2. Let's go to a listen in with Optic Texas.
Constantly got pinching. I make a call up again. Pinching, left time, challenge. Last guy, right pillar. He's on me, I'm reloading. Big good. Watch your big gun. I'll stun an 8. I'll stun an 8. Stun, dude. Don't start. 2 runs on time. I have an 8. On the tank, TJ, ran. Go in. Weak as fuck, go in. On the tank. Go in to TJ. Nice, get that time. I got a cruise. Hey, one more. Where is he? DVD arches. Watch out, DVD. Watch out, DVD arches. One more push. Left play. Play to the left. I have a glide. Right, already went right. I have a glide too. I'm right. You should come middle looking. I have a cruise if you guys want to hit it. One guy's so broken. Alright, Gwen's on new. There's 2 right. We go left. He's in the control. Hey, let's go left together. Hey, make a John Arnold. Still play to the left. Killer. Broken head, you guys. Heady? Yeah. That was Clay. I killed Clay. Yeah, probably chest. Okay, let's push up left. Alright, I'm gonna glide here. Go. You guys push it off. Every single one of you. Closely guide you guys is like DVD. Back gas. 2 back gas to get go. Cross 2. I went man. Back gas. I'm trying to gas. I'm coming with you. Strict as well. Back gas. I'm living. In gas or something. Gas, dead. Let's get time. Strict. Oh, okay, that's fine. Hey, one's white car. White car, look at the cross. White car, can't see him. Yep. White car, look at the cross. I'll come behind him, bro. One in you and time and then one more I'll kill this guy. March. I'm saying a lot back gas, bro. Please spawn kill me, bro. Stay off gas, AJ. He's spawn killing right street. March street dead. Nice job, bro. Back gas, waiting for you guys. Place one behind us. We do have push forward.
You're really going to see the power of the streaks on full display there. A moment ago, you had 4. 3 on Optic available, 1 on Carolina Royal Ravens. You get 1 called in for Texas. Instantly answered with the cruise in from Royal Ravens. They used theirs to secure some of this time. And suddenly a chance for a lead change. But Kenny says no, sir, as he gets out of that, probably a death to the streak that he gets spawn killed. He was going through it for a moment.
Yeah, but I mean, in the listening, P2 kind of goes the same way, where Carolina, they have street control, but Optic fight on through. They're able to earn some time. So it kind of all comes down to P3 for me, right? Last time, it was the final 20-25 seconds Optic were able to catch. That was the difference. This time, you get the full 40 to 50 points out of Carolina. Now they are in the lead. And you have 2 minutes on the play clock, so that might come into play as well.
Another cruise coming in after Kenny's able to get 2. So you get them out of the time for now. Dashy's in. I believe you have 1 more cruise left for Optic Texas. But they were in a tough spot. You're kind of pinned back palace. You've got all the map control for your Royal Ravens. It's a big sequence there. Kenny's able to get 2 as he spawns up. You get 1 with the missile. It gets you out. It gets you out of palace. Now you're looking to make some plays in the backside of it. Shotzzy loose once again.
Yeah, he's able to find, he wins another one-on-one, of course, as he has been. This is really the Gwyn versus Shotzzy show. Both of these players coming through, and as you said, yeah, spawns flip, but Fellow, the last player lurking, can he just find a kill, keep them off a spawn? Are you going to even check this spot? When is he going to go? Maybe wait for his team. You see all the arrows just kind of looking around for Fellow. Well, he is going to pop on through. Surprise! There is the kill on the Pred, playing his life now. Great patience out of Fellow.
He had to be. He was the one guy in a position.
Hot potato!
Stays up, tosses it back, tries to chow, but Dashy is there and prone and will win it. Gwyn, though, trying to bring it back. 172 on the scoreboard. Texas, they are in for now. Great job flipping out from the palace spawns and getting some time. And despite the waiting and lurking felony, they're turning this into time. 20 seconds left to go on the point. Only 90 seconds on the play clock.
And we're going to go to a Carolina listen in very quickly to see how they can deal with the end of this game.
DVD right now, Fred. DVD,
Top shots on me, dead.
Nice. That's a fun
hold.
I'm getting a S&D right now. I'm getting a S&D.
Old weak and stunned.
He's hitting small. One shot, Fred. Absolutely.
That old Dashy, one shot old. Dashy, one shot old.
I got him freezer. Mid tank, Shotzzy.
Dashy old, kill me from mid. Dashy old in the hill. Old in the hill.
He's left me, Dash. He's front DVD. They don't time. I'm just staying down in time. He's close right on me. He might slide on me.
Blue tank, back blue tank on you weak.
I have a trophy. One with TV.
Beat on.
Beat on, dead.
Let's do blue tank.
He's mid. 4. He's spawning gas, right? They should be.
I might split them.
Look for split. I'm looking
Fire tank going. It's on fire tank.
One split on us. I'm looking at S&D. I'm only looking at
behind him, I can help you.
Yeah,
behind you. And it's behind me. Oh my god.
Cafe challenging. Cafe dead. Cafe mid tank somewhere.
Mid tank. Push left side.
One shot, Ken. Anytime. That's that time. He just drove down. One new on me. Brandon. I hear you on you. Brandon. We're gonna have to pinch around here, guys. Okay.
Yeah.
Kenny was on the left
side.
side.
Cafe, Pred. And Pred in Cafe weak.
Kenny's laying down beat on. Kenny one shot down. Nice over.
Behind them.
I got one.
I think my favorite part about that is like you get the 4 down clean, right? And they're like, we should be spotting him gas. And Clay goes, I might split up as he pushed forward to the street. Well, you sure did.
Yeah, I mean, that just happens, right? These players know all this, but again, it comes down to sort of this P2 setup. You heard there from Fellow, we're going to have to try to set up this pinch, but that is going to be a big 4 dead for Optic. You have Gwyn now up the street. He's going to be the first man for Carolina. 19 more seconds needed for Optic to close out this map. It has been a back-and-forth battle between these two.
Shotzzy leading the way, 36 on the board for him. A monster performance on it. Kenny takes 2 before he drops. 6 points needed to close it out. 25 left here to get it done. Might be able to do it now, just trying to stay up. Also take the chow is Dashy. Ball game, map 1 done. A heater from Shotzzy. A hardpoint win for Optic. They're the favorites in that mode, and they get it done, but I mean, you were scrappy if you were Royal Ravens for a lot of that.
I mean, you had your chances. If you were Carolina, I think you're probably pretty frustrated with that. I think both of the P2s before this last one that we had, that's got to be a little bit more where maybe, you know, you're not earning a lot of time, but you got to keep Optic off of it, right? Because that allows them to get back in the game. And then the first P3, because you saw the second P3 that they were able to cash, and that gave them the lead. You have this set up, you play through the first couple of hills to do it, and they just lose some key gunfights, and that, well, it could be part of the story. Wind goes off. You see the rest all negative. Clay at one point was 6 and 15. He struggled, finishes 15 and 32. Not the best game from him, but as ugly as some of this scoreboard was for Carolina, they still only lose by 50.
Yeah, no. You managed to stay competitive. You have your opportunities, like you said. Unfortunately, you're not 0-7 on Invasion Hardpoint, but also it's just like the individual moments, they mean more now to change the cruises and the plays that they can develop and turn into. I know there weren't a lot of maybe necessarily game-changing moments. Like the counter cruise you saw from Royal Ravens will really turn into a nice 3-hold.
I think my favorite part was the listed and Pred's like, cruise, and Ken's like, oh, because he just ran out. He's like,
And then right after, I think he's like, Clay spawn kilometers. Like, he was going through it. But you get 3 cruises. He obviously gives you some options. They're all leading to kills now.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even know that room that fellow was in was back there.
Just tucked away.
Yeah.
Just tucked away, and that's one where now you're relying on the communication. They know they're missing one. You're calling names. You know, I think at Optic, listen, you heard that. They were calling names while trying to make sure they had control of everybody. Just couldn't find Felony, but that was also a big moment. Like when you were Penn Palisade, Kenny got 2, you used the cruise to get out. That might have been the biggest cruise. Gets you out, able to flip the map then, turns in some time on P5, and you get the dub. And it's also big for Optic because, well, you've had some, as good as the respawns have been, when you've been susceptible to losses, usually been the map 1. You come in, you get that one, you start off on a strong foot.
All right, here's the game flow from that. Yeah, just very close. Optic lead for the most of it, but you see right around that second P3 is when Carolina takes the slight lead. They're able to bounce back at that P5, what you just kind of talked about, getting out of that Palace setup. Yeah, winning the game. But I just think the P2s, the first 2 P2s for Carolina, if they're a little bit cleaner, they can find some time.
Well, to be fair,
they might win this game.
Some of the P2s, though, like, I think Optic was like the early rotator. He's got some clutch kills if you were Ravens that you just need to do more with. Like, you
have those
chances.
Spawns. Yeah, you have those spawns, and you want to keep them pinned back Palace.
Yeah, it's just they couldn't. It was just like the stalemate. I think that's why. I think you looked at me during the one listen-ins. You're like, there's like 2 minutes left of the play clock because a lot of those P2s just turned into like 4 people on the other side of it, nobody in the point, and. Yeah, you'd like to at least get some of that time if you can. But what did it end up being? Like a minute left on the clock at the end?
Yeah, it slowed down a lot, like what the game clock did. Yeah, Everybody was on the hill at that point.
that helps. That helps as we get through map 1. We get ready now for Search and Destroy. And this has been one we've had question marks around for probably Royal Ravens for this team. Just expecting improvements to come, waiting to see if they can do it. And Optic, who have I mean, been solid. I mean, not like a phenomenal search team, but they
no. I think if you're an Optic fan, this is where you want to see the most improvements.
Yeah.
You trust this foreign respawn. It's showing off a Major 1, and yeah, search was obviously their weak point, but throughout the qualifiers, it has been better. But you're going to one now to a high-rise search and destroy where both teams are 0-2. You can see the attack, the difference there for both of these squads. 12-6 there for Optic. They're doing it behind those post-plan victories.
Yeah, we already talked about their attack, how good it has been. We'll see if they can find the success there, capitalize off of those first bloods and locking down that site after the plant. We'll see if they can continue to dominate there. And on Carolina, we're hoping some of these, past S&D kind of stars with Clay, Fellow, TJ, some of the historic moments they had that you're able to find some of that. I just kind of figured this team, I saw like a Fellow come in, I'm like, all right, it's going to start.
Well, that's why we were excited, right? Because they were like beating really good teams in respawn. And we're like, they'll figure it out in search. Hasn't happened yet.
No, yeah, I keep thinking, every day they're gonna steadily improve. But high-rise search and destroy, 0-2 for both teams. You mentioned kind of leading into this. It's always tough when you're Carolina going into the series and the first two maps you don't have a win on.
That's a good point.
It's not usually ideal, but that's the position you find yourself in.
And this man just had a monstrous map number 1, Shotzi. And this is a map where it's one of his favorites. He could get lost here.
Oh, he's Spider-Man on this.
Yes, exactly. It could be his playground.
First blood to Fellow is...
everything just exploded.
Yeah, it's just a Michael Bay film at the start of high-rise rounds. You sort of wait for the explosions to pass, and then we get into it.
Well, and one of the explosions found Kenny, so
yeah.
Kenny's going to be off this round as the frags hit. The barrels goes off for map number 1. Clay all the way in the back.
He also explodes, Joe. Yeah. 50 seconds remaining of the round, and in the 3v4. Optic still looking to get this bomb planted. Can they find an opening? Shotzi, the guy looking to do it. One to fight on the site. Picks right. Hoping for aim assist. He's able to get it there through the tower. Now diving across. Still staying up. The man's finessing. He's a dolphin. Half spider. Half kangaroo. Wait, that's 3 halves. That doesn't work, Joe.
But he's alive, and he's using the dive, right? There's still a use for it, but, well, Pred with the rival gonna melt Clay, and this is what we talked about. You have this first blood. Can you turn it into a round when maybe behind that Gwyn kill onto Shotzi, you give Fellow a chance?
10 to go. You got to plan if you're Optic. Fellow will catch him. Able to get away for now. 5 to go. Pred's chasing. Those fights are fun. There's a fence. You can't lock on him. But he dances. He stays up. And every fence can make a professional player look like me.
They're important, though, because that's how you get the challenges done on this map, okay? For your demos. Those count as wall bangs, all right? If you need a tip out there, there you go. But I will say, I mean, if Gwyn doesn't get that kill on a Shotzi, it's a 1v3 for Fellow. You saw the rivals kind of doing some nasty work there. It was Pred on the Clay, kind of just melted him, and then we saw it from Gwyn's point of view on a Shotzi.
The difference between the pros and the average player is usually when that happens to me, I lose it, I just keep shooting. I never like stop to recenter or stop to reposition. I just keep shooting until I'm dead, and never goes well. But you find those spots on every map. And the explosions continue to not go well for Optic Texas. First it was Kenny, now it's Pred.
They want to get active behind this. They put good damage into Fellow, and then Clay loses the one-on-one as Kenny just waltzes up the street, takes down 2. Gwyn's shooting dead bodies.
That's one way.
On accident.
That's one way to turn the round around.
On accident.
Kenny's taking over. That's 3. He's working on an ace. Won't get the ace, but he gets 3, and that's a big 3v4. You lose Pred instantly, and Kenny just waltzes up, takes out 2, gives him numbers.
And again, it's like the way these first bloods are coming in, it's not like there's quick trades. These are first bloods where 5 to 10 seconds passes, right? Like there's not a trade that's coming in because they're nade kills. And I mean, round 1, they almost lost behind the first blood. So this is some of the fundamentals we're talking about with Carolina.
3 in a row now for Kenny. Well, he played in round 2, didn't really get a chance to get going in round 1, but can you manage to not explode in this round if you are the Texas side? Will you blow up to... this time, first blood.
Okay,
TJ
again.
does it with a gun. Dashi's gone. 3 first blood now for Royal Ravens. You got to close this one out.
Yeah,
that's clean.
Gwyn is in a very aggressive... Obviously, we're going to see it from the Kaicaster, but he just hits underground. Now Clay playing his life. He's got some pressure from Shotzi and Pred.
Gwen looks left, wins it, looks right, can't get the last. Pred, 1 versus 4. And it's a round now to Carolina, and well, you've gotten 3 first bloods, you're up 2-1.
I mean, if I'm Optus right now, I might sit in my base for 10 sessions. Like, seriously, like, I mean, first 10 seconds of the round have not gone well for them throughout all 3 rounds.
I don't even know. Yeah, I'm not sure they've made it with 4 players up for like 3 or 5. It's real quick. Somebody's gone. Ugh.
It's tough to do that on like defense, but especially on offense, I'm like, let's just hang out here in this office for a moment.
All right, well, it's defense, though, you know, so.
Maybe we got a trophy.
It'd be tough to do. Does anyone explode? Does anyone get picked? Optic have set their high-rise record for survivability in round 4.
They're getting aggressive through blue. You already have Shotzi. A good spot watching this cross. Got some help from Pred down low. So kind of a back-to-back rival setup here. One player gets through. Who's that? Gwyn behind enemy lines again. There's another first blood. Clay able to get it, and then Gwyn right on top of him. On it, Kenny. So now it's a 1 versus 3 for Dashy.
You let one advantage scenario fall apart for you if you're Royal Ravens. The rest you have handled business. 4 rounds, 4 first bloods, up 3-1.
Yeah, I didn't see. I know there was a smoke beat on. I didn't see where Gwyn went through, where he hits behind everyone.
And I'm thinking he's the guaranteed kill, but it's Clay that actually gets the first blood technically. But you see the instant follow-up there from Gwyn's POV. I mean, you can't be expected to come back man down every round. You got to start to get some opening picks here for your Optic Texas. Is there any? What do you do? What do you change? I mean, it can be so tough, especially on a map like Highrise.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen it from different players, different teams, POVs. This could be a map that just gets away from you.
First blood for Optic Texas, courtesy of the fucking map.
Usually it's Clay who's doing that. It's not. It's his teammate and Gwyn. So now it's a 4-on-2 for Clay and Fellow.
Oh, that's one way to get numbers. Okay, all right, that's just green wall magic, I guess. Optic Texas now, 4 versus 2.
Hold Fellow. He didn't see him. He does not see Kenny. So bomb is planted. He does get the kill right afterwards, but objective is down. Is it gonna make this tough, or is it? We're into a 2-on-2 as Clay trying to finesse, and he has the reads.
You can't lose a round when Gwyn jumps off the map.
It hasn't happened yet. Has not happened yet. It's a 1 versus 1. Clay versus Pred.
Clay on 4 in a row. Looking to clutch. And now getting that bomb planted, so much more significant. Time is dwindling. He's behind. And Gwyn tries to gift them around Joe. They still lose it.
Well, and I was talking about the fundamentals for Carolina, right? Some of these rounds. There's another one there for Optic. You have the 4 versus 2. And listen, we talked about it where you get a kill, not a trade right away, right? You can kind of finesse. There's all the different levels. Maybe someone's not in position, but with bomb planted, I'm thinking that one's done.
What's going on?
I don't know. We've casted some wild S&Ds lately.
We have. Oh, okay. Well, same story. Optic's still looking for an actual first blood. They've had advantage for a moment, but did not end up mattering. Clay on 5 in a row and 1 away from a streak. Clay, who struggled in that map 1, having a big map 2 here. He could be a difference maker in search and destroy. Play with a confidence you'll rarely see, and another first blood now for Royal Ravens, and there's number 6 for Clay. Cruz in, Cruz up, Cruz going down.
He's got nobody near him, so Kenny might find a freebie. He will, and no one's near him, so the comms will be coming through, and then Gwyn gets caught trying to get that trade, as now we're in a 1-on-1.
TJ, Pred. He gets eyes. TJ spots him. Whoa, down to 64. Trying to go back. Oh, pistol hits.
What? Some insane Renetti shots from TJ in the 1-on-1.
Bro, like the first, these shots were like, okay, a lot went into the pole, right? So these are nutty, dude. Like through the railing.
It's the fadeaway.
Yeah, it's like a little bunny hop fadeaway as he drops. That was disgusting. Royal Ravens keep it going. Now up 5-1. The search and destroy sauce hasn't been there for him, but it's there right now.
Man, might be playing more Highrise. That's why you're seeing it in the series, at least so far for Carolina. See, can Opti bounce back, try to find the first blood. Yeah, I mean, outside of Gwyn, it's been all Ravens.
Yeah, I know we've said it about 10 times, but yeah, I'm going to keep saying until they get one. Clay, some damage in, can't finish it. Shotzi's starting to work underground. I think he's got a teammate with him. Felony trying to find info from up top. He is finding bullets. Gwen, another first blood. This one, the first time you really had an instant trade, though, if you're Optic.
Yeah, it was the barrel from Shotzi, because he was dead. Yeah. So Shotzi, from the grave, able to find a kill.
Their first bloods will come in magical ways, Joe.
Because now you have a 2-on-3. Kenny thinking about planting the bomb, but Dashy's going to get picked. So another number situation equalized here by Clay.
Wait, Gwen's the name of the female lead in Spider-Verse, right?
Yeah.
She'd be disappointed.
Why?
Because Gwen fell off the map like Spider-Man one day, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. 20 seconds now to go. They're looking to close it out, 2 versus 1. Presman, the last guy up. It feels like 3 straight rounds trying to clutch. Couldn't come through on the 1v1s. 1 versus Clay, 1 versus TJ. Now a 2 versus 2. Little time to work with. Recoups bomb. He gets spotted. Clay gets the kill, and it's a search and destroy victory. A rare one for Royal Ravens. You dominate the map. You dominate in the first blood category. You really can't get anything going. There weren't a lot of positives for Texas in that one. Like, map 1, Shotzi explodes. You've got a lot going for you. The search, though, like, I guess, I mean, obviously the one-on-ones could go differently and maybe the game turns around a little bit, but you can't play the entire map without advantage, ever.
Well, in the one round you do, you have a 4-on-2 that you lose.
Yeah.
Right, so when there were some opportunities there for Optic, they just don't shut the door on Carolina, but props to Carolina. I mean, you're going to look at these stats. I forgot the first bloods aren't working here in Chichester, so you won't see that, but yeah. Clay 9-3, great bounce back map from him, 2,000 damage.
And remember, this is a map both teams are 0-2 on, so you know, not the bread and butter for either squad, but both teams that are looking to expand the map will certainly.
Right, this is what we saw from Optic, like versus LAG, that map won Karachi Hardpoint.
Yep.
They got smoked, but they're trying to find some more answers into their map pool.
Maybe you find one if you're Royal Ravens.
Yeah.
You get that 6-1 victory. We are tied up now at 1-1. We get ready to head to an Invasion Control, followed by Rio Hardpoint. Invasion, search and destroy for the map 5. Any thoughts just maybe on the maps and modes going forward?
I mean, I think Rio Hardpoint, Rio Hardpoint favors Optic 100%, but the way Invasion played in that map number 1, this could come down to the rivals right on that 8 points. I'm looking at Shotzi and Gwyn maybe to make more plays here.
Well, you had a ton of plays from Shotzi in that map 1. Can he do it on the Control as well? Invasion map, you can get loose at times, you can get lost, and you can make absolutely disgusting individual moments, but we're tied up 1-1. A great bounce back there from Carolina Royal Ravens. Big bounce back from Clay to bring the sauce into the map 2, tie us up at 1-1. We get ready now for a map 3, the swing game. Can you pull off the upset? Can you get to 2-2 overall if you're Royal Ravens? Map 3, up after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Hello and welcome back. Map 3, ready to get going. Invasion Control going to be up, tied up 1-1. If you're joining us late, welcome. Hardpoint victory for Optic, dominance for Royal Ravens there in the map 2. This is all for the Major II Qualifier. We've got the Major coming up in Miami. Scan the QR code, get to the Major. It's going to be a fun time. We've been doing this a long time. Majors always have some kind of magic. If you've never been to one, they are wild.
Yeah, and on top of that, you can rub Maven's head.
Yep.
For free.
Yeah, tickets on sale.
Scan the QR code.
Yeah, I might be charging more than the price of the event ticket, though. You're going to be rubbing this noggin.
Well, we're in Miami. I'm going to definitely have to do that with sunscreen. I got to make sure you're protected.
That's true. Thank you, Joe. Protection in most scenarios. Very important. Now we get ready for map 3. Optic been so strong in respawns. Take a look at the overall season here now for Invasion Control for both teams. Statistically, you're going to have an advantage pretty much across the board if your Optic continues here.
Yeah, and you see the really, I mean, just the attack percentage, right? First for Optic, but pretty solid. If you are Carolina by 3-1, and their control has been fantastic this qualifier if you are Optic Texas since the Major. I think their cleanest game mode so far. We'll see if they can keep that up.
Well, you start on offense now. You've been the best offensive team. Can you strike first? No trophies to work with for either side. Makes for some unique scenarios early, but you have a little bit of a split. Number 8 and Dashy, he's going to get caught on the other side of it. Up the gut, though. Pred nearly taking out everybody. You get your first bit of progress done on B, though.
Well, behind that, Clay almost finds 3. So Clay does a really good job to take down Pred, but then also finds Shotzi in the spawn. So he's able to just, well, give them map control back, right? At least get them out of spawn for free.
But yeah, I thought, I mean,
where they're not losing lives.
That was going to be a real tough moment after Pred got 2, but you're able to solidify. We hop up Pred right as he gets that kill. So that was 3 through for Optic, and that'll be the opening point. It's like every time there's a multi-kill, it's like Clay's answering with one of his own. And honestly, that multi-kill ends up being big because you're about to finish the point. 2 people spawn out deep if you're Texas. You got to trek across. You don't have an instant onslaught.
No, it's really it. Clay's sort of stabilized the map both times here for Carolina. They do lose B. But then on the opposite end, it's been Kenny 2 pieces that have opened up the attack for Optic Texas. They secure B, now trying to get Shotzi onto A. He is here. Diving across. Still very weak, though. The stun connects. And Carolina deal with the first little push over towards A.
Sometimes, you know, offense, though, it's just if you can get a lot of those little pushes in the sense of just really just from the clock standpoint, because Optic have a 4-life advantage. If you can continue to get on A for a few seconds here and there, maybe you can take it out of lives or you can get an advantage, but
yeah,
it can be so hard to do.
I think on Invasion, sort of cafe and DVD, because that opens up the routes for your rivals, and you know, you just kind of saw trying to get aggressive is Optic up to B Street, but instead Gwyn takes down 2. So now Pred has to completely slow down, wait for his teammates to come off a spawn. Now we're going to start this next push.
Stop at the cafe, get a cup of coffee, rent a rom-com, and then head over to A and try to secure the map, Joe.
That's it. They secured cafe. They got their coffee. The map's inside A, but so is Clay as he's able to find one.
I have a one-on-one here near the point. Is the pound should come through. The timing's so awkward as Clay just keeps repositioning around corners. Here's him in Chows, and Dashy will drop. So you secure it for now. 60 seconds remaining in the round. Still, lives could be important, but 50 seconds is not a lot of time. So I feel like you have got to get a presence on the point to stop the clock.
You might not need to because they've had cafe control. In
maybe not,
maybe not. Every push has started from this position. You have not been stuck back Palace at all if you are Carolina. So what is this? Or sorry, if you are Optic. So now it just comes down to lives. Well, Kenny's able to find 2.
Okay.
And that is going to be 4 dead in probably the round.
Well, yeah, I mean, the cafe control leads to getting on the point and stopping the clock. So you get the best of both worlds. And now 2 ticks done. Shouldn't matter, though, that everyone is dead. Shotzzy, Dashy, find it. You get a good view of why they are one of the best offensive teams in Control. Stellar stuff there. And yeah, it was just more like, it was just constant pressure. Once it got there, you never really could get that comfortable if you're Carolina.
Yeah, you weren't wrong. A minute with 8 lives, yeah, that's not a lot of time if you're Optic, but that's if you're stuck all the way in your spawn. They just never were.
True.
They always had 1 or 2 players around Bidam, around Cafe, playing their life. And well, the next set of gunfights went their way every single time.
If they all died there, got reset, yeah, suddenly that looks very different. But instead, I think right as I said, they got like 2 or 3 kills. And yeah, really started to unravel there for Carolina. So what can you do to answer back for Carolina? You already given up an offensive round win to Optic, and you're 3 dead here pretty early. 1 player still lurking was Fellow, and he will drop. So that's a pretty clean, like, 4 down, which allows you to just sprint up the map if you're Optic Texas, start to try and pin back this Royal Ravens team.
Yeah, you allowed to get Pred, him and Dashy in position to lock down this tank. Nice stun, though, from Carolina, using the slide to watch that cross. Shotzzy, though, just going to reinforce this. He's on 7 in a row, so he's got a cruise to work with. Again, finding another spree. That's what they did so well in map 1, finding a cruise.
And usually, like, I mean, you played Invasion Control, like, your sprees and your kills don't usually come on offense. Like, were you able to do that?
Oh, Clay's got 4-shot headshot. I mean, that is a tough. When the 4-shot comes in from the NCW, you're like, how did I just die?
Yeah.
Because I think he has first shot on Kenny, but Kenny just snaps. Maybe one of those in slow-mo sort of hip fire headshot bullets, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, see, back when we had, you know, multipliers that maybe made more sense for the head, that's usually what it was, like the hip fire shot hit. Now it's just like, jam headshot. Yeah. I mean, hip fire one was kind of a joke too, but it's Call of Duty. You're getting joked in some way every time you lose a gunfight, right, Joe?
I watch every kill, Jim.
Yeah. 20 to go. You've had nothing to work with if you are Royal Ravens. Clay, though, he had some moments in that round 1 where he was the difference maker to give them a chance. Getting a kill there, now get them on the point and trying to play.
Wait for the stun!
Just trying to get down as the stun hit him.
That was honestly a nice play. Yeah, uses the ladder to kind of avoid the stun penalty. Doesn't matter, Shotzzy able to regain, and again, just retake this B zone. You have 1 tick right now if you are Carolina, and that is all you are going to get Optic with a bounce back after that map 2 in these first 2 rounds. A dominant offense, a dominant defense.
Yeah, you know, when I said I wanted them to come out and, you know, kind of fry a team, like it's like moments like this where they're just very, very clearly the better team. Just dominating them in this map 3. A frustrating map 2. Obviously, that was a tough one from the Optic side of it, but instant answer here. 15-8 for Pred, 16-8 for Kenny. Tashy's stat line. I mean, that's just the position he plays for this squad, but like it looks so funny.
5-7, probably most damage.
Yeah. I was about to say he's probably leading the way in damage.
Probably most damage. Most assists, that's just the way it goes.
Yep, it sure does. Pred, like a firecracker, lights it up at the beginning of this round. Gwyn and Clay out of it instantly, onto the point go Optic Texas. Shotzzy sending it forward. The pace is just there for Texas. You've been on the back foot if you're Royal Ravens. You just can't keep up.
Optic just can't stay away from these things that explode on the map.
Yeah.
Able to get away, but Pred with some beautiful MCW shots on the Clay off the spawn. That's 5 in a row. And their attacking rounds, kind of start behind Pred and Shotzzy, just opening up the map, staying alive. And that's with this duo, what they can do. Just always having to worry about them when they get to their spots, and they've been in those positions.
Oh, talking respawn, well, any mode, the game's a lot easier when sort of your entry guys are winning their gunfights. Like, it makes everything you're doing on the map easier, and they've been doing it so efficiently throughout the course of this map. 3,
that was almost 4 dead in multiple players on day. A quick transition, but they're going to use a cruise. Slow this push down from Carolina off a spawn. But you're about to get a take done, and Kenny's still alive.
And you're up 8 lives already.
That's another cruise.
Yeah, he's got another cruise. You're massively up in lives. You've stopped the clock so much here. You still have 2 minutes to work with. Like, you could just bleed this team dry right now, probably from a live standpoint, but we'll see if it even comes to that. Or if you can just get it done the old-fashioned way, onto the point. They are not losing gunfights right now. Dashy beams another. You're on it, you're stopping the clock again, you're making some progress. You have a second player to layer this with you. Kenny in just a second. The one cruise hits a rooftop, trophy out for coverage. Map could be done here with some gunfight victories. One does get through, so only one person on the point. He'll slow down for now. Another chance to retake this. Not anymore.
They're
not anymore.
They're not losing gunfights.
No.
Nobody on the team is losing gunfights in one of the most dominant invasion controls I've seen all year.
You outslayed by like 30 something, but like, you don't usually just outslay and fry like that on offense on invasion. You just don't. And like, you'll see maybe a team put up one offensive round win, but it's usually like ugly, like you battle it out, it's down to the wire. Or like you get a crazy A capture at the beginning. They just beat the crap out of them.
No, they really did.
Just absolutely destroyed them.
Yeah, it's just all the multi-kills. You just saw it in the feed. Like, yeah, we were kind of highlighting Kenny and Clay round 1,
early.
But like, then that kind of went away. You're going to see 6 for TJ, 7 for Fellow. On the other side, everybody positive.
You know the pop-up after you play a map, I'll be like, did you have fun?
They would say no.
Answer's no, I did not.
I did not.
No, I did not.
Kenny 22 and 9, Pred right behind him with 21. And again, you had 3 people earn streaks similar to map 1.
Oh, we were wrong with Dash.
Yeah.
He didn't lead the way in damage. No, I'm kind of just joking. Like, you'll see that so often, though. Like, somebody's got 40, someone's got 20, but 20 had the most damage sometimes if you're a main AR.
He had a great time on that map.
Yeah, no, he was just kind of hanging out. Yeah, and that's just, there's a lot of pressure off of, Dashy probably, he's been criticized at times over the years just due to whether it's been like the lack of wins or individual performance or things that have happened for him. And sometimes he's been relied on so much to put up numbers, but when you've got talent around you and when you're winning your opening fights, like sort of his front line did in this map, like, yeah, you're vibing. You're like, great job, boys. Great job. Yeah, Keep it up.
He had a great time. We're going to go through the highlights, and a lot of the highlights are just going to be Optic of this map. It's just 2-piece after 2-piece. Kenny, Pred, Shotzzy, take your pick on what you want to watch, but the green wall went off.
No, I think you nailed it. Listen, I don't have every dominant invasion control in my memory bank, but the most dominant one we have casted, that was just...
I remember like some rounds where like teams have transitioned, but an entire map?
Like 2 offenses of the 3, too.
Yeah.
Like, that was just an absolute Optic onslaught.
They're having fun.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
And props to them bouncing back after map 2, the way that went.
True, because I think if I would ask that same question, did you have fun? They did not on map 2. No. It was a frustrating one. They were dominated, had some tough like one-on-one losses too. Like that was a little party there for the Ravens side. That's how quickly things can switch in Call of Duty, and the beauty of our esport with different game modes. Like, you'll be crying one map, you'll be rejoicing the next. Is you bring it back in that map 3, you go up 2-1, and now you have a chance to close it out in Rio, where both have been solid.
Yeah, I think, if you're Carolina, a lot of the times I feel like Subbase is going to be taken away from them. They're going to need to find Subbase or Karachi, right? I think they're going to need to find another hardpoint map, and this could be one where you have Gwyn, right? Sort of one of your stars can kind of go off as a sub player. I feel like this could be a good map for them. We're on the other side for Optic. Yeah, you're like, the way Shotzi and Pred are playing, let's run as many subs as we need. We have Kenny who can run the flex and a third sub. That is the strength of this roster.
Yeah, no, I think Optic have looked strong here. I think what the loss was to Rocker, where it was sort of like Rocker beat what? They beat Ultra, they beat Optic. I think FaZe just beat them on it. Like, there's been sort of this back and forth with Rio. His teams are going to, I don't know, rapidly improve or devolve, I think. It's just a new map and mode. But I wouldn't take the Rocker loss as that big of a hindrance. It's still a top hardpoint team. They could be very successful here. And yeah, where Carolina Royal Ravens had some of that hardpoint success after Felony joined the squad, you know, you're still definitely trying to widen the map pool when you have something like an invasion that you're having to play with, and when you're 0-7 on it now, you got to find something. Or does it just wipe for Optic as they continue through the year? Rio Hardpoint overall 1-1 for Optic that lost to Minnesota, 1-0 for Royal Ravens. And this is probably, at least when you look through it, like, as much as it's scary for Royal Ravens because of the hardpoint pedigree of Optic, like, on paper, it looks like their best chance, like, compared to, they didn't have a map point in the first two. So, granted, they look pretty good at map 2 despite that.
Yeah, we'll see if it now. Yeah, it's just a battle of attrition here. Can Carolina bounce back, get us to that game 5 where they are undefeated on invasion search?
Yeah, it's kind of, you know, they've been throwing punches, right? Optic comes out, they strike first. A haymaker for Royal Ravens. You bounce right back with your uppercut if you're Optic Texas. And then Gwyn says, "Daddy's here." Comes out and hits with a triple to open the map. Great timing there, Gwyn, was what I was saying. That was perfect.
Yeah, nice start there. Able to just, yeah, they just line up. He's vending corner. Now Optic off a spawn, their turn. They're going to have the stuns, the nade advantage. But Gwyn continues 5 in a row. Can he find a cruise? What Optic has done so well in the respawns. Can Carolina get one in their pocket? Some nice shots out of Kenny.
I mean, that was a nice shot from Gwyn, too. Like,
no, that's what I mean, onto Kenny, yeah.
Oh, I thought you said from Kenny. I'm like, no, that was a snap from Gwyn. Beautiful, and there it is, 6 in a row. And he got to the 5 and I went like, what? It was like 25 seconds. Like, that was so fast in the hard point. He gets the streak. You take a 38-0 advantage. I mean, that opener, that's just all Gwyn getting a triple to start things. Now, can you turn this into more time? 2 players remaining here. See where the spawns come in for Optic. 2 players spawn right in front of TJ, so he might be in behind there. Able to pick that up, though, beautifully. Still battling on the point his fellow. Now you got a 2-on-2 near the point.
Yeah, you had Gwyn kind of taking the long route. You're going to spawn boxes here. Just kind of the way the spawns play out on this map. His fellow able to take down 1, but I think you already take this if you are Carolina, kind of breaking up that rotation a bit, but Pred now on 5 in a row. So he's able to fight on back, get some hill time, trying to snap, not easy, and Gwyn takes him down, so no cruise there for Optic.
He's getting hit by everything. I don't even know that he knows that he was shooting at.
That's what can make P2 so tough.
Yeah.
So difficult. If you cannot get pushed forward, no trophies down, you're just getting bombarded.
So far, so good. For Royal Ravens, you get the rest of this scrap time. You're there on the rotation, and well, you kind of send 2 through old, 2 through new. If you are Optic Texas, they'll look to set up a pinch onto this point. You got Kenny and Pred Eye, Shotzi and Dashy low, and now they'll combine through the mid-map as they go in. Shotzi, so good with the openers as we just saw, finding one here, trying to make the things easier for the squad, and Pred with a lovely double.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. That is the break-in. The spawns are flipped, and Carolina just had nobody middle of the map. So you kind of saw Shotzi. As soon as he jumps that box corner, gets the first kill, they all just fly on through. Now it's Carolina's turn, this time behind Gwyn, who is able to find the double. The contest is there. He's able to find his third. He's up to 12 and 5.
Hello. A kill there for Pred and Dashy. Hardpoint control with 15 seconds remaining. And despite the hot start from Gwyn and maybe a frustrating P2 due to the break, you're right back in this thing if you are Optic Texas. On rotation, they've got position as well, and still a player at all. Pred's still winning fights at all, finally going to fall. Now you start to spread things out, but as the new hardpoint pops, you lose. What, Shotzi drops almost instantly, so there's an opening window here for Royal Ravens.
Yeah, Carolina knows this, right? One player picks up the flank on TJ, who is hitting that route. Couple of players off spawn. Shotzi through boxes is able to find 2. If he has one more bullet, maybe the third. But that's great heads-up play from Carolina, just knowing the timings. But now the hill is white, and it is a battle for control. Coming out on top is Optic. That is 4 dead for Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, even though Shatsu is kind of that first death that maybe allowed for the opening, the fact he comes back and gets 2, almost 3, doesn't allow Royal Ravens to stabilize. It stays real messy, and now they continue to fight on the point. TJ can't quite connect. Gwyn looks to follow it up with maybe another wondrous multi-kill as he's up to 17 and 10, leading the lobby. Prud, though, right behind him. Game tied up.
Yeah, I mean, the difference so far is really just that P3 break is... What was that? Pred with some insane shots on DeFellow. I imagine that was a rival. I don't know. Maybe Pred picked up an MCW for this P5, but great shots on DeFellow on that rotation. Again, you're hoping to win rotation.
Yeah, the MCW. Yeah, he got one here.
I was like, whoa.
Yeah. That'll make a bit more sense, but still a tight one, waiting for the dust to clear, and who will maybe get some time on the point now. Trying to wrap in behind, it's TJ looking for openings. He'll be able to find one. You've almost got 2 minutes off of the play clock, and it's it's kind of like map 1.
That's
just
very
early.
messy.
It's very messy, not a lot of big hold, lots of a time where the hard point's white or contested. If it's anything like map 1, though, it'll start to clean up the deeper we get.
And I mean, Optic, yeah, it's just on some of these rotations, they have broke Carolina so early. Behind a multi-kill. We just had Shotzi on 5 in a row. The subs didn't lose. 15 for Shotzi, 19 for Pred. 17-point lead throughout that first set.
See who can find maybe a little bit of separation first. Still just this tug of war, but into the second set, where Gwyn kind of opened with that haymaker to start things off. There's one streak in. Gwyn earned it early. He finally used it now at the beginning of this rotation, but you're still on the point if you are Optic, so maybe this will be the swing. It was 5 in a row again for Shotzi, up to 18. He's been so good in these hard points, and they're holding Carolina at bay.
I mean, you call in that cruise, and then Shotzi finds 3.
That's tough.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see when you come out of that cruise. And well, Shotzi continues, but it's going to be Gwyn. Finally, someone shoots back, able to take him down. Feels like in some of these hard points, it's just been all Gwyn as he continues.
Yeah, no, he's been that individual playmaker for Royal Ravens, where
without
in
some
the
of his plays, this might be another ugly one.
Well, it's like for Optic Texas, everyone's had their moment, right? Like everyone's erupted or earned a streak or had these just takeover moments. The one struggling right now, Kenny. 8 and 16, but guess what? You're up 40, you're in control, you've got the point, you're looking to close out this series, but everybody just dropped off a spawn. Let's hop to a listen in with Optic Texas.
Go ahead. Let's get this. Let's work this together.
Half full, Clay for now.
Yep.
I don't know where he went.
Hold on, Fingal. Clay.
Clay still half full.
Where's the pitcher now?
Yeah, so that.
Here, look for you, probably.
Half full, 1 HP Clay.
One for us. Friends, I'll say half full.
I'm running a caution. Ramp, watch, I guess. Push her, these half out to the right. Half out to the right. Under half out. Behind us,
Alright, under half bar.
Clay, shit on. Under half out. Watch out. Really weak. Yeah, one more ramp.
Yeah, that's
nice.
Nice trap.
Really good time.
Play do it.
I'm gonna go right. I got a right.
Okay, I got time.
Close ramp.
I don't see him ramp.
You play the right side. I'm bumping you guys on the phone.
I don't see him. He's playing boxes.
You guys can go. Dive in.
Yo, one's on me, Clay. Or team. Box to the...
Nice, that's a two.
I couldn't do fast.
Back to back. Graffiti. I already blocked the back.
I'll play back outside, bro.
I have it.
Come on, tell me. He was stairs, maybe.
Back up.
Hey, top mid. What is this?
Staircase. One shot, Clay. Staircase, one shot.
Live in the back. We spawn back. Nice shot.
I spawned out. Try to stay alive.
Dig up,
That's 2 dead.
On the back, 1 HP in the back. Back bus. All the way in the back.
Hold in the back, yeah.
In the back, 3. Last
Back right, maybe.
No. He spawned out. Middle left.
Staircase.
I have a trophy AJ in a second.
Nice, Ant.
One soda. I have left time.
Soda. Could be boxes. Yeah, I'll get boxes. You're good. Boxes, Clay, guys. It's a really good time.
I have boxes.
I had the back right. He can't
Box is Clay dead.
Nice, that's it.
I'm gonna box.
One on you.
We get back and Pred is absolutely twisted, mate.
That's a great Pred accent right there, but yeah, I mean, as soon as you're going to listen, it's the end of P2 into P3. Last time at P3, it was an early break from Optic. Same thing happens here. Carolina fought on back, but Shotzi flies through 6 in a row. An early rotation of P4 doesn't matter either for Carolina. Carolina have had chances to find some time, but they just have not found the kills in those moments.
Shotzzy, I don't know if I've ever watched a player that it's like every timing and like gunfights going his way, or like it's the total opposite and like nothing's going his way. It's just kind of the way he plays,
yeah,
but like,
no,
dude, when he's in his bag, bro, it is so fun to watch. Like, there is a rhythm and a rhyme to his gameplay, and it's a blast.
And well, he's gonna call it a cruise right away. Flies on down, hits this speed boost to help his teammate trying to get onto this hill. Fellow, though, locking down the white van, trying to play his life, has a trophy. Gwyn watching the cross. Not the easiest shots to hit, but able to connect as Carolina trying to stay alive in this map.
And kind of similar to that map 1, like, you know, it was 2 minutes off the play clock, like an 80-80 game. As crazy as the fights have been, it stabilized a bit.
It's 30 points.
You got a chance to push this to a map 5 if you're Carolina. So reminiscent in the scoreline of map 1. You've stayed tight, you fought tough. Can you bring it back this time, though, if you're Royal Ravens, or do you get shut down? It was Optic Texas in the clutch in the map 1. They're doing it here in the Hardpoint, over the 200 point mark, looking to close it out. The pinch started to develop, though, for Royal Ravens. Can they get him out? They'll get the kill and get him out for now, but some damage done there from Optic.
Well, I mean, that's just the spawns, right? You have 2 players on Optic, and Shotzzy and Pred, I think, just didn't loose middle of the map, and they actually spawned Clay behind them. So it kind of sets up a pinch for free for Carolina, which turns into maybe the final 20 seconds of this hill going the way of the Ravens, which keeps them in the game. That 20 seconds, that would have shut them out.
And that's with the kind of a mid hard point, right?
Yeah.
A central hard point. It's just so easy to split teams out. It ends up punishing you there. Get some time to Carolina. Nice tracking as one goes over the top for Clay, and then you get another Clay doing his thing.
Well, now this gives them a chance maybe to win rotation to P1 behind that double. Instead of rotating all the way through, you fight through bridge as Optic, but Clay shuts you down.
The multi-kills coming again, though, for Optic. Yeah. Kenny was able to get 2. Shotzzy Pred through for the final ones, and you're into the point again. Can you be heroic now if you're Royal Ravens in battle through? Do you seal the deal if you are Texas? They've got the point unlocked for now, but here comes the collapse. Dashy winning big gunfights from the point, soaking up time and finding the kills as well. Just holding for the next one. Stun hits, though, and help them back away for now. He's just been stunned up for 10 seconds. Now contested, 15 to go for Optic.
Kenny, though, want to be pinched. Kenny on the pinch, might be able to shut this down. Well, numbers-wise, over to Carolina. It comes down to a 1v1, 10 seconds left.
Got a
take this scrap time, but, I mean, we know how difficult it is, really, to hold P2 cleanly. Optic should be able to close out this series.
We'll see. Or do you have some insane hold if you are Royal Ravens? Gwyn with the opening gunny. Shotzzy has been terrific. Looking for number 40 as he puts it up. 40 on the map for Shotzzy. Kenny there as well, trying to clear him out of the point. 6 points needed. Finessing his life, it'll finally drop. Pred, though, there with the help. Into the point go Optic. They should end up sealing the deal. This is highlighting what you said. It's so scrappy. You just need a couple of seconds. You can't quite get it done yet. You stabilize. But
this pretty much summarizes this series.
Yeah.
Right now is Carolina somehow staying alive. You hear the nades, the stuns going off. Now they gotta rotate, though. 15 seconds left. Optic still throwing bodies at this. You have Kenny getting aggressive. Someone's right behind him. That's gonna be Pred. Dashy looking over him. Not there yet, though, is another double, but on rotation, you're gonna have number 6 in Shotzzy finding a second.
Clay's running, can't quite get there to maybe contest. I thought just for a second an opening for some late game heroics, but it won't happen. Shotzzy drops 40 plus. He had a series because his map 1 was nutty as well. Optic get the win. They do it through the respawns. Maybe the one bright note for Royal Ravens where the search and destroy struggles have come. Maybe Highrise starts to be a map for you, but you get bodied up, especially just from a slaying standpoint, the respawns, like it was tough at times.
Yeah, it looks like it evens out a little bit here when we look at the scoreboard, right? They started to fight on back, I think, really since that P5 when we were hopping on board with Clay. I mean, Fellow struggles. On the other side, yeah, 43 from Shotzzy, 36 from Pred.
Almost
this
7K damage. Whew.
Yeah, this duo on Rio can go crazy. On the other side of it, if you're Carolina, I think you look at both hard points, like, there were chances for us to win.
There were.
2 P3s on this map specifically where Carolina is there, and I mean, you just have someone fly through and piece them up. Can't happen.
Yeah, it just felt like, I don't know, Optic just through some individual moments or the entry kills from Shotzzy and Pred all series, like they were just making the game hard for Carolina. I know you could say it same the other way, but like they were just too comfortable. Like when Shotzi's playing like that, when his POV looks like that, you know what I mean? You're just like, uh-oh, like have fun dealing with that. He's just gonna be annoying.
And here's just a recap of the series. Close Hardpoints. The other two modes not close. Carolina able to win that Highrise S&D, but the invasion control one to watch there for Optic.
No, yeah, that was the most impressive part probably of this series. I mean, maybe you could say the search was definitely great for a positive on the other side, but for Optic, yeah, that invasion was insane. Two of the most one-sided offensive rounds we've ever seen. Absolute dominance. Yeah, the boys were shooting. Optic Texas and get the win. Smiles everywhere as we get back to the desk to Christopher, big sexy puck.
Alrighty.
Thanks, Maven. All right, guys, we got to break this one down. Shotzzy deserving all of the millions of dollars this kid is making. He may be the most entertaining player in the CDL, and he's dropping some of the biggest numbers. As Maven said, it wasn't just that game one. He drops 43 with another 6,500 damage in this final game.
I mean, that might be some of the most damage we've seen in a Hardpoint thus far. To be honest, I think Maven said it perfectly during this match that once Shotzzy is going, it is very, very hard to get him to stop. He just starts getting some of these most insane timings, and he knows exactly what to do with them. Unfortunately for like Carolina Royal Ravens, they started calling out he was missing a little bit too late into this respawn because he was constantly behind them and shooting them in their back.
Yeah, that was also the hardpoint kill record set by Shotzzy in that game number 4, just absolutely frying. I don't know how many more Rios Optic Texas is going to really have. Despite, Carolina, they were in this game. I got to shout out Optic Texas, and like they're just prioritizing the right things. Their spawn knowledge is on point. I mean, you think about the end of that invasion, how close it actually was, and the spawn outs are happening left and right. You have players spawning blue, players spawning palace. It's Kenny who picks up a huge kill. Like the timings are on point. Goes to hill, finds one, backs up, secures the spawn once again, and then they proceed to get the majority of that time. And then even at the end of this game, like granted, yeah, they're about to win, but like they're prioritizing the right things, pressuring that P2, creating so many layers so they know that they're going to ensure that rotation. These are things that you need to do on HP to perform at a high level, and Optic does that.
I want to play devil's advocate a little bit here just for the simple fact that when we were heading into this match, Optic Texas is already a top 4 team. They're already one of the top teams in Respawn. So honestly, they are expected to win both hardpoints in this series. It wasn't expressive at number 3, but their search and destroy still has a lot of work that needs to be done.
But Allie, it's time for your scuff play of the game, and there's not many better than a 3-0 in Control. It was close, but we talked about it coming in. Optic is just clutch.
Yeah, no, it was those two offenses, right? I mean, especially on a map like Invasion, this was extremely impressive, even from a team like Optic Texas. Like I said, that is good at Respawn, is getting that B right off the bat. Carolina Royal Ravens just did not have an answer.
Nameless, you were oohing and ahhing in the green room. Who was most impressive in this series for you?
I mean, I got to say Shotzzy.
Yeah?
He was so impressive. I mean, the guy was going crazy throughout this series, man. But, as a unit, I think in this Control, this was the most impressive map.
Yeah.
It was one of the game modes that they needed to focus on throughout this split. Now they've won 3 straight invasions, and their map pool is now widened. So it helps them a lot going into the veto process against some of the top teams in the league.
Really enjoy seeing what we had there in Game 3. And, of course, Game 4. The man who dropped the big bombs in the final game is joining us live. Welcome to the Monster Winner Spotlight, young Shotzzy. And talk to me a little bit about Rio. How fun is that map for you?
Definitely one of my favorite maps for sure. You could just fly on the map, and I mean that's obviously what I enjoy, and just flying, doing your thing as a solo player, being annoying, and yeah, I feel like that map definitely suits me for sure.
Now everyone sees the KD, but damage is what I look at. I always find that so impressive to see how many bullets you were actually landing. You and Pred combined for 13,000 damage in that final hardpoint. What is it like playing with this guy? Are you guys running together? Are you dividing and conquering? How would you describe your play style?
I mean, personally, I've always played just fast and annoying. That's kind of my play style. I try to do what's easy for the team, and I mean, AG's just annoying to play against as well. The guy's literally camping in the corner, just laying down. So I feel like that dynamic is really good just because we're constantly just being annoying around the map. And yeah, especially that map. Rio, we are just being annoying. I don't know his pop, but like, I can only imagine.
Yeah, no, especially Respawn in general, right? I feel like, I mean, not feel like, you guys are one of the top Respawn teams right now. So that then leads me to Search and Destroy. Where have you guys kind of had the conversation of what's going wrong?
Yeah, I think we all like that map too, I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, we don't play Highrise, and that's one thing that we're trying to expand. Yeah, like I said, we lagged out that second map. We obviously had to play it more, get used to it. But
sure.
yeah, I mean, this series, we're kind of just expanding our map pool.
Shotzi, I know, big team change coming into this season. You guys had to figure some things out. I feel like you were due for a takeover series, and this was your best performance this year so far. What clicked for you recently? Why were you able to play so well today as opposed to the weeks prior?
This guy just tried to throw a basketball head. Honestly, I honestly don't even know. I feel like now I'm like slowly comfortable into like the way this team this team plays. I feel like I'm more comfortable where I'm at now compared to back then. I feel like back then I was kind of just forcing everyone I was forcing plays to make everyone feel comfortable instead of just playing my game. And I feel like that's one thing that I did differently the last month, I'd say. Like, just focus on myself and everything will just come, smoother, and we'll all just work together as well.
It's working.
Hey, Shotzi, you play Atlanta March 3rd. How do we feel about that? Actually, producer in my ear, new question for you. Where can I watch your stream?
Wait, what was it?
I'm confused. Up on him.
Where can we watch your content, Shotzi?
Oh, you can watch on Twitch, twitch.tv/Shotzi, YouTube as well, TikTok. Honestly, you can find it on Facebook too. But yeah.
He's everywhere.
Twitch.tv/Shotzi.
Just open up your phone. Shotzi's probably on it. Thank you for joining us live. That's Shotzi. That is Optic with our winner spotlight. And we have one more match to go.
We're already here. Wow. One more?
Are you excited?
I am excited.
I'm getting excited. Ant, you ready for this one?
I'm ready. I want to see if Seattle actually shows some life today because they got smoked yesterday.
Optic is done. When we come back, Surge, desperate for a dub, but they're going to run into a diamond con. Stay tuned. Match 3 up next.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Share your life, they actually went for the challenges and gave us an opportunity, which is just something I hate seeing. And what the hell was that? Then he just got
That's the best gun in the game. That is the best gun in the game.
Would you rather stack a point and just get that extension? Because they don't even have 2 ticks done yet. Now they will, as Formal, he gets pushed up into wood, and they're just playing around these spawn kills. They're looking everywhere. Only 1 death in this round for Optic.
Oh, yeah, this has been a clinic, an absolute clinic.
Picking up Zig. As you watch the white arrow start to funnel out, Simp and RCs have that crossfire. It's a lot for Simp to deal with, and he is dealing with it. 4-0 start. Just sensational. And he gets stuck. That was directly to his forehead, I think.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra trying to get water side to, flip spawns for the second hill. We're going to head towards the left side of your mini-map. Dude, over towards Kitchen. All right, but at least they're sticking them.
Was that deja vu? It's like 4 in a row.
But early in our 7th circle here, there's still 30 teams left. You don't have any resources. Get to the zone if you can. Win your gunfight. Maze somehow sneaks through. You see a lone newbie Spartan running around like a chicken with his head cut off. There are so many squads. This is unprecedented. Being able to see this from the Codcaster is so special. There's our first moving zone.
You know, we knew we were going to come in and handle business. You know, they're a pretty team. I don't know what all the hype is about around this match. I mean, look at the scores.
I did.
Oh, take a look at this rush. Take a look at this aggressive play from Minnesota. They make their way in through middle. They instantly hop into this B zone. Standing with a nice little angle. Oh, what a play! Oh, it finds 3. Eli with the snapper.
My goal here is to win champs. I think it's gonna be very difficult, but if we put the time and we just work hard, it's just everything is possible, I think.
Reinforcements are here now. Attached. Here we go. Flies on now, and able to find a second one. Progress being made. All of the Rocker members here now. They can stack this, and it's going to go quickly. Ultra have to fly, but Brisa already there on the cuts. Fans, he's going to die to a trophy. It could be the Major 5 trophy that just blew him up, but Attached trying to hold on. 3 finds number 4 as well. As well, Attached with the pistol. Standing follows it up, and there.
Just 2 weeks from now, Seattle Surge will be flying across the country to Miami for Major II. Tonight, though, they enter this match with an 0-3 record, and they're taking on a West Coast rival here in LAG. Both of these teams are winless in our standings, but this is LAG's just third match here in Major II.
If Seattle Surge want even a crumb of a chance of trying to make it into winners so they don't fly to Miami and have to just get booty bopped and sent back home after that long flight, then they have to get a win here versus LAG, which isn't impossible. These are obviously two teams extremely on the struggle bus, and for the fact of Seattle Surge is that they're good at search and destroy. That is the one edge that they have in this series versus LAG.
Nameless, I'm looking at these faces. They are intimidating. They are scary. But is there a leader on this roster when things are going wrong?
You know, that's a really good question because, you know, you want to say it'd be like our cities, but it just feels like there's been no leadership on this team, Chris. I'll be honest. I mean, watching them play, especially in some of the Control, I mean, they had some fight yesterday, but, like, for the most part, they look like they're pretty clueless and that there's going to be an imminent roster change ahead. But they are going up against LAG, who have been struggling. So if there's any opportunity, it would be in this series. And you can see winless in Hardpoint and Major II Qualifiers, an 0-4 record with a minus 92.
Yeah, I was going to say almost 100-point difference every time you play Hardpoint. That is just unacceptable.
Yeah, I mean, they do have their best Hardpoint here in map number 1 in this series, so there's some life. The problem is it's also LAG's best Hardpoint. And then Control has the show life again, 2-9 in round count Control in the M2 qualifiers, 2.6 ticks capped per attack, 5.2 ticks allowed per defense. I mean, there's been some high rises that they've just given up an entire point in the first 10 seconds of the map. So clearly it's a preparation thing as well. I think they need to just play a little bit more free on the map.
Ali, if Surge gets the win today, who's your player to watch?
Ooh, player to watch. I would say RC just because he solo carried them through that search and destroy, but Abuza is a good call out since he is technically the rookie on this team.
Both of those have been able to drop numbers, but inconsistently. And on the other side of this matchup, same thing can be said for Diamond Con. He dropped 32 kills at his first Hardpoint, but then was kind of silenced as that respawn match went on. For LAG to be on top of their game, what do you need to see today, Nameless?
Yeah, I mean, like, LAG is a really exciting team because they have players who can, like, pop off, take over games. I mean, you're talking about a team that's been top 3 in First Bloods in S&D all year long, just haven't been able to convert them, and Fame gets a ton of those, right? Like, Estrio has his moments where he gets inside and behind enemy lines making plays, and then Diamondcon can take over a respawn. The problem with this team is that, like, their hardpoint map pool is just basically non-existent.
Okay.
And then in search and destroy, the fundamentals have not been on point. It's just similar things like what Optic was going through in their S&Ds, like man-up situations, they haven't been able to convert bombs down, they're losing the round. So LAG, I mean, go back, watch some VOD and try to fix your search, because they're middle of the pack HP team.
Allie, we got the maps and modes. What do you see?
I see nothing, because neither of these teams really have a map pool or a deep one at that. Again, I would say the only situation is maybe Seattle Surge and that invasion, search and destroy. And
yeah, I mean, I see in the series, like, between the two search and destroy, Seattle they're 5-0, so they feel very confident in Invasion and Highrise, and they're just gonna have to steal their hardpoint map pick, which is gonna be that #1 Karachi. See if they can do it.
Could come down to who's better at Karachi. It's games 1 and 3. It's time to get our pick'ems in, and I'm going first. LAG is in the 9th seed. Surge is in the 10th seed. I think 9 is better today. I'm going with purple.
I like your logic there. I'm also going to go with purple squad today, LAG. I just think this squad as a whole has a lot of opportunity and a higher ceiling than Seattle Surge.
Ooh. Dang, yo, I'm about to switch my pick.
You can.
No way.
You can.
I'm going with Seattle. You know, to put the Seattle logo up. I think Seattle's going to take it. LAG have been regressing. Seattle are going to come out, say screw it, and take over.
All right, and the fans also went with LAG. It is time to get this battle started. It's going with Surge last minute. Nameless. He's got some confidence. Let's see if our casters do too.
Is it confidence? I don't know. Is he just going against you two guys? I think that might be it. I think that might be it. I don't know. Look, I'm not feeling confident for Seattle, but at the same time, I mean, it's one of those matchups. You're not going great at this moment in time. Is it the time for the bounce back, trying to get some confidence underneath them?
I mean, again, the one good sign we really have from the side of Seattle is like the way they played against Toronto. First half, not too great, but like by the time the Karachi Control rolled around, they were playing good Call of Duty. And obviously, like, I like where Nameless, small amount of the structure you might be trying to bring to the table. And a guy like Hook is like perfect for that. Like, you know, Hook, when he is at his best, absolute monster when he is unleashed. So I think there's always that potential just to have a takeover sort of performance. Of course, Karachi Hardpoint, as noted, Seattle's best map. The record not great, but obviously Karachi from the side of LAG a little bit better. Might not be on point with the rotations, but even if you remember just a week ago when they played against Optic on this map, pretty much fried. Like, played the map incredibly well start to finish. So LAG, I think, certainly a team really from the start of the year have a very effective game plan of how they want to play these maps, and if they execute it, it can be near flawless.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to rotate if you're going to break them every single time, right? I mean, I suppose it's down to the fundamentals. If you can find either one of those, that's a good thing to do. But over towards the LAG side, maybe just a little bit more. I think, you know, it has been a bit of a struggle for them, but starting to potentially step things up. And again, you know, we talk about Seattle wanting to try and find some confidence. For the side of LAG, it's the same thing, right? You're not looking too great at this moment in time. Starting to get maybe things going a little bit better, but realistically speaking, same seat as where Seattle is sitting right now.
Yes, you are just trying to stop sort of that, you know, the small essence of a downward spiral. But for LAG, again, when it's good, it is fantastic. However, when it's bad, 0-5 round count in Major 2 on the attacking rounds, not exactly ideal. Granted, if it's invasion, that's one thing, but it's not always that. This team likes to play a lot of high rise. We got a Karachi Control for the map 3 as well. You can't afford to just get straight up bullied out on the offensive rounds. We're still on the search and destroy front. First Bloods out of control. 70% plus is pretty nutty. Granted, a slightly small sample size, but nonetheless, they've been incredibly effective in not just the First Bloods, but getting the bomb down as well. So around the objective, these guys have been on point. And again, it's a game plan thing. They do have a strong game plan. They know what they want to do in these situations. Yes, there are a couple mishaps on the execution of it, but it's a fairly young team they have across the board, not counting Adam Assault. So it's certainly something you're expecting them to improve on over time.
100%. And I think, you know, if you could put those fundamentals together, getting the First Bloods is one thing. That's the hard part, right? It's converting that should be the slightly easier. And if they can start doing that, then all of a sudden things are looking a lot better. For the side of Seattle Surge, though, I mean, I just want to see some confidence out of them, just to maybe get a map under their belts, get rolling. Because, I mean, yesterday it was not fun for them or anybody, to be honest with you. Ultra just played with them over the entire series. So they'll want to be coming into this and just get a bit of a better feeling going. We've seen a couple of decent plays, though, coming out here and there. You know, the control, as was alluded to from the desk, was pretty decent on yourself. You know, it was getting there, but again, it just feels like there is no momentum heading their way. It's only going the opposite direction right now for Seattle Surge, but this is a winnable game for them. And if they can find this, you never know what their season is going to look like. But yeah, things have been a real struggle since Brezzy came into this roster. And, you know, as a big EU man, as you like to point out quite a lot, in my bias, I really want to see Brezzy do well. Look, he's had a good amount of time on the challenger side of things. He's done great things over there. It's nice to see him and Abuza in on the roster, but things are just not working right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was pointed out. It's the sort of classic thing in Seattle at this point. They've just been put in a very difficult position, like, throughout this stage, but yeah, they're working on those improvements. This, of course, throughout the Major II qualifiers as well. Well, the records overall, those are super interesting stat. That's a lot of maps played there, but either way, you can certainly see sort of an indication. Struggles on both sides. I know certainly keys to success for LAG. Their breaks have been certainly more on point, 32 or 33%. Pretty solid, especially on Karachi. Breaks are going to be key because you very much trade hills on this map. You win one hill, you're going to lose the rotation and X more often than not. But I would just say for the side of Surge, like, it's like the pop-off potential. Like, the one sort of good S&D map when they had on Terminal this past week was an RC just sort of had that takeover performance. I think that's exactly what I'm looking for Seattle on the flip side. Again, Hook always going to be a very strong candidate for it, but you never know. Maybe a Brezzy or the rookie Abuza can step up to the plate as well. Certainly Abuza has had quite a few very strong maps this year.
Yeah, 100%. I think there was a lot of excitement coming with him over into the Seattle Surge roster. I think especially, you know, a lot of the guys from the Challengers have been picking this guy up. Abuza is somebody who really came flying onto the scene, hadn't even really been around the EU Challenger side of things for too long. I mean, put it this way, when I was there during Cold War, I can't remember casting over him, and all of a sudden, bang, he's in there. So, you know, the talent is 100% there. There'll be somebody from the Challengers community be like, you casted Abuza 15 times, and I'll be like, well, I didn't remember. And if I didn't remember, then he wasn't doing too hot. So at the same time, him coming through with this very, very quick rise, that whole squad last year, actually, I think it's only Cobra who's left in Challengers right now, who was part of the team that Abuza was on, that just went and did so many good things last year in the Challenger side. So very interesting to see if he can continue. Look, I mean, he has somewhat been the shining light for them. If he can continue that, maybe get something going, he can be the catalyst. Brezzy just needs to get things going. It hasn't been the easiest start though. Look, some of the games that they've had have just been really, really tough. So I don't want to make any judgments yet, but definitely needs to step it up on a few different levels.
No, absolutely. And of course, you know, leadership is always something that the desk was talking about as well. Brezzy is like, it depends on how you want to define veteran in a sense, but Brezzy has been around for quite some time. I mean, he was in the pro scene back in Black Ops 4 as well, when we had 16 teams in the league, and maybe some mixed results on the actual success at the time. But I mean, this man has been on the grind for years, so good deal of experience, a little bit of chem between the teammates. And speaking of the chem, fist bumps out and about, which means good news. Map almost certainly going to be loading in. Karachi is where we're getting started. Honestly, the best hardpoint map for both of these teams as well. So nice little square up map to kick off on the series. And again, these are bubble teams when it comes to champs as well. So these are the matches you are playing against. It's one thing to lose a match and not get CDL points, but if you are giving CDL points to a team you are actively competing against that are right next to you in the standings, it can be a dagger. So very close to a must win rather for both of these squads. And obviously you saw the stats. Diamond Khan, absolute shooter. He's been fantastic this year. Always got to keep in the back of your mind. We said pop-off potential a few times. He's a candidate for sure.
We say 6-pointers quite a lot in the UK. I'm not too sure if you'd get that reference, but this is one of the absolute must-win for both of these two teams. And for Diamond Khan, yeah, look, I mean, he has been a real standout. I'm interested to see what Los Angeles Guerrillas can bring to the table here. Seattle Surge, can you find the bounce back from what has been a torrid time? Looking over towards P1, Elliot Gorillas looking over for the P2 side. It's all trying to get some control over towards top 3. Gonna get gunned down to be stocks. Couple of kills coming on through. Brezzy can't quite make it over towards this P2 side. Gonna be fighting for that control over these spawns very, very quickly. 10 seconds to go over towards P1.
Yeah, plenty of time as well to start to work the break. You actually had Hook taking a route, maybe to run straight towards P2 and repositioning, thinking about a flank, or maybe wants to be on point with his teammate. So Surge going to be coordinating at least 3 players together, but Estriel might just be the guy to break it down late to the action, but it's because he's waiting for the kills to be free, getting told where to go, and really right now just chasing those red dots. Can't get the cleanup, but either way, strong start on P2 there for LAG. They know now with the spawn coming through, no flanks are going to be in. All guns forward.
Can they hold tight? Big gun win from Brezzy. Finds Assault, and all of a sudden the push can start to come through. Astro with some really good shots on the cross. And at what stage do you give this up if you are Seattle? My word, the snap onto Arcides might just be a case of, yeah, let's choke this one up. 25 seconds to go. Clusterbun does come in for a boozer, so potential for him to maybe have a little stab at it, but looking like a rotation over towards P3 is going to come through, and we're going to see if that breaking potential for LA Gorillas is going to be on the cards here. They're going to need it if they want to try and get through a P3.
Quite literally the setup, right? Again, if you win the rotation at One Old Hill on Karachi, it means the rotation in New going to be a bit more difficult. Great news, though, potentially. Hook just spawned so far out of the action that Hook is doing the rank play classic. He just chowed time for 0 seconds at ult and gets traded. Maybe good news, though, he's going to spawn a lot closer to the time. His teammates win the gunfights around the hill. So you're going to have all 4 guns up. Oh, maybe Hook's going to fall again, but ready for the ult.
He'll be there at some stage. He's now going to spawn out, actually, so that might just help Seattle Surge out. A potential pinch on the card. If he can hold it on just while Hook is on his way, then great job. The boozer will fall, though, and all of a sudden the control of the point does go over towards LAG for just a second, but here comes the pinch. There is Hook, and it's down to Arson. He's left all on his own, finds that final kill. But the pressure's now starting to come in a little bit closer for LAG. Spawns up towards Junk side. One more go at it. Arcides trying to lock it down. 25 seconds or so to play for here. LA Gorillas tightening their grip, and there you go. The break comes through for about 20 seconds.
Yeah, overwhelming, at least towards the end, but not worst case scenario for the fact that Hook died basically twice before the hill even really popped. Not too shabby. Yes, LAG have the lead, but now Hook is in prime position behind enemy lines. Get these guys out of top 3, away from the power positions, and maybe make it a bit easier to hold that time. Estriel, though, you see, swapping weapons as well. Has the MCW out and about when the new hill pops, so they're making plays as well. But uncontested for the moment on the hill. It's kind of a situation. If you set foot on it, you're going to die first.
The old Mexican standoff over towards P4. Boozing out. Trying to soak up some time if he possibly can. It is realistically LA Gorillas in the better spots if they do want to try and find a rotation over towards the next hill, which is ultimately what you're fighting for. And trying to pick up whatever time you can. Just keep them off it, if at all possible. Brezzy trying to stay alive. If you can find the second, that might open things up. And there needs to be a third if they do want to get some time. But now thinking about the rotation, who's going to get gunned? Diamond Con and himself. Well, actually just trading lives there over towards the backside. But LAG going to be the first ones there over towards the next hill. There's a couple of seconds available now for the side of Seattle Surge. It's going to be about a 10-point game by the time we get over towards the next hill.
Yeah, full setup, though, from LAG, right? Yeah. Diamond Con is going to be watching the full flank. He can watch over Fame towards the middle of the map, so Fame gets traded, but he actually trades out his own life. And, of course, off spawn right there to pick up the lane that he just let go. So Diamond Con gets picked up, but next man in line, Fame back in the action. And as long as he's alive, you have a little bit of hope. Seattle actually win gunfights on the players outside of the hill, though. So LAG not collecting a good chunk at this time. And pretty much on the past 2 hills, Gorillas have been playing almost a game of keep away rather than collected time, but the keep away has been going strong until Hook delivers the 2. Seattle get the 3rd as well, and that is a big break for 30 big seconds. Surge likely going to take the lead at the end of this time.
Yeah, huge for Surge. As you said, you know, you are trying to play keep away to a certain degree, especially if you don't win that rotation. Keeping them off the hill is as good as you yourself getting points to a certain degree. We're going to soak up the final 15, and we're back over towards P1. It is going to be an ever so slight lead for the side of Seattle Surge. Decent enough start from both these 2 teams. It definitely feels like Hook is there or thereabouts, isn't it? 14 and 11 interactions off the chain. But it is going to be Seattle with the lead as we head back in towards P1. P2 Control currently with the side of Seattle Surge. Can they keep a hold of it? Estriel trying to get some kills going down over towards the red side. See what he can do with this, but he's being hunted right now. Yeah, Seattle Surge definitely want to keep a hold of those P2 spots.
And it was 2 players at least that he was dragging their attention that direction. Makes his teammates' job a little bit easier, at least for the initial few seconds. But back towards that square up. Nice shots with the Rival 9 out of Estriel. And those good shots continue. Ripping heads. Boo's going to be forced to back down. Him and Hook maybe waiting for the square up on time. But these are the gunfights that are difficult to win, to say the least. I mean, Diamond Khan's got a great heady. You get number 2 Fame up in the power positions as well, and that is a phenomenal hold. Might be the best still for LAG all game. It comes from a P1, and with Fame getting kills on the flip side, maybe the opportunity to put pressure on this rotation. LAG setting themselves up for another break again.
Luke only knows forward and gets caught out. Over towards the junk time. You can already see Fame's going to try and make a play from the flank. Can Brezzy hold it down from the front? No. So dangerous situation now for Surge. You lose a lot of time over towards P1. You're getting pressure to P2. Assault, you can't win that gunfight. Oh my word, it's just a breakdown. Seattle Surge a fold far too easily. Really nice break coming through from LAG though. Works out perfectly in every single different angle. That's a massive break at P2.
And if you notice, Fame as well on the 5 spree, 1 away from the cruise. Those kills started, by the way, on P1. So he has played his life fantastically. He's got the cruise, he's got the extra kills, he's got the feed, and his team has the time because Fame is doing everything else on the map. Finally, he's going to fall, but does that death even matter? 20 seconds left on hold. And you actually have Hook sprinting at it, so, well, he's just going to fall. Bonus time from LAG, who the past 2 hills, they've blown the game wide open.
Absolutely godly from Fame there. Whatever weapon he wants, whatever gunfight odds you want to give him as well, doesn't matter. He's going to be dead to rights in a second. He is probably going to go down. I don't think he was actually seen towards the backside, but irrelevant of that, cruise missile incoming. Seattle Surge have to sit tight, and that is now going to allow LAG just that little bit of breathing room to try and push through and find a break here. For all that things were looking very, very good for LAG over the last 2 hills. That should be a hold down for Surge. Diamond Khan towards the back though, Chance.
Yeah, that was a hilarious minimap, honestly. Fame was in the cruise missile, and you still have players on Seattle that were just chasing a guy that was not moving inside a coop, but all's well that ends well. You just got to read the flank. The positioning is there. Gunny there as well. Brezzy and Hook are able to get it done, so Surge may be working on the comeback. I think LA Gorilla's not going to let that happen. Let's go to a listen in and see how they orchestrate it.
Fine. I spawned right on the
top. Yeah, top trips, Alex. Look at those guys. There's Townie trip bundle. Trips to 3rd. And top trip. I spawn jungle too.
One's bridge. And one's low P4, bridge.
Counting all time, bed. Top 3rd, Alex.
I'm doing P4 right here.
I'm no AC first.
Yeah, he's good. I'm good. Okay. Brick splat, slow play.
I stun one.
I stun you. Watch out. I stun you.
I'm top. Yo, in top P4. Top P4.
He's still third.
Top P4
and one low shot. Double setup.
I'll see time.
I'm
going through big shot. I'm going through big shot right now.
Maybe then.
Say one's scaff. I gotta wait for you to kill. Let's get on time. Yo, nothing third. Yo, I'm out middle.
We're missing Alex.
I'm pitching trips. Like I'm going Gab. I'll kill. Bottom step. Top out. Where's the employees? Top coop last one. Top coop. One's on scaff. I spawned down. The shooter's spawned. He jumped down.
He's one shot now. Nice, good trade. Okay. 25 on this, yep. Alec,
I have my bottom. I have my bottom.
Got you.
Bottom,
I'm staying third step.
He's in the round.
Third step, got one.
I need a top bed. Top bed already, Alec. I need him with the nade.
I got one. Nice.
Alec hit with the nade, that was him. I spawn here. I'll play P3.
Still mid top P5. He mid. Reggie.
I'm helping you.
He went mid.
I'm just stay down.
100% went mid.
I
spawned down.
I'm not getting time.
Missing Brezzy. What's out there, Brezzy?
I'm top bed. You get time. I think I every bottom.
I'm be diner on me though.
They could be top, yo.
What's third? I'm pinching top just to make sure.
You could be top. Bottom, head.
Yeah, top.
Top, Alex, absolutely done. Last get back for that. You get time? I'll shut down. He's back graffiti. Hold it back.
I'm stunning your low.
I don't see a thing though.
Dumpster
Kyler. I do. Child me, Kyler. Right side bros.
Yeah, that's one kind of deep, yo. They could pitch
one barrel behind me, front. Gotcha. Make sure you're trying to row. Yo, one gets me fire. I'm gonna let hit this whole time. I'm trying to.
I'm with you right here.
Trying to get bridge.
Come on, diner. Yeah, get my bridge. Get my bridge.
Oh, you kill it.
Well, LAG still in the lead and do a little bit better over towards the junk time than they did last time, but still get broken. Seattle Surge very much in this game. Abuza finding those 2 kills. The second one, disgraceful. As we set up over towards P1 again. It's all kind of transpired over the last 60 seconds or so, Chance, that we now have a close game, but Seattle Surge, they absolutely cannot let LAG get the amount of time they did at P1 last time.
Well, that is the most painful way to start the P1 if you don't want that to happen. Abuza on the bridge just gets gone. You lose the power position. Who gets abandoned on the time in the swarm around P1? I mean, that's just overwhelming. 20 seconds away, they win this game. The rotation might be easy as well. Hoop going on the flank, trying to find the perfect pinch, but it's just getting red. LAG orchestrating this hill to perfection.
Well, working out so well for them. Abuza does find a way through via a two-piece from himself. Brezzy will be able to get a bit of control of it towards top 3, but is it too little too late? 10 seconds away. They're trying to hold this down, can find one, won't find the second. Reinforcements in for the side of CL Surge, but Astral from up top may well just rain hell down from the heavens. Can't quite find the second kill. Abuza is there to shut it down, but this is the problem. Rotation is in now for the side of LAG. You gotta leave that scrap. You gotta go fast. CL Surge, you need to find a break quick.
And it's crazy spots and just a tight setup right now from LAG. You don't even have time to check the corners. Who checks it, but a player falls in the meantime. Manages to contest, and the break might be in. Abuza finds the extra one as well. Who can Abuza piercing the setup, and Diamondcon last line of defense is gone. Surge have turned this into a game.
Diamondcon does well to even find one there, but all of a sudden the break comes through at the perfect moment for Seattle Surge. They're 30 seconds away. There's 40 seconds to play for. Hook trying to hold this down as LAG just trying to formulate the plan, which way we coming in from. Here they go, but they get flanked in. Hook is there again. Abuza with another two-piece. One player left from LAG. Gun out his socks. 15 seconds.
Easiest hold as well. Watch the dumpsters, watch the alley. Those are the only avenues of attack. There isn't enough of a trophy, but it doesn't matter. The dumpster spot, you just can't get past. 4 seconds away. No one can get through in Surge. The comeback on Karachi is in. They get map 1.
Fantastic break to P2. Makes the game for Seattle Surge. I think if you're LA Gorillas, you are kicking yourself. Commanding position, in the lead by 20 or 30, chilling at P2. Everybody dies. Seattle Surge 1-0 after a phenomenal break at P2. Great hold to lock it down. There's life of the old dogs yet.
And Surge had quite a bit of pressure on them all game. Not just the fact that they've been playing off of a deficit, basically off the opening break, and we'll get that in a second. In the stats, well, who maybe not a complete masterclass, but top notch in the damage department. 30 kills, played out of his mind, 23 non-traded. Fantastic stuff by the end of the game, but it's like the junkyard hill, I think, right?
Yeah.
Like it was 2 different times where LAG had the full setup. All 4 players nearby, everybody watching the cuts. You can hear even in the comms and the listening what they were able to do. But Surge, maybe not necessarily getting completely clean breaks on those hills, but instead of being a money hill at all, they just turned it into a distraction. So you just had Surge fighting in the right moments at the right times, and again, just that coordination, the break in the end was completely on point. But this is one of those examples. We're going to a junkyard hill, and you just see those purple arrows, at least on the initial time, we're swarming it, just not able to execute on the gunfights to really lock that down for a substantial amount of time. So 2 attempts at it, no success, and a hell of a game in the end by Surge.
Yeah, really good game. And it does make you wonder back towards LAG for the side of that junk hill, how well they are able to lock it down over towards P1. That's very different. You're thinking about height, etc., but it's not as hard to lock down an junk hill as it is to lock down some decent time at P1. They were doing that pretty flawlessly over the entire map, and well, they only really let things go at that very final hill. I think Seattle Surge were maybe in the lead by a couple of points at one stage during that game, but they were behind 99% of it. And LAG crumble at the final hurdle. The player cam's looking very, very different towards the end. Yeah, Seattle Surge got decent takeover towards P1. Just about flirted with the lead over towards P5. After that, behind for quite a substantial amount of time. It was nearly 100 points at one stage, Chance, and LAG let that one slip.
That is brutal to look at. I mean, even just like the P1 and P2 on the second set of rotations where LAG just go on a massive tear to just build that lead. They got to 193 after like the second P2, and I mean, then they were just struggling to get points after the fact. So the slow chip away, the big breaks when you need it, and you cross the finish line barely in the nick of time. That's even a situation where like on the P1 as well, you had LAG players that were in the power positions, top third, top AC, and Surge is like dive bombing the hill, throwing lives away. And that's almost unlosable. But again, that tight setup, they checked the right corners, they got the breakdown, they timed it perfectly as well. Those gritty moments are a difference maker, and well, that is at least advantage now in the series, but certainly a long series to go. Invasion, Search and Destroy up next, and I know this is a map that LAG have played a good amount across this year. I mean, at the Boston Major, they were grinding it. At the same time, though, overall, their record 2-4. So this is a map where they haven't had a great deal of success in the wins department. I know they've had a ton of tight maps, so a lot of round 10s, a lot of round 11. So they're close on Invasion, but they are beatable.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Seattle, though, it's so important that they got that map number 1. I think it feels like there will be a bit of a weight lifted from their shoulders to a certain degree now, getting themselves on the board here for the weekend, and now heading into the second map. But Major 2 tickets available now. If you hit that QR code, I might, you know what? Because I actually think I need one, mate. I think I might have to actually get on my phone and have a little look. But yeah, that's for another day, and we'll need to stop making that joke, as I will just depress myself. Here we are, though. Map number 2 coming up very, very shortly. Any thoughts, particular? I mean, look, for LAG, you absolutely need a bounce back. But where your mind's going to be at, if you are the team in the top of your screen, there, you've got to be feeling pretty bad after pretty much leading the dance the entire map number 1, and all of a sudden you lose it off one break. You've got to be in a tough spot.
Just about the bounce back, though. I mean, you see in the player cams a great deal of frustration on their faces, but you're just looking for the quick one.
You could do with finding it. Arcedy's 1.3 KD over the Major 2 qualifiers. Not bad at all. I think that would have took a little bit of a dent against their game when they went against Ultra. But here we go. Into Invasion, Search and Destroy. The 3-0 record overall. Seattle Surge on this map, but that was, I believe...
Yes, as I was going to say.
Yeah.
Old team, it is going to be at least a slightly different look, so I think the stats don't tell the whole story for Surge. However, very aggressive at the start of the round, already checking out T1. You see Brezzi on the cross, able to spot maybe 2 players out, but if there's only 2, that means some player's going to be nearby a street. Who gets the first blood traded out? We got a 3v3.
Brezzi set up over towards the middle, trying to find another pick just to slow this push down, but a nice line across the map here from Seattle. And it's going to force him out, though. The stun's definitely not going to help things as well. Just about gets away and turns and finds Estrel. A really big kill coming in from Brezzi. A lot invested to get him out from that tank position. They managed to do so, but they can't take him down. After these good shots on the Diamond Cone, Assault will even the odds to a certain degree, but now it's a 1 versus 2. Tough position for the MVP. A chance to try and find something here. Has the capabilities, but not an easy situation.
And the only thing that was open on the map was the mid lane. He does not choose it. Brezzi had that on lock, and I mean, Brezzi really with the gunfight of the round in the dark alley gets the seals the deal in the end. So big round, and again, just a turn and burn in that little cut lane. The big difference maker without question. So for Surge, perfect record on the map. That is the perfect start.
Yeah, that's one of those from Australia. Like, you know, you've got the kill. Yeah, I've got the kill. Yeah, he's naded. We've stunned him. I'll chase him down, get him. Yeah, we go complete. Oh, no, sorry, I've been gunned. Brezzi had no other option but to lie down and just aim down sights and pray. Honestly, at that stage. Works out for him, though. 1-0 now for Seattle Surge. Now onto the attacking side for them. Pushing over towards the B side by the looks of things. LA Gorillas should potentially have a trophy on the go, but yet to find anything at this moment in time. Pretty much good control down the B street, but need to find a way to get through this defense.
And taking their time to work it as well, right? Stun clear out, top broken, and maybe make a bit of noise and throw a fake. Brezzi toying with the idea of wrapping back and forth. I think Assault is able to spot out some of this information, though, so I think he's got the intel. When he sees players cross over to A, the 2 players from LAG working the B site start to get active. So LAG taking a bit of map control. Smokes out for confusion. Hook thrives in it. Another first blood. And Surge following up as well. A quick 3v2. The pressure that LAG had at the B street going to be successful. Estriel, I don't know how he gets that gunfight win, but Arcedy's doesn't even get a bullet.
Bomb down irrelevant. Shots from Abuza are clean though. Diamond Con falls. Great shots from Estriel. Makes it a 1 versus 1. Now Hook with the SMG. You know he's going to be close by. Around over towards the site. Estriel's going to clear everything out here though. Get himself up close and personal. Spots him. Hook makes his move. Offers the information over towards Estriel. And oh my word. Just doesn't get the time of the shots with the Renetti are solid. But the MCW ones need to be good. And they need to be good very, very quickly. Hook's just going to jink away. Around goes for the kill. And Estriel wins it. How on earth is he able to find that gunfight? And to be honest with you, I think Hook just gave him a little bit too much.
I mean, I think even for Hook, you saw the reaction. He got ripped by that headshot multiplier. I think Estriel might have just had like one of the higher gunning rounds we've seen, because we saw him rip a Booza shooting at a pixel, headshot multiplier out in full force. And again, I was looking at the mini map. I thought Arcedy's had a free kill down that like B street. Estriel guns him, didn't even get shot once. So Estriel just simply brought the beamer in that round. That is a clutch against a world champ as well. Maybe a top 5 play of the week as well. Estriel saving his team in that moment. All tied up 1-1.
3 kills in the round. 2 of them, he was very much on his own. Now finding his way over towards the B side. Not as much of an investment from Surge over towards this side of the map this time around. The reinforcements will be there rather quickly. Starts toward mid, will do nothing but find a trophy. Los Angeles Guerrillas just putting the feelers out right now, trying to find some information and see what we can do with it.
Again, in terms of map control, he had Seattle very aggressive. This time, Hook does not get the first blood. Brezzy does win a 1, though, so it is even up the odds at 3-3, and he's just going to continue. He does get traded out 2v2. It's going to be the AR players for Surge on the wings of the map, converging towards that mid lane. You get Intel 1 guys in Freezer. RCD is going to be taking a bit of a route. And Boozer right now just waiting for RCDs to make that play. His job is just to not die.
Waiting for the right moment. LA Guerrillas, do you have any information? Well, they have got behind the bomb and RCDs can't see what's going on, so it is going to go down. Fame will find a Boozer. 1 versus 1 again. RCDs. Oh, goes for the challenge, gets ripped from Fame. It's 2 clutches in a row from LAG that finds them 2-1 up.
LAG, they care a lot of things, or care about a lot of things, but that tank is not one of them. I never win those gunfights. I can't rip people on that tank at all. LAG consistent with it in Fame. Challenge as well. Doesn't want to play off the clock. He wants to play off the intel. You know where RCDs is. Take the free gunny if you can get it. Big back-to-back rounds on the clutch factor. And again, Estriel won his against the world champ. Fame does the exact same thing. So over here going against some rings, clutching up with the ice, and well, just to another round we go. Aggression from LAG, but yeah, they run into main AR of Booza in this moment. Give Surge that first blood.
Shots are crispy, needed to be. That's just gonna get cold here. He might find one before he does go down. Gets out.
Beautiful. Perfect.
I don't think he's gonna know that Hook's behind him, but that should get traded. Does so. Opens up the B site. Oh, this is the round. This time can keep him off it. That nade's solid. Not good enough. Hook made of tougher things. That bomb will go down and just makes Diamond Con's job the hardest. I like how Hook is just immediately weak off that grenade and just runs forward. I mean, it's just classic. Round goes over towards Seattle Surge Irrelevant. Good plays coming in. In that first gunfight, I think, you know, Fame feeling confident after the 1 versus 1 there. Goes towards that side of the map and just gets beamed immediately.
Yeah, just a deep off angle there from Abuza, who ended up collecting 3 in that round. So a couple world champs lose their 1s. Rookie steps up and make sure to get some momentum back on your side. And Hook doing a nice job of getting that trade as well. Estriel does more or less make the perfect play, but Hook, he's a flyer. He will be running at you full speed. So trade's efficient. Again, tied up 2-2, and a little bounce back as well for the offensive and defensive rounds. A couple trades. As you see LAG firmly playing for picks. It is Hook for his 3rd first blood on the map. Surge have dominated the first blood category. Now you got Hook and Brezzy basically cornered up, ready to go for each other's trades. As long as they don't get 2-piece, they're fine, but they get help from Abuza on the A Street lane. So Surge right now, it is the perfect setup with the man advantage.
This one's under lock and key. At least you would think so. We'll take some sort of gunfight to get this Seattle Surge defense not looking that great. Awesome, good utility. Stun goes out, but Brezzy has yet to potentially trade this one. Goes for it, finds one. Knows that Fame is there. He was the one that found Hook. Now all of a sudden, a 2 versus 3. LA Guerrillas with less players to deal with, but with less resources to deal with those 3 players. Still, push over towards A is looking more than likely. Seattle Surge here in numbers.
This could be interesting timing. RC has been going back and forth, and I was going to say the mid lane briefly left open, but Abuza feels that pressure, rotates over, gets the tags, the kills, and they seal the deal. Surge again off the back of Hook's first blood. Perfect setup. Hook and Brezzy are there for the trades on each other, so Hook might fall after the stun grenade and wall bang comes through, but the setup 2 on point. No mistakes being made in that round from Surge. They're keeping it clean.
Very clean. Enjoyed that. Send Hook in, finds first blood, just dips back. And always the problem is with that, you know, we talk about it so much about just being a nuisance and having that presence. I think if you're on LAG, Hook's just found a kill on a DVD. He's either going to still be in DVD or he's moved forward. No, he's backed up, but you have to clear those corners. It just makes things so much more difficult on that attacking round. Eventually do find a way up the map, and it's too little too late. The setup was there. Hook again, another first blood. Really getting the work done here for the Seattle Surge side. Well, back on down as well. The rest of the team are here to back him up. Hook doing mad things for Seattle right now.
Yeah, Estriel just getting caught being way too aggressive down that B street. Might have been some weird intel in the comms, but you have LAG dominating the middle of the map, but you also have Abuza behind all of them. So Abuza has a potential opportunity because nobody is looking his direction, but everybody is barely out of frame. And there's the freebie, but instant trade, because who's going to read that? A wild setup from LAG. First blood's not going to matter unless Arcees can clutch this 1 versus 2.
Awkward little spot. Over towards the tank again. That's not a gunfight you want to take up against a rival 9. The round goes over towards LAG. It was the first blood that's been wasted this time from Seattle Surge. There has been a couple of them, but that one will sting. I mean, they got a bit of control over towards the B side. Rotate over towards A, and it felt like the players from Seattle were just still sitting tight. Always going to win the gunfights. They get presented nicely. I mean, even if Abuza finding his way back around, I think that's what entices them, right?
It's quite literally, if these guys are not just laying down in the spots that they are in towards the middle of the map, Abuza's getting free kills left and right in intel, but it is just because mainly the guy over by Dark Alley laying down just barely out of frame. It works out perfectly. So I don't know if that's like intel on the possibility, if it's 100 IQ or a little bit of luck, but LAG absolutely going to take it because they're having a problem, and the problem is getting first blooded by Hook again. I think that's 5. I think that might have already tied the record for most first bloods in a search and destroy, and we're tied up 3-3.
We'll get it confirmed, but irrelevant. He's found a lot of them. Doing a really good job, and if you're always in the advantage, if you're Seattle Surge, I would hate to see what the rounds are looking like if you don't find those first bloods. 3-3 now. But Seattle with the commanding position, 4 versus 3. You're on defense. You gotta hold this one down.
And it's, you know, Brezzy has a MCW rather than the rival 9 this time, but it's more or less the exact same setups. The ARs just on the wings of the map. Brezzy and Hook working together, and they just have to trade out whatever kill comes their way, and they're good to go. And if you just win the first gunfight, even better.
Oh, Hook now's made the play again. He's causing so many problems to LAG. On for the ace now as well. Fame will fall, but Diamondcon, well, he's on the wrong end of the map for the Hook ace. Harcides is maybe waiting just to help his teammate out. Not going to happen. He will find the kill rather than Seattle Surge. Hook is just flowing like water around the map right now. It's looking so good for Surge.
Yeah, he's bopping his head. He is moving and grooving, and he plays like a wild man. I mean, there's players that are like first blood menaces, but I feel like the impact Hook has, he's running at you in ways that you just don't think are possible. Or like, what kind of crazy person would go for this? Chow, Hook does, and he wins it consistently. And I know he's gotten traded out for at least one of his first blood sort of things, so occasionally the trades are there, but he's been efficient at getting the kills and getting out. So Hook has been a monster, and well, I know that he has nothing but speed in his heart. He's gonna be going right back down the street. Finally, someone is able to catch him. Maybe awkward timing off the jump, a slightly weird route, buys Fame just enough time to get there a little bit quicker. A big shutdown there for Gorillas.
Speed can sometimes kill though. This time around, he does get caught out. As they're trying to make a move over towards the hotel side, they are without those first bloods. They are without Hook. Let's try and make this work. Clearing our pantry, and now all of a sudden you can maybe make a push over towards the tank and find something from there, but nothing to speak of for Seattle Surge here. No information at all.
It's just painful. You burn the utility hoping to get a freebie, but instead you got nothing. Now Fame actually spots this player out. Timing just doesn't go Brezzy's way, and I think Diamondcon in the middle of the map could have helped the trade anyway, who of course, there for the errant kills. In a bit of a calamity at the start of the round, has really just faltered Surge, and a 1 versus 4 now for Arcees. Really nothing you can do.
Don't get the first blood. All of a sudden, a lot of map presence for LAG. Arcees will just walk through the middle of the map though and find the first, find the second. Great shots. If you found the third, then, well, fair play, but the nade was on its way. It was always looking like an LAG round. Irrelevant of Arcees finding those 2 kills towards the end. The second shot's phenomenal, as you would expect from Alec, but irrelevant of that, LAG, really nice round. You find the first blood on the Hook, you're chilling. No need to worry about it. LAG find themselves back in the lead once more.
And in the meantime, of course, we've talked a lot about the first bloods. Fame, 10-5, already double-digit kills, so there's a lot of good going on both sides of the screen right now. And for what it's worth, 5 is the first blood record. Accuracy, Afro, and Shotzi all tied in that top spot. I think Hook is already added his name, and if he gets one more, might be the king of the first blood, at least for an individual map. And LAG maybe not working mid anymore. That has been Hook and Brezi's playground. RCD is right now the lone defender on B.
Always just keeping an eye on number 5 on the minimap. See what play he's going to be making. Arcides. Grenade's not going to bother him a little bit too far away. Might have just tagged him up a little bit. Push now coming in here for LAG. Brezzy, is he going to read this cross? Yes, he is. Watching it from dark. Boozer will find another. Arcides not going to be able to quite clean that one up, but Brezzy is there to pick up the pieces. Assault left all on his own. They should be dead to rights. I've seen some 1v4s in my time. This one doesn't look like one whatsoever. Retreats back up, tries to get something going, but it's Seattle Surge said, boys, let's just get on with the next round.
And that's an interesting round as well, just for the fact that Arcides is defending the B side by himself with no trophy, and LAG just do not attack it at all. They take so long that Abuza, who's always watching over the A Street, is back in the mix, and instead of just trying to overwhelm the lone defender out of sight, Surge able to get back in the action fast enough to take it as a full team, get Brezzy watching the cross as well. So a moment where LAG, if they had been aggressive, what could have been, but instead find themselves down 5-4, already down 1-0 in the series. The pressure very much on.
Looking for another Hook first blood to solidify the win. Doesn't necessarily have the weight of the team on his shoulders, but definitely feels like he has been the catalyst on this map specifically. Really helping Surge out, and for the fact that he has found these first bloods, Seattle Surge are there to thank him for it. Push over towards A is looking very, very likely here. A lot of pressure. LAG sitting tight. Finds another.
Damn.
Wow. How on earth? He wouldn't even expect it, surely, for him to be there without getting the cross. He is now eventually going to make his way over towards the bomb side. Bomb was going down momentarily. Has to be careful though, because Assault is there to find one. Hook gets taken down by Diamond Con, and Boozer is there to able to find another 2 versus 2. Astro versus Diamond Con is not going to be able to do anything there, but Boozer and Arcides now left in a 2 versus 1. They know exactly where he is. Shots coming in from both angles. They're surely just going to pinch this one. Here comes Abuza. There goes the S&D. Seattle Surge. 2 to the good. Another first blood coming in from Hook. And the round falls their way. A monstrous performance from Hook, which we believe is record-breaking. LAG, finding yourself 2 down.
Yeah, absolutely the record breaker. Hook doing it on that map. You have Fane, the connoisseur of electric creddy spots. You have Hook, the connoisseur of the first blood. Yeah, no, the absolute reaper on map 2. Godlike performance there from Hook, and that's a little insane as well for how some of those clutches started, right? Estrio clutches, I mean, I don't know if it's an effective 1v3, I think a 1 versus 2 where he kills 3 in the round, and even the round after that, it was the same thing. Just another clutch by Fame killing Arcides as well. In spite of the clutches, the overwhelming force, we don't get to see it on the stat page, but again, Hook, 6 first bloods, him and Brezzy always on point for the trades towards the middle of the map, and maybe any opportunity that LAG had in any given round, just not able to execute. And an interesting point as well, I mean, I know the player that reacted the most in the player cams, I love being an armchair psychologist, after the map 1 loss was Diamond Con, not able to regain and bounce back for map number 2. So we're talking about a bounce back front. LAG, bit of a pain point now. Karachi Control, not the strongest map for either team. And Surge, maybe the only optimistic thing we had for them going into the series was this map, was how well they played against Toronto. Granted, still for a loss, but they're feeling good now.
Got to be feeling really good. Map number 1 and map number 2, very, very close. But realistically speaking, you find yourself up if you are 2-0 for Seattle Surge. Things are looking good. Can they maybe get a win on the board after yesterday wasn't too hot? Things that turn around. A battle at the bottom. A 6-pointer may well just be 3 maps long. We've got map number 3 coming up right after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back to the CDL. Wow, what is going on? He's the monster fight. This guy is just, that's unbelievable.
Okay.
I knew coming back to him. This is not what I was expecting.
That is so good.
That caught me off guard.
Oh, that's perfect. I mean, for those of you who don't know, it's not a this year thing. It might have been a last year thing where anytime we'd show like the production behind the scenes, there would always be like one joke on one like screen. It was always Fike that was doing it. So right before we were told we're going to Fike in the Observer Pit, I was like, he better have something good. That was perfect. That was absolutely fantastic. But Fike amongst a very large team of observers, John Prosper, Q, and Josh doing a fantastic job, as those guys always have. So it's been a very interesting year on the front from the observing crew, but through thick and thin, these guys very professional, getting the job done, as is Seattle Surge, up 2-0, defying all odds, a massive clutch in the map one. And I mean, really, I don't know if you call it necessarily a massive clutch in map 2. They were getting clutched on, but overall, they just took over and dominated. Efficient search and destroy. Hook monster on the first blood front as well. So Surge right now on point, looking to deliver. They just need their third and final map.
A little bit of momentum seems to be helping them out, and we're heading into a map. Well, I mean, the records speak for themselves.
Not great, you know, it's been better.
Yeah, no, it has been better. But Seattle said yesterday will take some positivity. Trick shots off top 3 are not from scrap. Seattle Surge definitely give them a game. They had to lean forward at one stage ultra, and that will give Seattle Surge some confidence heading into this one, as will the previous 2 maps. To head over towards B pretty much instantaneously. Coming out from Seattle. I feel like round number 1's big. If they can find an attack to get things kicking, then all of a sudden, we're staring at a 3-0 potentially chance.
Oh, well, that is not a good start, right? RC's incredibly slow on that trade attempt, so Adam Assault able to gun you down, and really no map pressure or control, and now you're getting spawn killed. So as far as bad starts go, this is about the worst it can be. Assault's already getting damage in you off spawn. You can't even make it to a power position. Hook trying to clear house, can't get it done. Assault 3-0 off the rib, winning massive gunfights.
I may have cursed them. Good attacking round might have helped. Yeah, well, okay, well then here we go. They find 3 kills out of absolutely no.
Alrighty.
Okay, I mean, this just makes absolutely no sense, but here we are. Brezzy now finding his way over towards the back alley, and well, LAG Gorillas are going to know exactly what's going on here. One of them jumps over, the second one should find the trade. Abuza's there for a good 2, though. Break coming through. B now completely free. It's going to be at least a 2-stack coming on through. LAG Gorillas need to make a choice here, and it looks like the choice is to give it up.
I mean, this is, you look, a 1-5 control team versus a 1-5 control team on Karachi. That was the best start from LAG, that they got bodied immediately. They had, like, I think 3 different clean 4 downs just about, working the way up. So, I mean, they're down on lives, they're down on zone, and now they have to defend the A zone for the next minute and 15 seconds. Not a massive amount of time right now for Surge to work with, but it is the easier zone. You imagine they can get it done. Kills like that are going to go a long way. No power position from LAG. Everybody coming off spawn.
Booster on a 6 spray as well. That's definitely going to help things out. Seattle Surge just seem to have the wind in their sails right now. Assault's going to get caught by Brezzy, would like to think. Yep, just about finishes off that gunfight, and all of a sudden you can start to find some presence into that A point. Hook's in here, he will be hard to get rid of. You got somebody over towards top 3 side, but Diamondcon's going to gun Arcides, and all of a sudden Hook has to be on a swivel for up top. The push going to start coming through. Astral will find one, and Hook should be dead almost instantaneously. Can find one, unless he can just do it all on his own. Not going to happen. 3 dead. 15 versus 11 in terms of the lives. Seattle Surge do have that buffer, and they still have time to find a push over towards it, but 2 ticks already in.
And those 2 ticks, I mean, again, there was like a minute and 17 on the clock before they started that progress, so maybe 30 seconds of game clock burned, and they're 2/3 of the way there. Adam Assault actually right now on the point in a bit of a mixy spot, but still decent on the defensive setup. I mean, you've kind of flipped the map like halfway on its head. Kills getting traded back and forth, but right now for Surge, they just want to keep the pressure on. They have just cornered up Adam Assault, stuck on his zone.
Just looking in multiple different directions. Investment coming through from Abuza. Thinking that it's the right time to use it. Assault inside the point will find one. Brezzy is there to find the trade. Fam going to be back down. That first tick Or final seconds just say starting to come on through, and no lives remaining now for the side of LAG. You've got to be absolutely perfect. The snap from Fame is anything but that. Seattle Surge, a big round number 1 to find the attack.
And I'm kind of surprised LAG couldn't quite get it done towards the end as well. Set themselves up, but Fame maybe backing down, trying to calm to his teammates where the guys in the hill are laying, but couldn't quite execute. And that is a big moment for Surge. Again, that was the worst possible opening break on offense that you could have. You were stuck in your spawn. And I think if DiamondCon honestly has covert sneakers on, maybe it goes different. But why would you on the opening break? You're not expecting to be sneaky, but what was originally perfection, absolute collapse. And that's round. That's almost been sort of the way the series has gone in a sense. Abuza on point as well in that round, but frankly, just across the board on Surge, everybody doing their job.
Abuza has been very, very good over the entire 3 maps that we have seen so far, though. Looking good for Seattle Surge to maybe try and find themselves a win here. It'll be a huge one. We were discussing the 6-pointer carry on in the middle of the break there, but we'll maybe save that for maybe another time when Estrel is inside a B all on his own. Does have a little bit of backup maybe coming, but the distraction tactic will work. A will now be getting work done from the side of DiamondCon and Fame. Hook putting some shots in, but I don't know how much Seattle Surge are going to be able to do about this without any kills. They're going to have to try and find some progress and find some positioning over towards the red side. Top 3, not going to happen. 8, pretty much gone.
Yeah, I mean, you got 2 trophies on the zone as well, so there's no break opportunities in that direction, and that is off the back of Vestrial. Again, making that play over towards B, dragging the pressure, making the 8-cap nice and secure, so might be a long grueler of a defensive round. Surge very pushed up, though, so LAG, sort of a lot of players have been able to almost like walk through to get near the time, but it is an uncomfortable situation thinking you're free and clear. So yeah, LAG, everybody's scattered right now. It is a chaotic moment on this map. Fame the first one to strike and going to start the capture. So clock is going to be stopped. Surge for the moment out of the picture because LAG were allowed to walk straight through.
Okay, well here we are. One gunfight had happened before 2 players over from the LAG side got themselves into Diner, and all of a sudden this round has completely collapsed from Seattle Surge. It's going to be at least a 3-stack coming on through. One player does go down though, and Busa is able to find something. But is it going to be too little too late? Seattle Surge, you need Hoop to be sprinting forward right now and sprinting straight into gunfire. Somebody gets inside the point, not going to matter. Locked in.
That was such a weird round. I briefly forgot who was on offense and who was on defense because I was looking at it. I was like, well, LAG, they could just walk right to the zone, right? Like, that's how it's set up. And I was like, maybe they're on defense because the way the arrows look. No, that's not what happened. Seattle Surge, again, we're talking about things they're connoisseurs of. Hook, First Bloods, and Search and Destroy, and just weird defensive control rounds. I don't know how to explain it. It's weird, and it's consistent. I don't like a trend.
Yesterday, right?
It's happened every time I've watched these guys play Control for the past 4 Control maps, yes.
It's strange because, I mean, what they're doing on that defensive side, you know, getting a bit more presence over towards front ready, you know, being aggressive with the defense is great, but, I mean, you have to make sure that you have all bases covered. And then you win your gunfights if somebody does slip by, which they just are not able to do. Seattle Surge now pushing over towards this A side. Already 1 tick about to go through.
Ton, are you there? I might be lagging out. What's going on?
I think it might be our feed that we currently have right now. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, I'll just make it. I didn't know if that was me, if that was you. I could sort of see that stuff is going on right now, but I don't know. We can try to commentate this. I don't know what you're working with, but I got 3.5 pixels. I do know that LAG have a ton of presence on the map. I'm seeing Fame win gunfights, potential flanks going through to stop this A zone, but I know it's a bit of a distant route Fame is going to be taken. Not easy to work up the stairs. He's getting it done and really keeping that pressure on. Son, are you with me here? Should I just...
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I think our communications were just bugging out for a certain degree. Yeah, I'm also with you on a couple of pixels, but we can get a general gist. Look, Seattle point is secured. We can see that. No problem whatsoever. Looking like it is going to be LAG with plenty of control over towards that B side. Should be able to lock this in on the defensive front at least anyway. Can Seattle Surge maybe find something here? Plenty of control over towards the mid-map though, but not a bad setup from LAG from what I can tell.
I mean, no, look good. Number 2 on the mini-map, still being incredibly annoying over by, like, Chicken Coop side of the map as well, picking up kills on Hook. So, absolute nuisance on the map. LAG, just a firm spread. I mean, Brezzy having to invest a decent bit of time to try to hunt these players down, and Estriel not making it easy for anybody. Arcades does get the trade and maybe open up a little bit of pressure over towards the B zone, but not all of it. Diamondcon on that back line, able to make sure you keep things under lock and key. Maybe a Hook flank coming through as well, but everything for the moment getting red. LAG nice and stable, under control.
For now, in a prime spot. Lives in their favor by about 4 or 5. Push going to start coming through. Ezreal's going to win that one. Not be able to find the second. Ezreal will fall down. Diamondcon trying to lock down from his side. The point can't seem to find it. The shot's starting to come through Fame. Trying to stay alive over towards the red side. If you're Estriel, you need to find something here. Seattle Surge do have bodies inside the point. The next couple of gunfights are going to be absolutely massive. Contest comes through. Shots in from a solid. We'll start to slow this down. Seattle Surge, though, starting to posture, starting to find a bit more map control.
What an angle, too. Yeah, good timing on, like, the little belly crawl. Brezzy might be the guy making the play on the dumpster as well. Fries him. Slam. Back alley. Chal is there. Brezzy making plays. The floodgates are open for everybody else to fill in. Surge, they made it to the zone. The kills are flowing their way. They got the bodies on point. Everything going right. LAG, only one player making it out. Can they do it with any sort of kills? The zone nearly done. The contest is in, but is it going to be enough? Players on the back line gone, and Brezzy and Surge out here making plays.
Fantastic work coming in from Brezzy. Breaks it open with the help of his teammates. Finds the 3 inside the point, though, and that makes the difference. Big plays coming in from Brezzy. Seattle Surge 1 round away from finding themselves a 3-0 win against LAG, but plenty of Call of Duty to potentially left to be played here. Not sure which way this one goes, but for LAG, you need to find something. Over towards the attacking side for them. They were able to find it last time. Seattle Surge, if they can be tighter on these defenses, they will win this series. It's as simple as that.
Well, they certainly have extra help in this one, right? You got Arcades with the cruise missile in hand. He finished that round on a spree. Brezzy sets him up. Arcades knocks it down. So a cruise missile on this map could be utterly devastating. You do have to be on point when you want to time out the call. You don't want to lose a 3v14. That would be awkward. So Arcades needs to stay on top of things. In the meantime, Brezzy, nice little first blood towards the middle of the map. Get him off the zone and just continue to be annoying on the defensive end. LAG, more or less, are going to be stuck in their spawn.
Tricky spot now for LAG. Can they turn it around here? Because look, realistically, they would have been coming into this game thinking to themselves, this is a very good opportunity to try and find a win. But Seattle Surge, same can be said for them, and they have taken the opportunity with both hands so far. Losing it at this moment in time, though. Brezzy now on the flank is not going to be able to find anything, but I don't mind the fact that he's dipping out just to try and be a nuisance. Now everybody else is going to start converging over towards the point. Hook's going to try and do something. He can do a lot. Arcity's streak coming in. You're losing it. Not for long. Bomb hits. Good job from Seattle Surge. That was 3 dead momentarily, and all of a sudden, LA Gorillas back to square one.
And it's just like successful annoyance, right? You're just fighting off spawn and fighting off spawn, running into Hook. Power positions, you don't got them. If you want to go through junk, you're going to get picked apart. Surge right now, the stranglehold on the map is in. Fame in the meantime, can't remember when he even got this cruise. Might have been round 1. Invests it here, takes down Arcades, and opens up a bit of pressure on the map. But LAG have to execute off of this. I mean, 20 seconds left on the game clock, but looks like that A zone is going to be secure. So use the investment of the cruise. You at least buy yourself a little bit of a lifeline opportunity. 1:20 right now from LAG to work with.
3 kills just fly through again, though, out of absolutely nothing. Abuser is left alive and kicking for Seattle Surge, and all of a sudden, LA Gorillas can potentially smell blood here. Abuser is now dealt with, everybody coming in off the respawn. Assault will find himself up top. The kill starting to flow. Once again, these attacking rounds have just been so simple for teams to try and find. The gunfights working in their favor. Seattle Surge do have bodies over towards this point. They're going to find the gunfights as well. Brezzy, Abuser combining well, but assault from behind is never going to be a good thing. Oh, Hook turns at the right time. Fame is able to find a kill. Seattle Surge do have some numbers to potentially do something about this, but they just about shut the attack down. Fame is the only one who's made it through. He's momentarily all on his own. Brezzy will find 2 though, so no reinforcements just yet.
I mean, he's the guy you want in this position. He's got 28 kills, but he just does not have any help. He's calling everybody out, but the reinforcements never there. RCD's through explosions finding extra kills. And right now, LAG just desperate to find any opening on square one, and just 12 seconds left on the game clock. You got to flood straight through. This is looking like a Surge 3-0.
Let's go. Can we find it? LA Gorillas, you need to find a breakthrough, but Hook up top just shutting it down, and that may well be the game. Nobody there from LAG. Seattle Surge 3-0 against LAG. A monumental win for them in their season. Can they get things up and running? It's a good start from the Seattle Surge on the win column. 3-0 against LAG.
Getting the job done. 2 teams may be on a downward spiral. An opportunity to stop the bleeding. Surge execute, and honestly, predictions be damned. I think that might have been one of the more lopsided LAG sort of picked wins. I know Nameless literally threw in a last-second change to switch the pick, so it was a great call in those final moments. But I mean, Surge, gotta tip the cap. They were down bad in that first hard point. It was a long run comeback that they had to orchestrate. They get the job done, executing round after round in search and destroy as well. And again, the shining light that we thought was going to be for this team, the Karachi Control. Maybe one awkward round, a little bit strange, doesn't matter. Got the job done, 3-1 victory, and great work really just across the board. Brezzy especially, 4,600 damage, 25 kills, really open up the map for the teammates. And obviously RCD's map got opened up for them, slams in the end, right? 4,200 damage, gets a cruise missile, so teamwork right there from Surge. One of the better series they've played, certainly in quite some time.
100%. Really good win coming in from them. I mean, it raises the question, you know, we were talking about LAG after that first map, felt like they were in control the majority of the time, and all of a sudden they lose it. Alpha 1 break over towards P2, and then from there, the series just did not go their way. Back to the drawing board for the side of LAG, but a very, very good performance coming in from Seattle Surge. And Ant was right, the quick last second change up, working out for Ant. Love to see it for Nameless.
Yeah.
You like that?
Staying 2 in front of me. I'm catching up tomorrow, but that was wild out of you. How did you see this coming?
I mean, well, we were talking about the match, like the map pull for LAG. LAG's been regressing like crazy. And honestly, Seattle's match that they had versus Toronto, they did play them pretty tight in a couple of the respawns. So I just feel like there was some opportunity in this one. And if Seattle came out playing free, playing loose, you know, correcting some of their mistakes, that they had big opportunities in this series, and they did that, especially in the control. Like, they controlled the pace of play throughout this entire map. Like, that's something we haven't seen from this roster since the major. Really exciting to see Seattle showing some fight and not giving.
And it's great to see Brezzy having one of his best performances. He led the team in damage as well as KD in that final map. But Ali, if LAG doesn't fold map 1 in the final minute, do you think LAG wins this series? Did they get mentally boomed?
I think that's the most important map of the series, was definitely that map number 1. I think for the fact that Seattle Surge was able to rally at the very, very end. It was Hook and Abuza going on sprees. Hook went on a 3, Abuza went on a 7, and they were able to lock down that P2 for the victory. I think if LAG don't kind of choke their lead there and maybe force them at number 4, we could see a game 5. We could see an LAG win. But on the flip side, like, Seattle Surge really needed this, right? They really needed this win. Even in the pregame that we were talking about, like, it's hard to give them any sort of inch. Well, now they have taken a mile.
Seattle Surge get their first win. They're right there alongside LA Thieves and Carolina at 1 and 3. So still very much in the mix, fighting for a top 8 spot. LAG at the bottom of the leaderboard for now. Right now, though, we have our Monster Winner Spotlight, and this is going to make our executive producer, John Fenton, very excited, because Brezzy is joining the show for the first time live. My guy, how are we feeling? You got the dub.
I'm feeling great. Like, just it's an amazing feeling, first win, and just amazing, guys.
Brezzy, I want to ask you, obviously, this is our first time getting to talk to you since you've, joined the league. I want to know a little bit about you as a player, what your play style is like, and what you're hoping to bring to Seattle, who obviously, when you were added into this camp, was already struggling.
Yes, I mean, obviously with this move, Jordan was a flex before with Early, and now he switched to an AR, like second AR with Alec. And me, I'm just playing like my role, so flex. I'm the second sub with Skyler, and I try just to fit them on the map. If I need to switch with an AR, I do it, and pretty much that's it.
Brezzy, I know it's probably been a bit difficult to block out the noise, but How has practice been? Like, I know there's so much that you guys feel like you probably had to work on after these last few matches. What have you guys been focusing in on whilst also blocking out the noise from the critics?
Obviously, like our practice like looked pretty good. Maybe it surprised like some people, but like just in match, like we are playing like slower. I guess like that's maybe normal. Like as a team in a match with pressure, like to play slower. Obviously, like it was not the best start. Like we started like this in RN3. But we try to just look forward and to learn like from every loss. And I'm really glad like we took like every loss like in a good way as a team. And I'm just really glad we won that and we showed what we are capable of.
That's really great to hear, man. You guys are staying positive. You need this because this is just Major II coming up. We're here for 5 of them. We could be in for a long season. Brezzy, could I ask you a question about in-game and your teammates? If you had a race on the map Karachi, who can contend with Hook for that first place?
What do you mean, like the race?
He's very fast.
Just another one?
Who is the second fastest on your team?
I mean, that's probably me, just because like I'm the someone sub. Like it just looks like normal, like probably me. Or maybe Jordan is like he's a fast AR, so like him or like Jordan.
Fair enough.
We have Antoine asking, "Are you French?" And Sam Tactical wants to know, what's your favorite game mode?
Probably Hardpoint, because there's a lot of things like to learn about it. Like there's so many situations, like so many holds, so many breaks. Like it's a game mode like you literally learn from it like every day, and it's just so interesting for me. So I'd say Hardpoint.
Final question for you. This for everybody back overseas watching you. What is it about France? Why are they starting to put out some of Call of Duty's best players on the planet?
I don't know. I don't know. We were always good, like in gunfights in the past, but like our team play wasn't great. Maybe like you probably know his name, like Gotaga, and
legend, by the way.
I mean, yeah, I cannot tell you. I don't know, but like yeah, we look great, like Lanes, Hydra, and probably like some more maybe in the future.
It's good to see, man. Hopefully we get even more coming over. Congratulations on your first win with Seattle Surge.
Thanks, guys.
Great to talk with the man. He's been around since Black Ops 4 in the competitive scene at a pro level, gets his chance with Surge, and today he shows his worth. Brezzy's team, though, they mounted an insane comeback. That is our scuff play of the game. Let's walk everyone through the final moments here of game number 1 out.
Yep, it's Seattle Surge. This is game number 1 again. Like I said, so this is Brezzy. He goes on a 3 spree here at the tail end of P1, just setting up his team for success over at P2. If you look at the minimap, LAG is all on top of it. They want to end the game here. They only need 6 seconds, but it's Hook the Nuke that comes from Fire Truck, goes on a 7 spree. Abuza gets on a 6 spree. And they break up this perfect hold from LAG to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that wonderful transition. We see teams when they're able to get over from P1 inside of top red, when they're able to just spawn the team back milk truck. As long as you execute it properly, like this is guaranteed time. And the play by Hook was honestly massive. He lays down bottom arches, just plays for the timing, finds 2, and the game is just over from there. It's a great transition play out of Seattle Surge.
And I love the emotion. You got a smiling Alec, but more importantly, Hook getting fired up. He doesn't show a ton of emotion. When he does, good things are happening on your squad. We got to recap the whole day, though, because we had 3 matches on this day. Let's wind it all the way back to where I look smarter than Ant, picking Vegas to take down Boston Breach. Boston not finding any success today, despite some heroics and search and destroy from guys like Snoopy.
Yeah, unfortunately for Boston Breach, I think this is another situation where that map 1 seriously hurt them, similar to our last series of the day. It was a 250 to 244 nail biter. In the second set, Boston kind of forced their way back into the game. Slasher was popping off on P1, but it was the Vegas Legion, and it was Nero who has found so much consistency during this Major II Qualifiers. I'm going to be honest, Nero's a player that I didn't ever expect to get consistent. I knew what he was possible of doing, what he was capable of doing, but to do it on a consistent level, I didn't know if he could reach that, and he's proved me completely wrong during this.
And he showboated a little bit. He threw up the 3-0 on the camera at the end.
He did, yeah, and you know, Ali, I echo that because with a playstyle like that, it's difficult to be consistent, but they're playing around him, and honestly, that's why I give so much credit to Purge, because I know what it's like to be on a pro team and be the guy that's like has to do all the dirty work, try to get on the hills, baiting for the players. Like, it's a difficult task, and it allows players like Attach and Nero to have pop up.
Selfless play leads to a Vegas victory. Optic Texas, though, well, they just just let their stars shine. You saw Shotzi dropping some career highs, including a new hardpoint record of 43 kills. Optic now 4-0, looking like a legit threat for the Major II title.
6,700 damage is what Shotzi was able to pull off in map 4 alone on Rio. Ant said it earlier, I would be incredibly shocked if anybody tries to go head-to-head with Optic Texas on Rio Hardpoint from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, Optic Texas, like, still search and destroy map pool is something that they're working on in some of those situations. He said that he felt they were lagging out during that map. So what he means by that is that they just dropped the ball. Like, anything that they talked about, it just didn't go their way. So expect them to continue to work on their search and destroy. But as far as Respawn goes, yeah, they were closer, but just the spawn knowledge and some of the prioritization of the right hills at Optic impressed me today. Carolina is a good HP team. Still was a huge win.
I was going to say, for Carolina, are they close to finding that success? It seems that they've taken some of the top teams the distance. They just can't seal the deal, including that Game 5 against Subliners.
Yeah, I mean, look, like, this is a top-heavy league. We have, like, literal superstar god squads in this league, right? So you're starting from scratch if you're a team like Carolina Royal Ravens, and they're finding their way. I think they're a legitimate threat to be a dark horse.
Let's see who is the Lakers of the CDL. At least paying their players well. I think Optic has to be up there as we show you the standings, right? We got Optic at 4-0, Toronto 4-0, Subliners 4-0. Vegas Legion improved to 3-1 now, Allie.
Yeah, now they're sitting at 4th. They jump Atlanta FaZe, now sitting in 5th spot. But again, Atlanta hasn't played a 4th match yet, whereas Vegas Legion has. And then Optic Texas 3-0, looking to possibly battle for that top 2 spot.
If you want to watch them all live, you can join us in Miami. We're headed down south for Major II, presented by Gamergy. Join us in Miami, hosted by the Heretics. That is definitely going to be a blast. And the Miami family has not had a lot of success recently. I think they're going to find it on land.
I hope so, man. It'd be a complete turnaround from what we saw in the last stage.
And of course, we've got more matches coming your way on a Sunday. What better way to end it than with Ultra and Atlanta FaZe at 4:30, a Monster Energy matchup for the ages, Allie.
That's going to be an incredible day of matches. Honestly, I'm excited, like you said, to see what Miami can pull off as we head closer and closer to Major II.
All right, chat, let us know which one of those games goes to a Game 5. It's been blowouts here on Friday and Saturday. Hopefully tomorrow things get even more interesting. We'll see you then.
Yeah. AK, let's go. Estoy cansado de los falsos y les puedo ser sincero. Por eso mi enfoque es solamente en el dinero. Ya no quiero más relajo, ya no más amigos, porque lo único que hicieron es desviarme del camino. He tomado el control, tenía que tomar un receso para averiguar lo que en verdad soy yo. He retomado el control, el rey ha llegado, esta es la nueva era. Deja recordarles que he retomado el control.
Oh God, I'm picking up their guns. I'm running them with their own.
Okay, wait. Yeah, wait. Yo, what's your build? Hold up. What do you?